You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, guys? Hey, it's another Friday. It's the last Friday of the year. What are we doing here? All right, turn that off. All right. Hey, guys, what's happening? Hopefully, you guys are doing good. Welcome to the Vodka stream, the last one of the year. Oh, it's time for reflection. That's right. Let's reflect on 2024, and then let's look forward to 2025 as well. Right? Cheers, guys. Got a little Jim Beam action happening in my I'm all Batman out today because we're talking about the Batman Part 2 being delayed again. That news sucked, but hey, like I keep on saying, and I posted in a clip, talked about it on Monday's Film Junkie Live. Let Matt Reeves cook. Let him cook. So see what happens. But I got a little Jim Beam I got from my brother, so drinking that starting off, and then I got some champagne that I'm gonna get into. So cheers. Yeah, brother film junkie got me that. So appreciate him doing that. So what's going on, Ryan? I hope the Batman trilogy isn't cursed. Could we have another spinoff as a time filler, Penguin season 2, or hopefully Catwoman miniseries? It's a good point. I'm kind of wondering about that. Creature Commandos is really good. Yeah, I'm going to give my review of episode 5, and of course we'll discuss it with the panel. What's going on, Kenneth? Hope you're doing well for the last. Yeah, I know. I mean, there's a possibility I might not be having a Film Junkie Live on Monday, just to let you guys know. I might just take take a week off of Film Junkie Lives. We'll still do a Vodka stream next week, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what the news is like. But I might take Monday off, but we'll see what happens. It's been tough, but I'll be okay. You are the hope that lifts the light out of the darkness as a fan. Well, I appreciate it. That's what I try to be. Superman and Supergirl would tell me to be brave and keep on fighting, and that's what we'll do. Yeah, that's what it's all about. Let's see. Sticko Media, what's happening? Blowing up. Okay. Interesting. We got ZOMG Ruler. I feel like something is going on with the Batman 2. I have 2 theories. All right, let's see. Timeline 1, Superman makes 400 to 500 million. They move ahead with the DCU, and the Batman 2 keeps the 2027 release date. Maybe they move it up to March. Brave and the Bold will have a March 2029 release date. Interesting. And then, of course, you have Timeline 2. Superman makes above 800 million plus, a win for the studio. They announced Robert Pattinson's The Batman Part 2 will now be canon with the DCU and reprise his role. Interesting. I don't know. I'm still on the side of I don't want the two to merge. I want them to still remain separate, and I want another Batman. Yeah, that's me being selfish because I want more Batman because I'm a Batman fan, but some good theories. What's going on, Taladia Plays? Happy Friday. Good to see ya. We got Indiana Jake. Pattinson 2 is probably getting folded into the... I wouldn't exactly say, I still don't think it is. And stuff. And you guys are going back and forth. Yeah, now it's like, 5 years between sequels is much. I ain't getting any younger. Yeah, nobody is. By the time that, Pattinson will be like in his 40s. Holy Lord. I mean, it's just crazy. What's going on, Jade? What's happening? Good to see you, my friend. We got Carlos right here. ¿Cómo estás? Freaking love Creature Commandos. Well, muy bien. Hopefully you do. And I'm going to give my review of Creature Commandos. And I'm not going to lie. Another good episode where something happens. You go, wait a minute. Also, guys, I was planning on seeing, obviously, Nosferatu, which you guys know I was very much looking forward to. Nosferatu. It was one of my anticipated movies of the year. Haven't seen it yet, but I have my tickets for the first showing tomorrow. It's just with having the time off, I've been taking care of some things and just kind of relaxing a little bit, unwinding. I mean, that's what when you have the time, when you have some time off, the last 7 days of the year, sometimes you just gotta go, veg out a little bit, catch up on some things, and so I didn't. I was planning on seeing it today, then I was like, it's right in the middle of the day. Let me push this tomorrow. So I'm gonna wake up tomorrow. Hopefully, I'll be feeling okay, and then I'm gonna go see Nosferatu. And then I got to catch up on some movies before I start. I have to post. I'm going to record next week. I'm going to record my video for my favorite movies of 2024 and then my anticipated movies for 2025. But I got to catch up on some movies and that I haven't seen that I'm like, wait a minute, I got to make sure I watch this first because, there's some movies out there. What's going on, Eval? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. We got RJ right here. Howdy, howdy, sir. All right, Versus Seed is here too. There we go. Superman feels like it's dominating force instead of... I know, for a change, right? It is kind of interesting. A lot of Superman. It is pretty interesting. And hey, there he is, Jason McKenzie with the super chat. Thank you, sir. Bring on 2025. Thank you. Appreciate it. And like I said, guys, all donations are I much appreciate it. It helps out the pirate ship. And if you do donate, I will 100% always pull up if you have like a question, when the panel's here, because when the panel's here, I'm all about the panel. But if you have if you do a donation, obviously I want to thank you for the donation. If you have a question for the panel, you can do that too, and we absolutely love that. So if you do have a question during the panel discussion and you donate, you definitely will get answered. So what's going on, Brendan, good to see you. All right, we got Antonio Baker. I'm upset, but there's rumors about Matt Reeves going through something. Let's respect that. Thank you for saying that. Please respect if there's, when it comes to stuff like that, you never know. That's why the whole point, finger pointing. Let's stop that. Well, I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. What's going on? Our Wicks. We got Max Wolf Night Danger. Hey, Dave, what up? How was your Christmas weekend? I just saw the Batman Part 2 movie. Got delayed to 2027. My thoughts on what the fuck? And my Christmas weekend was awesome. Good. Glad to hear that. We got Music Man. Hey, all. Dave, whatever project Pattinson is doing better be good to get the Batman put. Well, he is part of the Christopher Nolan movie that is coming out in 2026. So I know there's something there at least. But, so it's interesting. We got Rational Skeptic right here. RJ and Viranon said there may be things going on in personal life. Scripts delayed. Yeah, there definitely could be. It was super obvious that the Batman Part 2 was getting delayed. Super obvious. And thank you, Lion Main Man. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Film Junkie, this is off topic, but could you do a video about the director's cuts of... I have talked about, you're talking about Spider-Man 2, Amazing Spider-Man 2. I've talked about that. I mean, I would love to see that, but I just don't think Sony is even interested in trying to do anything like that. But no, I've talked about the shots, the behind the scenes, the Mary Jane shots with what's her name. I've talked about that before. I've talked about it many times. So. I appreciate it, Lion's Man. But I have. Unless something new has come about, I don't see, doing a full. But, maybe one of these days I'll, think about doing something like that. But cheers, sir. Appreciate that. But I have talked about that kind of stuff. Who else we got here? We got Polo Friday. What's going on? I wouldn't mind Robert being DCU. Make him both grounded and fantastical. Interesting. Well, if Snyder is to be believed, Pattinson wants to be part of the DCU. As much as I don't like that guy, I've heard little things like that too. Brian Nevin, what's going on? I love the Batman, but I didn't love it enough that I had to wait 5 years. 2017 Reeves signed on, and I definitely didn't love it enough for another 5 years. Well, what's going on, Andy? Did the Snyderverse get restored yet after all the... Okay. We got Andy coming in, already poking the bear. What's going on, Axel? Good to see you, buddy. Any Netflix is about to. You guys are funny. You guys are funny. Coming in hot. I hope he doesn't want to be part of the DCU. I think why? He's probably thinking it's good for the career or something like that. Anyways, guys, by all means, still ask some questions. Like I said, anybody who donates, that'll be the first I bring up right there. So I appreciate it. But yeah, it's I mean, this is the last Vodka stream of 2024. It's been a crazy year. I mean, you guys know I've talked about it. I had, the start of my year was not that great. Start of my year was really not that great. And, because like, a month to a month and a half in, it was just like boom, 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 got laid off from work, from the job that I had, went through a breakup, and then my Nana passed away, all within like the first like month and a half of 2024. So it was just like, geez, what is going on? But, things got better, obviously. And reflecting on that, and then just reflecting on certain things. I mean, still kept going when it comes to YouTube, when it comes to doing this, still kept it going, still love talking about all this stuff and doing all this, everything. So yeah, I mean, we're ending the year strong for sure, with that Superman trailer. Like I said on Monday's Film Junkie Live, if nobody is believing that there's actual hype for Superman, I'm like, I've seen a significant, spike of old, of all the stuff that I've been covering when it comes to Superman. Those videos are, spiking because people are searching for them. So, so it's ending pretty strong, and going into 2025. I mean, yeah, we're gonna. I want to get, bring back, featured guests. I've been kind of relaxing on guests. It's just been mainly panel vodka streams, but we'll get guests back on and have some cool conversations. And just really looking forward to seeing what 2025 is all about. I mean, we're ending with like, still alien sightings, drone sightings. God knows what's going to be happening in 2025. Who else is going to get thrown under the bus, huh? We had, Epstein in 2023, Diddy in 2024. Who's next? Jesus Christ. So going to be pretty crazy. But man. So here's to 2025. And like I said, a lot of good movies that came out this past year. Like I said, still got to catch up on some movies. And like I said, I'm seeing Nosferatu tomorrow, first showing. So look forward to my first reaction review. We'll be posting that. And when it came to my Christmas, oh yeah, fuck, I forgot to bring the stuff that I got. Hold on a second. Hold on. All right. Well, okay. So first off, all right, I just thought like what's going on, Joey? Good to see you. So we did like a whole Christmas thing in my cousin's house, and we did a Secret Santa thing. So I got another Batarang. Hey, that's right. I got 3 Batarangs now, guys. So if anybody wants to try to break into my place, well, you might get a Batarang to the face. So my second cousin, Max, got me that, as well as a Batwoman. I don't have a Batwoman, so hey, now I got a Batwoman to add to the whole collection right there. And then Mama Film I keep on saying junk me. I don't know why. Junkie got me this right here, this Dumb and Dumber McFarlane right here. So those are what I got this Christmas, of course, when it comes to figurines and stuff like that. So we got Lloyd right there sticking his butt out at the bar. So pretty awesome stuff right there. So yeah, so that's when it comes to figure wise, that's what I got. Other than that, just some other cool things too that I got. I got some Batman coasters. I got a shower mat that's the Avengers, and and then of course got some gift cards and whatnot. So but yeah, those are the ones, those are the figurines right there and stuff like that. So cool. So cheers to the family. We had a lot of fun on Wednesday. So good times. So hopefully you guys had a good Christmas too. Had some good times, some good eats. I already know I'm freaking, probably gained a couple of pounds already, but hey, Nothing wrong with that. All right. So the first thing, okay. So let me get the Creature Commandos episode 5 review out of the way. I would say that not as good as episode 4, but probably second best. Maybe this is a Frankenstein backstory episode, so we get to learn a bit more about Frankenstein in this. And David Harbour's voice is just. I love his voice. I don't know what about his voice. I don't know, but he's perfect as Frankenstein. And then, of course, as he and Rick Flag Sr. are trying to figure out weird things that are happening, of course, anybody who was like, either watched it or saw the promos, this is where Clayface actually shows up in this episode. And, the fight between him and Rick Flag doesn't really go well for Rick Flag. That's for damn sure. Holy crap. He gets a little effed up. And then, of course, the rest of the commandos are, doing their thing, and they get ambushed, and things go awry. But, but the way that some of that, it's a gore all around. This is probably one of the goriest episodes, I would think, maybe, because it's just everything that's happening with that. But, yeah, so still another great episode of Creature Commandos. I'm not gonna lie, I was really entertained by it. And then, of course, just getting that the fact that we are getting a Clayface movie, and we got Clayface in here, which essentially is going to be the same Clayface, I would imagine. I'm just kind of wondering, like, what is that going to look like in like a live action kind of thing? So yeah, the tank scene was awesome. Yeah, I know. God damn. I know. And what Frankenstein does when you see, like, because he, after dealing with things when it came to Frankenstein, the actual guy, and getting burned and falling into a river and everything like that. And then this old woman who is pretty much blind takes him in, like this gypsy woman. Yeah. The way that you see the ending of that, I mean, it keeps on jumping back. And I think it's, yeah, I like the way that the story was being told right there. But the tank scene with what's his name, I always forget the name, the dude that's radiating. I'm just totally blanking on his name right now. But the way that he just like strips down and takes them, I was like, good God. And the way that he does, it's just, and then of course he's going to be the focus for next week for sure. So why can't I remember his name right now? It starts with a P. What's his character's name? Yes, that's right. Phosphorus. God damn. I was like Prometheus. I almost said Prometheus. What are we doing here? Whiskey's already hitting me apparently. But yes, Dr. Phosphorus. But yeah, the next episode is going to be featuring his backstory, and I'm going, okay, I think they're probably doing a good job of telling the stories of each of the characters, and I'm really curious about his character for sure. So yeah, another great episode. But yeah, all right, and then of course, let me get my thoughts. Full on thoughts. All right, so first off, today's been pretty Batman freaking heavy. Because we had this appearance from Andy Muschietti on a podcast, a Spanish podcast that started making the rounds today, where he basically talked about how, Batman Brave and the Bold, which he's still attached to apparently. I know there's some people wondering about if he's going to be still attached to directing. I know some people don't want him to be. I personally go like, hey, give the guy a chance. I think he's a talented filmmaker, and I think he could do some crazy things. Although somebody did on the timeline went, you know what? With his horror background, it's like, why not have him just do Clayface too? And I'm like, not a bad idea. To be honest, that doesn't sound like a bad idea. It's like, hey, he knows how to do horror pretty well. So if Mike Flanagan is not going to be directing the Clayface movie, why not just have Muschietti? I mean, I'm just saying, could be something right there. I don't know. But so he talked about that. He said, like, yeah, it's going to be a while before we get the DCU Batman, at least when it comes to his own movie. So basically, guys, it seems like Batman movies are not coming around for a little bit, I guess you could say. We're not going to be getting standard, like, full-on Batman movies, like Batman centralized movies for a little bit. So we had that come out. And then, of course, we get the news that was reported, I think Deadline was one of the first, and I know all the trades were posting about it, and we got all the we basically heard that the Batman Part 2 is delayed another year, and they want to keep that beginning of October date. I don't know why. It's like, I guess they just really want it to be released in October, and I don't mind that because it's always around my birthday. My birthday's October 1st, and every release date, every date that they posted has been, either the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. So now it's full on, postponed, which I'm just like, yeah, it was like one of those things where it's like, don't tell me it's true. Why another year? What are we doing here? So yeah, October 1st, 2027. So I'm like, well, happy birthday to me, sure. But I'm just like going, geez, how old am I going to be when this damn thing comes out? And now we're looking at 5 years. We're looking at 5 years. But at the same time, the way I'm looking at it, guys, okay, I'm not going to point any fingers. I'm not going to be one of those people that's going to point any fingers, all right? I'm not going to point any fingers on what's happening when it comes to Matt Reeves and what's going on with the Batman. I mean, I've seen people talk about, people are being very vague about certain things, but I'm just saying, just pay attention to what some of these people are saying that are more in the know, probably have heard some things. I'm just saying, like, hey, all right, let's just relax a little bit. Yes, I know it's like discouraging, and it's like, Jesus Christ, another year. So essentially, we're not going to get another we're not going to get something from Matt Reeves' Batman for almost another 3 years. Yeah, seems like a long time. Seems like just crazy. And then, of course, a lot of people want to just point the finger at Gunn. I mean, Gunn did respond to it, of course. He responded to... let's see, what did he pull up? Let me pull up. Let me go to... I posted all this. Posted what Gunn said. So he posted this right here. Okay. So if you guys didn't see what Gunn posted... Yep, of course, didn't put my background. Ugh. God, StreamYard. There we go. Hey. All right. Sure, yes, it is true. The only reason for the delay is there isn't a full script. Those of you who follow me here probably know that already. Matt is committed to making the best film he possibly can, and no one can accurately guess exactly how long a script will take to write. Once there is a finished script, there is around 2 years of pre-production, shooting, and post-production on big films. So there you go. And then, of course, naturally, everybody started freaking out and saying, like, oh, they're merging, they're doing this, they're doing that. And some people even have come around to the fact that it's like, oh, yeah, I've accepted the fact that it could merge. It could merge. And I'm still on the side of, like, no, I don't want it to merge. I want it to be its own thing. I want a different kind of Batman or something like that. 100%. And so I'm like, I really don't want it to merge. I want it to be an Elseworlds story. Now, I mean, maybe they can fast track something where you can have something like a Catwoman spinoff or something like that. I don't know. It would be nice if there was something else there to, because let's face it. I mean, like I said, it's going to be fun. Yeah, it's like people are going to start going, wait a minute, what was this Batman about? What were we doing here? I mean, in a business sense, in the fact that people just, lose interest after a short amount of time. We have short attention spans. That is a little bit of an issue. I could totally see that. But yeah, so I'm just kind of like, I don't think it's going to merge still. And from what I gathered is, like, I think we just got to go relax. And I think there's probably other reasons. There's other reasons involved. Let's not just start pointing fingers and saying all this kind of stuff. So I think we'll be okay. Just let, like we keep on saying, let Matt Reeves cook, let him do whatever and take his time. Yes. And if there's reasons why he's taking his time, let's respect those reasons. Okay. Let's not start pointing fingers and everything. So, and I think there's, no matter what, it's going to always be its own thing. I don't think Gunn is actually going to bring Matt Reeves' Batman into the DCU. I really don't. I think they already have plans for what's happening with Batman, and it just seems like, it's just not going to be a right fit, especially when you have Damian Robin. So you're going to have the Bat family, and that has not been established in Matt Reeves' universe. unless they just do like a soft reboot kind of thing. But I'm like, no, I don't think anybody's going to be down for that. I don't know. All I'm saying is, hey, let's just kind of relax a little bit. We'll be fine. It's good. We'll be okay, guys. We'll be okay. And then before I start getting some people in here, I want to talk about something too that kind of went. I want to talk about this that kind of went like a little bit, got a little traction on the in Twitter sphere, because why not? Somebody posted this right here, and I remember seeing this image like not too long ago, but somebody from Krypton, it's the Krypton site. Here's what we have right here. Of course, and I'm just like, here, okay, so now, hey, I'm going to do some defending of course, Zack Snyder right now. So this was posted, Krypton site. One of these things is not like the other. And of course, post this right here, basically showing all the daily planets, as we can see, from Superman 78, Lois and Clark, Smallville, Superman Returns, the new Superman, and then, of course, Man of Steel right there. Man of Steel right there. Except for that shot of the Daily Planet right there was not from Man of Steel. That's the thing. That was not from Man of Steel. There was not a shot of the full-on building from Man of Steel. That was from the Turkish Airlines commercials that they did for Batman vs. Superman. They did one for Lex Luthor. They did one for Bruce Wayne, which I thought was great marketing, and I thought that was pretty cool what they did, because you do see Gotham, you do see Metropolis, and a lot of people notice like, oh, that's what the Daily Planet looked like. And I'm like, okay, cool. And I'm just like, yeah, okay, fine. There's no globe. Zach never showed a globe on top of a building, sure, but there is a globe. It's in the lobby of Daily Planet, and it's like, okay, there's the globe right there. Okay, it's not necessarily that. And it's kind of funny, too, because the Superman 78 globe is a miniature that maybe you see in the background. I think somebody mentioned that you don't really see that within the movie, because it was just like one of those things where they were like, it was like kind of like a mock-up thing, because if you actually watch Superman 78, there's a helipad on top of Daily Planet, if you guys remember. So you don't really see like a shot like that, but maybe like when they're showing like, and I think it was even in Superman 2, you're seeing like a far shot, and essentially there's models, because it is 1978. There was that globe right there, but you never really saw like a full on something like that. Just technically, just saying, technically. And then when you see the Lois and Clark image that's shown right here from 1993, that's not on top of the building. Not on top of the building. That's part of the entrance of the Daily Planet. That's not even on top of the building. But I think eventually, like in later seasons, they had some kind of effect when it comes to that. But at the same time, I'm just kind of going like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? We're talking about big balls on top of buildings. That's what we're doing. But I just love that. It's like, there's always still the talk of, of the Snyderverse stuff and everything. But I think maybe I'm kind of wondering why didn't they really have something? Or maybe they did in concept. I think concept art, they had something where they would actually show a globe on top. And I'm kind of wondering if eventually we would have seen the Daily Planet globe on top of the building eventually in the Snyderverse. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. And so it's fine, but like I said, what Zach was doing he was trying to base it more on like a real world setting. And so if you look at that shot of the building, yeah, it's more of a real world setting. It just has the logo right there. Sure. It has the globe in the lobby. No big deal. But, I don't know. Big deal, right? Cheers. Yeah, I think he did too, Andy. I think he did too. But yeah, I just wanted to like talk about that. I was like, geez, really? We're going to take jabs like that? Let's not do that. Let's not do that. And let's see. I think we're pretty... was there anything else I wanted to talk about? Yeah. My Christmas movie watch was... watches were, pretty decent. I don't think I caught every movie. I did watch Die Hard. I definitely watched Die Hard. Definitely watched Die Hard on Christmas Eve, as I do. And then I started watching Christmas Vacation, but I fell asleep halfway through. long day. So, and then I continued watching on Christmas Day. But yeah, I watched Die Hard, watched Christmas Vacation, watched The Christmas Story yesterday as well. I watched Elf, I watched Polar Express, and when I was at Mama Film Junkie's house, we watched Santa Claus. We watched both Home Alone movies, so that was fun. So yeah, I had some pretty good, Christmas watches. The watches I usually watch. Although I didn't watch Scrooged. I did not watch Scrooged, and I usually always watch Scrooged. Totally forgot to watch Scrooged. It just hit me right now. I'm like, damn it. And didn't watch Fat Man. Fat Man was added to my new Christmas library, the Mel Gibson Santa Claus movie. Forgot to watch that as well. So I'm like, damn it. So didn't catch that. So. But yeah, so yeah, it's like sometimes you don't catch them all. And I didn't watch It's a Wonderful Life. Usually I've watched that at Mama Film Junkie's house. We'll have that on the TV, but sometimes that happens. You don't watch all the Christmas movies. I mean, I still can if I want to. It's still technically, we still got a couple of days before New Year's. What are good New Year's movies? I mean, Ghostbusters 2 is a good New Year's movie, right? I would say that's a good New Year's movie. All right, let me start sending out the invites here. But yeah, I don't know what else would be a good New Year's movie. What would be another good New Year's movie? Because I'm like, Ghostbusters 2 is a New Year's movie, right? There's the way that it ends. And I like Ghostbusters 2, and I will. Yeah, I don't need a reason to watch Ghostbusters. Of course not. The Holdovers, that's more Thanksgiving, right? All right, let's see what are you guys talking about right here? What's funny is like the roles have reversed. Now Superman is getting the attention. Yeah, it is pretty crazy. As tech, I'm actually down for the director of The Substance to make Clayface. Wouldn't that be interesting? Yeah, because who was the director of that? I can't even remember. I still have to watch The Substance. I'm going to watch that before I round out my 2024. So the bat is resting for a little. Let him cook. Let him cook. Let him cook. I am too. I'm better freaking amazing when it comes out. Yeah. I know everybody's thinking like of their ages when it fucking comes out. Everybody's thinking about their age. It's like, yikes. Dave, what about the theory that Pattinson will be in the DCU after all, especially if Superman is a hit? Yeah, there's always going to be that theory, sadly. But I'm like, I still think it's not going to be that. Couldn't Pattinson just play two variants? Nah, people would get way too confused. I think people would definitely get confused by that for sure. I don't know. Something animation could keep us going. Yeah, that's what's going to be interesting. For me, James Gunn's comments do not debunk the idea of merger. I think they kind of do a little bit, especially like, there's things, maybe it doesn't fully, but he said it many times that he wants Elseworlds. And he did say that, like when someone asked about, because Clayface would be coming out a little bit before the Batman Part 2, he goes, well, it shouldn't matter because the Clayface is DCU, so we actually kind of confirmed it again. So I don't know. What if Pattinson plays a DCU Alfred? Hey, if it goes long enough, it could. The main rumor, is that James Gunn didn't like the script Matt Reeves turned in recently. I don't know about that. Who the hell knows? Still, this is some fishy news, regardless. But got canceled between. Oh yeah, he did. Yeah, there was that. But but there's still, there's still some things when it comes to, so I just mute and keep scrolling. Whoever is behind the hand. Oh yeah, are you talking about that one? Yeah. Why are they having trouble finding someone to be Batman for the new movie? I don't think. Well, they're not having trouble finding someone to be, Batman in the new movie. It's the fact that it's just they're having trouble with. They're having trouble just with, I don't think they're having any trouble when it comes to that. So, I'm sure he could direct Clayface. Talk about Muschietti. Yeah. Just Mutant Go. There was a globe in the concept art. Okay, that's what I thought. So I'm just saying, like, that's why it was kind of funny when I saw that. I'm like, come on, we're gonna take it. You know, we can be excited for the new Superman without having to take a dig at Zach. You know, we could totally do that. I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing that I did not like when it came to that. I was like, really? And then it's not even accurate. And then there's, you know. And then, like I said, the Lois and Clark one, that's not even a shot of the globe on top. That was like part of the entrance, you know. And then I think Zach had some plans to do something like that, but it just never came to fruition. Probably if he did Justice League 2 and 3, there'd probably be something. It'd probably be more of a Daily Planet thing that was happening. But he just, you know, like I said, his world was more grounded in reality. And, you know, having a big, huge globe on top of that building, maybe they just thought, we're not going to do that. Let's put the globe in the lobby. Let's have the rotating globe in the lobby. And that's what they had. They had like that. They had something like that because that's a piece of corporate art. And usually you would find that in the alley of a building, not a big, huge thing on the top of the building. So that's what he was going for. That's the vibe that he was going for. Woo! That's right. Whew. Straight the rest of that Jim Beam. I watched Red 1 in the theater. You see my reaction to it. Go for it. Go for it. I didn't really like it that much. What's going on, Robin? Good to see you. Make sure you guys click the name, check out the short film. Really good stuff. Chris Balga saying we can be disappointed. We have to wait a little bit longer, but I think the chicken littles of the fan base need to bump the brakes. Yes, definitely need to do that. People need to relax. Violent Night. Yeah, I watched that last year. I was going to watch it again this year. Maybe I still will, like I said, but I need to catch up on other movies. I need to watch The Substance. That's on my list. And Anora and a couple other movies too. And of course, like I said, I'm seeing Nosferatu tomorrow. So just trying to get it in at the last minute, and then I'll post. That's why I'm thinking about not doing a Film Junkie Live on Monday. I'm like, you know what? I had another idea for doing a video and stuff. Like, it just really depends. It really just depends on the movie news, you know. So we'll see what happens. But that's why I was like, yeah, no Nosferatu review tonight, or else, you know, why not? But before I let the boy in, let's go ahead now. Hey, it's the last one of the year, so let's pop the champagne. Oh boy. Oh, see, not that bad. Not spilling? We're good. All right. Pouring the champagne. So they have one of these kind of corks, which is good. All right. So cheers. Now I got a little bit of whiskey within my champagne. I gotta love that. All right, turn off the music. Thank you guys, of course, for talking to me for a little bit. Now let's get some peeps in here. Andy, what is happening? Why are you in a different location here?
I was taken by Paul's kidnappers.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, I'm now stuck at the same look. No, I'm at my parents' house celebrating the holidays. So just reading little DC comics. Was reading.
Look at that.
This is I don't know if you can see it, but it's the all-in special one, and I just got to the page where Darkseid has birthed with a specter.
Too, buddy, look at that. That's looking pretty cool. Wearing a
now that would be something I would want to hear Ray Porter voice.
Oh yeah. I wish he would do it forever. Jesus Christ, I don't know. They just
one of the sweetest man in the face of this planet. Like, it is
seriously. And then the fact that he just has a voice like that, man.
Yeah, I remember when because I don't know if you saw. Gonna talk about the CW a little bit, but did you see his appearance on Naomi?
Yeah, he was on Naomi. Yeah, well, I think we talked about that one of the last times he was on, too, and we told him congratulations for getting that. That was pretty sweet.
Lovely man. But happy holidays, everyone.
Yes, happy holidays.
Well, if I'm speaking,
whatever you're celebrating.
Yeah. We definitely celebrate Christmas at my house. I bought my parents. This was the first time I bought them Superman merch, and there was these sweet hoodies that had like the S on it. Underneath it said mom, and then on the one it said super. So it's like super mom, super dad, and so
That's cool.
I felt it's the year of Superman.
It really is. I mean, and we're going in. I mean, it basically. There's so much Superman hype, and like I said, that's why people are making the jokes how like, we're waiting for Batman, and then we got an updates for 2 Batman, and it's like, all right, I guess we're gonna have to wait for Batman for a little bit. Let's have Superman take charge for a little bit at least, But
was that enjoying their holidays, staying safe, and hope everyone's having a lovely time.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, that's right. We're all wearing Batman gear. I love it, Phil. What's going on?
I know, right? What's up, man? How you doing?
Good.
Well, I'm also here, but okay. Did you cut your hair?
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were there because you left me on red on Discord. I haven't heard from you in like over a week.
How dare you?
I haven't been home for 4 days.
He's been out. Oh, we got employer and employee right here.
Oh right, Happy holidays to you too.
Right for
Sorry, I've been on vacation over the last week and a half, so
dude,
I haven't.
But you feel more relaxed? Do you feel more relaxed because
you
were hitting it hard, Andy, when it comes to interviews and writing for 2 fucking sites? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, I felt naked not having an alarm on Monday. Like I felt like I could like, oh, I'm dirty. I've done something wrong. Like I shouldn't. What did I do wrong? So I went around that. I literally went around the apartment thinking like, did I miss a doctor's appointment? Did I what did I do wrong? And I realized I didn't have to work today. So
nice feeling.
It's been a productive year. But live happy holidays. Love. Did you cut your hair?
No, I've just got a
up in a hat.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But, thank you for joining, Phil. Hopefully your holiday, your Christmas was good.
Uncle Phil.
Yeah. So I posted on Instagram. I actually built the animated series Batmobile with my nephew today. I bought that for him for Christmas.
Oh, that's so freaking awesome! I want to
go
see that. I want to go look and see that.
Yeah. It's pretty cool. Like it's actually a lot smaller than I thought it would be, but so the backstory to that is I have the Batmobile in Lego form and the Tumbler in Lego form, and when he comes over, he's always like, "Uncle, I want to play with your Batman Legos. I want to play with the Batmobile." And so I was like, "Okay, fine. I know what the fuck I'm getting you for Christmas this year." So while I was doing my Christmas shopping, I saw that, and it has Harley Quinn and Mr. Freeze and Batman from the animated series in it. I was like, "Oh well, there it is. That's his Christmas present."
That's a good uncle. That's a good uncle.
Yeah, and like it even comes with a little display that has like the animated series logo on it and shit. It's pretty effing cool. Yeah. I got a new lunch pail with a Batman logo on it. I got a gym bag, so come December or January 1st, I'm heading back to the gym because the holidays have just completely fucked up my gym schedule. So that's just great. Yeah, I know, right?
This is sick, everyone. Look at this beauty.
Look at that. There it is. So that's what you posted. Okay, nice.
Yeah.
That's pretty.
Yeah. I might have talked some Batman today on my show too.
Yeah, I'm sure that's it. It's a lot of it's a main topic, and then of course we got Mr. Balga. He's rocking his Batman shirt.
There he is.
Fandom.
Yeah.
What's up, buddy?
Hey. How's it going, man? You got that you got that fandom shirt.
Yeah, I think I have that shirt too somewhere.
That Jim Lee. Yeah.
Can't go wrong with some Jim Lee. You really can't.
No, Are you feeling better, Christopher? Chris. So I'm going to stop going, Christopher.
I actually think I'm turning the corner. I think hopefully this weekend it's the last gasp of what, as I said to Dave, what he spread over to me virtually is finally.
And then you guys spread it to me, and I ended up getting it. So thanks for that.
It's like the fruit of the month club, Clark. It's the gift that gives all year.
Love it. Oh man, I love that movie.
I didn't know we were supposed to do Batman gear up today.
Well, you're the Superman fan. If you're wearing something Superman, that's fine. That's great and dandy.
We're just showing our support to Matt Reeves. That's all. We're like, hey man.
He delayed it's just a delay of the movie. You're acting as if he broke his leg or something.
I know, but it's just like, let's just, support the dude. I love the dude. And I'm all about just supporting the dude, He's wrapped up in a lot of things, let's just say, and When we hear about this, and I think we all kind of assumed something was coming, but to delay it another year, it's just like
I don't have
But
any
then
Batman
again,
merch. I don't have any Batman like wearing to do, but I have my because I'm just sitting reading
well,
comics right
you
now.
know, you have your absolute Batman. There's nothing wrong with that.
I finally read issue 3 of that. That was great. Absolute Batman. My God, that book is phenomenal.
I've got I've got Absolute Wonder Woman on my to-do list for tomorrow.
That's a good book. I only read the first issue, but I'm probably going to get that in Absolute Superman in trade form next couple months.
Yeah.
So that'll be cool. But Batman, every month.
Every month.
Every month. Doesn't matter. I'll get that book every month. I don't care.
It's funny because my cousin actually got me. I didn't bring it, but it was kind of funny because have you guys seen those little like license holders where you could slip your license in and it's got the eyes cut out and looks like Batman? So it was kind of funny because my dad and his wife got me one for my birthday, but it didn't quite fit, and I was like, maybe they got like a knockoff version. So my cousin got me. We did a whole Secret Santa thing, and we didn't know it was Secret Santa. She's like, I already got you this before that happened. So, and it's actually like a plastic one, like a hard plastic one, because the one my dad got me was like, it was like a leathery pleather one or whatever the hell. So it didn't quite match, but then the one that they got me that was a plastic one perfectly, and it was just like we were making all kinds of jokes and everything like that. I'm like, yeah, can you imagine if I got pulled over by a cop and I showed him that? I'm like, hey, you're searching for justice, so am I. It's like, just say something like that because it worked. I wish I should have brought it out to show.
Searching for justice. That sounds like a Joss Whedon dialogue.
Oh, it's all but so I got one of those too, and I'm like, man, so it was pretty funny. And then of course I got the Batwoman figurine and another Batarang. So I'm pretty stocked up when it comes to Batarangs. I got 3 of them now, so watch out.
You can do your own crime fighting on the side.
I'm just saying, someone tries to break into my apartment, they might get a Batarang to the face.
I mean, with those muscles, I can believe you could take it on anyone. Yeah.
I was like, how it got quiet right there. It's like,
no. I was just thinking about what first line to give. It's either like you take down anyone at your apartment, or you could take down anyone in the bathroom.
I mean, I probably would take one of those and just be like, hey, if somebody.
I just want to see Dave pulling off the Affleck and just standing in the corner, just like
just up against.
Really? Because I had like the whole I'm Batman shit going on, like Dave. Because I've seen Dave in person, I know how tall he is, and
I'm not a tall person.
I could absolutely see him pulling a Michael Keaton, going, "Why don't you tell your friends about me?"
Yeah, exactly.
Dave is cool.
Jam it right in his eye.
Dave is cooler than Michael Keaton as Batman. Come on.
But I would start just chucking. I would just be like, here, take that, and just I have 3.
So if you could stand like that sit that on the wall, that would be kind of funny.
Yeah, I probably could do that.
I'm standing up here for 5 days, hoping someone's gonna break into my apartment, left the door open and everything.
I'm ready. I'm absolutely ready. So yeah, good times. All right, we got Austin and we got Paul joining in right now.
Hey guys,
what's up,
Hey,
guys?
Paul.
How's it going?
I told you, me and Paul were at the same location.
Yeah, I mean,
wow.
you guys.
Oh wow,
okay,
that is weird.
Yeah,
Very
you and Paul, and even
I was Paul. I've been
similar angle.
Paul. I've been kidnapped just like you. Like we're in this together now.
I just thought that was you admitting to being in my house somewhere, Andy, that I don't know. And that's
You guys were in an escape room.
Except
Right.
Paul's
You guys
are
kidnappers
in
are
different rooms in
nicer.
the
They
escape
let him
room.
wear a bathrobe.
Right.
Yeah, they gave me a blanket at least for me. So like if I
So you can keep warm.
Oh no, I got a blanket.
He's got a blanket too.
they
so
give you a blanket too. Wow. They told me they wouldn't give you one today. Apparently you were protesting a lot about something. Or they didn't like your takes on Malcolm in the Middle. That's why they're like no.
I love Malcolm in the Middle. What are they? I don't know what they're going on about. I mean, yeah, it was a bit crazy at the end there and wanting him to be president, but I mean, you got to do a big finale for this.
Apparently, they're doing a 4-episode mini revival of that.
I know.
Is it 4? Okay, it's 4 episodes.
It's
Well, I
4
saw.
episodes, yeah.
Paul was the first one to text me about it, and I'm like, I'm here for this.
Yeah, I'm very hesitant on how that's going to go because it's like Disney is technically kind of behind it, and I mean, if they're smart, they'll kind of stay away from it. If it's still the same people who worked on the original show, they'll let them.
It is.
Okay,
is.
well, if it is, then let them cook and let them do their thing.
Yeah,
I'm either
it's just a 40-year anniversary for Hal and Lois. So
okay.
I can understand why that's only 4 episodes. You don't need to
Right.
do something super massive with that.
To be honest, I think I watched the show for like the first couple of seasons and I fell off. But I would watch things every now and again. But when they announced that, I was like, oh god, they're doing this again. And then it was like, oh, it's only 4? Oh, that's cool. That's like a movie. It's like a movie.
It's not like a limited run. Let's catch up with the characters, see where everybody's at, and move on.
Yeah,
we're not going to try.
I don't know how you bring in the Masterson brother or the younger one that played Dewey, because they're both like, they don't act, as far as I know, like they're done.
Really?
I don't know what happened with Reese.
We talked about it. Paul, we talked about Dewey. We don't. Neither of us thought that Dewey's coming back.
No. The Masterson older brother. That's what I was surprised, but I thought he was still doing stuff, just not.
He might be. I don't know for sure. You could easily just cast anyone as the youngest brother, Jamie, because Jamie was a baby by the time the show ended, or rather, he was like a toddler. So he could probably be like a teenager or something by the time this happens. I would have to imagine it's probably going to primarily focus on Frankie Muniz and Bryan Cranston and God damn it, what is the mom's
Jane.
But I call her Lois. No matter what, pretty much. So,
Jane,
but
character's name,
Kazmat Kras, something.
I can never pronounce the name. She never got an Emmy for that performance, and
she fucking deserved it.
Yeah. As one of the best sitcom parents ever, just in terms of like acting range. But it's funny because I'm most curious in that group to see where Reese and Dewey ended up, because Reese is like the dumbest guy on the planet. Yet he's like he's like his every one of them is a prodigy in one way or the other, and Reese was cooking, and then Dewey was just, I think, a musician prodigy or something. But Dewey, I think, would have gotten by pretty well in how he is and how he takes to life as the show evolved. So Dewey fascinates me where he'd be. And Reese, I don't know. Reese will either be in a good position or he'll be in the worst position ever. And I don't know. Like there's a lot of endless possibilities that they could do.
I'm pretty sure
My guess is,
I wonder if Francis died or if like he's like still in military school.
No.
My
guess is Francis has probably got a family of his own. Malcolm probably has a family of his own. Reese probably managed to become a billionaire by dumb luck in the case of like Elon Musk. And then you've also got like Dewey, who's probably like superbly smart in his own way and just totally well off. They're probably going to like Michelle Dewey like they did in Fuller House, where they just mention Dewey but they don't have him show up.
That's what I'm kind of wondering too, like how are they going to end up like Michelling, because that was always like a thing where it's like, and I remember that first episode of Fuller House where they were just they kind of made the joke, looked at the camera
and
like,
then I'll look at the camera, very sitcom, sitcom.
So, but for the most part, I was not really big. I like I said, I watched the first couple seasons, fell off, watched things, but I never saw how that all ended up, and I was just like,
but you know what I think they should do? Here's what I think they should do. Okay, do you guys remember? I don't know where this was. I think it was a sketch where Bryan Cranston wakes up in a bed and he's next to the Lois actor.
Yeah, it's an alternate ending of Breaking Bad. It's a
deleted scene of Breaking Bad.
I think that's where I think that's where the premiere should start off. Like
that could be something. Yeah,
I would not be shocked if there's like a nod to Breaking Bad.
Oh, there's going to be.
100% has to be.
The fact that Breaking Bad did it, now it's gotta.
They gotta do it. Yeah.
Breaking Bad, I think, just did that for like an extra on the DVDs and stuff because they were selling very well. But that itself is a callback to Newhart. Bob Newhart show, because he had a related show where he was a shrink, different characters, and then you find out all of Newhart was a dream and stuff like that. Yep. So, but
that was it was funny too, because he was like crying. He's like, I was like cooking meth, and I had a partner that kept saying "bitch," and it's just like it was.
So there was a Better Call Saul cameo on this week's episode of Skeleton Crew. Funny enough.
Oh, that's cool.
No shit.
Yeah. Right. So the lady who plays Betsy Kettleman in the first and sixth season of Better Call Saul, she plays the hotelier to the planet the kids end up on this week. When I saw her, I was like, I fucking know you. I know you from somewhere. And then I Googled the actress because she was posting about it on Threads. And then I looked through her shit and I was like, oh my God, she was Mrs. Kettleman on Better Call Saul. How about that? So that was pretty cool.
Better Call Saul, in my opinion, is like it is a great companion piece to Breaking Bad.
I agree.
Yeah. In some ways I like it more than Breaking Bad, and in other ways it's just a very different beast. But like it's it's really, really good. And I even like El Camino, like Jesse's epilogue.
Yeah, the movie.
Oh, that movie's so dope.
Dude, that Mexican standoff they have in that movie. Man.
Boy.
Yeah, that was a good thing.
Oh,
really good.
I just really like Paul, because we were talking about this. I want to kind of see what everyone else's thoughts were on. Do you guys think it's going to be on Disney Plus or on like something like Hulu?
It's gonna for sure be on Disney Plus. I think.
Yeah, they announced it.
Okay.
Everything's merged.
Well,
into
no matter
Disney
what,
Plus these days. So
yeah, at this point, it's gonna kind of merge. I mean, it's kind of weird now. Like, I wonder if we'll ever get that Lizzie McGuire series that was knocked because Disney.
No. I mean, unless Disney goes back on a few things, but I think it's just done because they basically had their opportunity to do it.
Hilary Duff.
Hilary Duff was down to do it.
Yeah, wrong Disney.
Montana.
Yeah.
Yes. No, I was saying, but yeah, Hilary Duff wanted to do it, but she wanted it to be more adult. And Disney didn't want to do that.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
Yeah, which I was thinking something like Hulu could do
that didn't mean she was gonna go around like showing off skin or something. Like it was
right.
It was more about the fact that she wanted to touch upon LGBT issues.
Don't kill my dreams, okay? Jeez.
Well, Lindsay Lohan.
I'm killing
the Friday movie, so there's that.
Yeah, she's doing another one with Jamie Lee Curtis, right?
That's right. Yeah. And Manny Jacinto's in it too as her husband. Yeah.
Yeah. I know it's a terrible premise, but I do find the Lindsay Lohan Parent Trap a guilty pleasure. Like,
oh yeah,
I don't know.
I couldn't agree with you more. That movie is it's. I remember watching it as a kid and just being like, wow, this is not great, but I love it.
Yeah,
even then I was like, this isn't great, but I like it.
It's just a feel good movie. I can't explain it. Like it's just I don't know.
No, Paul, there's nothing to feel ashamed of. It's a good fun film, and maybe that's what we need right now. We need to go back to a time where we could actually just enjoy film and not be so cynical like we are right now.
Well, to be fair, I got that same feeling from Sonic. Funny enough, both films feature the same one of the leads acting opposite themselves. So there's that.
Yeah. I liked Sonic 3 just fine. I think I might have liked 2 more because I felt it was a little bit more concentrated, or it was a little bit more like it was better paced. The third one I felt was trying to do a little bit too much. And now I'm not a hardcore Sonic fan. Like I like the games and stuff, but I don't know the lore like other people do. And I had fans in the theater, and they were reacting to stuff that I felt I should have been reacting more to.
That mid-credit scene, holy shit.
Well, yeah, the mid-credit and end credit were great. I liked those. But I'm saying, like, in the actual movie as it was going and them sharing powers and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, okay. Like,
okay, so that's indeed a thing. Like, the whole Sonic and Shadow sharing the Chaos Emerald power.
I figured.
That is for sure a fucking thing. Like, it's funny you mentioned that, because when they showed Shadow at the end of 2, I immediately knew in the back of my mind, I was like, oh, they're going to do Gold Sonic and White Shadow in the next movie. And then sure enough, that's exactly what happens in the third film. And I was like, okay, called it.
Wasted opportunity if they didn't.
Exactly. Exactly.
The film seemed to be very fan servicey, but like in a good way, like where like fans have the checkbox of what they hope to see, and they usually end up getting it. Like I'm still amazed that we got in 2 the giant Robotnik, like Megazord figure. Like I thought that was great. I was laughing the whole time that was up on screen.
So, I agree that it felt very
locations too.
Did you catch the Green Hills theme on the piano?
No.
Are we talking in 3?
In 3.
Yeah,
I think so.
Okay, so there's
Junkie XL did a great job with this 3.
Yes, he did.
Yeah,
he's always a phenomenal job. With
so in there's a moment in the film where it's James Marsden and his I forget the wife's name. It's they're together in the house. It's when the 3 are off, but they're like baking donuts or something, and like you hear it in the background. Like there is the Green Hill Zone theme on piano. It's very subtle. Yeah,
I love that.
I mean, I agree with that. It was kind of fan servicey, but at the same time, I feel like at this point, it's so earned in this franchise. Like, they're able to tell like such a good story, and this one definitely like felt like the most lore heavy, and all these other things where they were really just kind of like our theater was going nuts. Like,
I mean, they basically did Sonic Adventure 2 in live action. That's pretty much what they did.
Yeah, they did a great job. I think it was also probably my favorite Jim Carrey performance of the three.
Well, he's
obviously
double duty.
he gets more time and stuff, of course. But it just harkens back to like when he did that stuff, like unfortunate events and stuff where he was playing multiple characters and doing that. So I
love the fact that they
commented
really cool about that. They're like, it's almost like they have the same actor playing this thing, and they look at the camera as a wink. Dude, my dad started busting up, and I was laughing too, but it hit my dad like.
I'm
like
sorry, the laser dance.
Yeah.
I was damn near on the floor.
There was
the laser dance.
The only time I legitimately laughed out loud was when they took a shot at Green Lantern.
Yeah.
That was the one time I legitimately laughed out loud. I did not expect Jim Carrey to make a Green Lantern joke in Sonic 3. I was laughing my fucking ass off. That shit was so funny. Oh man,
that was good.
Yeah,
and then
he probably improvised that too. So
and also just to top it off, like seeing the Superman trailer on a big ass screen like that was pretty fucking cool too.
That was cool too to see that. Yeah.
Well, speaking of Green Lantern jokes, I'm sure Lip will appreciate this one. From Boost to Gold. If I can.
Is this from Absolute All In?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've read this. Guy Gardner said, Yep.
I mean, I kind of figured that was common knowledge at this point, but
Unzoomy.
Well, apparently, according to a certain old DC Comics artist, apparently Guy Gardner in the new movie looks horrendous and is an abomination. But no one should pay the fuck attention to what that guy has to say. So.
I mean, he's based off Kevin Maguire art and the Kevin. I mean, I like the idea of the Justice League International comic, but yeah, the art's a bit rough, like honestly, in that book. Like, but it's kind of meant to be because it's kind of the book.
It's the era.
Yeah, it's the era of the time, basically. But yeah, I've never been a fan of. I mean, I like Guy Gardner as a character, but more in the sense of when he's in the Green Lantern Corps books and he's always like a supporting character. I don't know how to feel about him being in the Superman movie, but knowing how James Gunn is, like, yeah, it would make sense that he would go for like this, even a C-list Green Lantern in a, like using that character. But yeah, I mean, Guy Gardner has always had bad hair choices, and his uniform is tacky as fuck. Like even with the Green Lantern stuff, like it's always yeah. Now if James Gunn has him doing like the '90s Warrior stuff, I don't even know where I'm going to be at that point. I'm going to be like, okay, man, like I hope it works out. Like good luck, like that's pretty much where I'm at with that. So, but yeah, I mean. It does look terrible. I don't disagree, but it is intentional.
Kind of supposed to be.
Intentionally terrible.
Right. It's intentionally terrible. Right.
Yeah. And I'll be honest, like I think he's gonna be a dick, and I'm sure.
Of course.
I know Phil has mentioned like he's probably gonna where Gunn's gonna use his comedy for and stuff. At the same time, that shot in that trailer, he looks like pretty serious, like coming for Superman or about to talk to him or angry with him. Something. Like
that's what I'm kind of curious about when it comes to that trailer. Is like what is happening there, because you see Superman looking at the panel of like Stag Industries something, and it's almost like I think we know that Lex Luthor and maybe they're working with when it comes to these.
I don't remember where I read it, but I remember reading in passing that in this world, Superman has friends that are also heroes, but they're not on the same league.
Yeah,
I mean, like they're not on the same team. And I feel like it's probably Guy and Mr. Terrific and probably Hawkgirl to some extent.
Well,
yeah, they're all part of Max Lord's team, whatever they're called.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
But even you look at the trailer where he's coming in and he just guys just all the people are shouting at Superman and said, "Shut up." And I don't think he's going to give Superman a pep talk. I think he's probably going to dress him down a bit because Superman's feeling
probably going to be like grow some balls kind of thing.
No, well, I don't even know if at that extent it's
okay.
It almost would be no. I mean, I appreciate that, but it was more of the in the sense of like he's done something wrong. Like he messed up. So he messed up.
Right. It seemed like he was angry with him in some sense. Like
yeah, but I mean, you look at it if we're to believe trailers, as we always should, right? But if always. How he's looking down on himself, if it's coming in from the guy throwing something at him, he goes into this just to get away from people. Guy Gardner's not necessarily the one. If he's going to give a pep talk, it's going to be like, to your point, Dave.
Balls.
It's going to be very Guy Gardner. It's going to be dickish.
It's going to be Guy Gardner-esque, but it's almost like, dude, what happened out there? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think Guy Gardner is going to be like a complete joke throughout his entire time in the DC. I think it's something like where like there's like going to be a redemptive story at some point, because that's the thing. Like, at least
I don't know. Peacemaker's kind of a joke, so.
Yeah,
but Guy Gardner's biggest thing is that he has the biggest chip on his shoulder because when he found out he should have been chosen over Hal, that's always been his biggest chip on his shoulder.
Yeah, you know
when he gets the ring, he'll forever still have that he.
I just don't think that's gonna be his main shtick this entire time. I feel like by the time we get to like let's say chapter 2 or 3, I'm sure that there's gonna be some, growth there. Because the thing is that you don't. I know everyone has their feelings on Nathan Fillion, but like Nathan Fillion is like one of the most charismatic actors I've seen.
Yeah, he's a great actor.
Again,
he is.
So again, I think they will lean to it eventually, where he's kind of like half douche, half nice, maybe 70 douche, 30% nice. So I just don't think he's going to be the bottom of the joke the entire time.
Yeah. The best stuff to come out of Guy Gardner that at least I know of, and I'm talking more like modern era, like 2000s onward, is his being featured in the Jeff Johns run, where I think in that run he became a Red Lantern, which was really fascinating for a while.
Yeah.
But I do recommend, if you guys read the Rebirth era, and I don't mean the Jeff Johns, I mean like literally when they were doing DC Rebirth.
Yeah.
Across everything, they did it where they had Simon Baz and Jessica Cruz on Earth, and everybody else and Hal was Hal Jordan in the Green Lantern Corps, and that was a good run. Robert Venditti did that. Yeah, it was like 50 issues, but in that Guy Gardner is the guy with the chip on his shoulder, but he's basically like, he's a dick, but he's basically like the tank of the Corps, and he helps keep everybody in line. And he basically is like, because the Yellow Lanterns and Green Lanterns have to team up at some point, and he challenges one of the other ones to like a fighting contest, like without rings, and he like does pretty well. Like like I enjoy seeing that aspect of him, as opposed to just being the guy that gets punched by Batman in the face all the time.
I mean,
everybody's just what I want. That's what I want.
I want to see that, but like, yeah.
Sorry, even with Johns with Rebirth, he reestablishes Guy to a really prestigious position. Like, he's the head of the honor guard, the royal guard of the Guardians. Like,
yeah, that's right. Yeah,
and so that kind of leads to what you're saying with what Venditti does. Like, he's like Kilowog. He's the lead enforcer of there, because he really is. When it comes down to it, like, Guy likes a good fight. He's got the bar on Oa. He loves a good fight.
Mm-hmm. Did I ever tell you that? Did I ever tell you guys that I actually got thrown out of a comic book store once because of my Green Lantern beliefs related to Jeff Johns? I was like 17. I just started reading comics, and like they were these older guys at the front of the desk talking about Green Lantern and so on. And I came up and I started talking about Jeff Johns Green Lantern stuff like that. And I'm like, but yeah, he like Jeff Johns like created the Green Lanterns, right? And they gave me this like these looks. They're like, kid, what the fuck are you saying? And I'm like,
yeah.
Didn't he? They're like, no, he kind of fixed it. Like, he kind of fixed the Green Lantern mythology. But I'm like, so he created the modern era of Green Lantern, and the owner just like, get out. I'm like,
yeah.
But I want to buy.
I'm not going to hear this. Yeah.
Yeah. And he threw me off, and I'm like,
the best way to look at it, and again, I don't like Jeff Johns as a person, but you do have to talk about his contribution to the books and everything. But yeah, like Green Lantern, his Green Lantern run is his swan song. I mean, he took things that were low hanging fruit and things that were left out by years and years of the Green Lantern lore. Because the thing with the Green Lantern comics was that the lore was always fascinating, but the books were never the best written. It was just always really fascinating. Yeah, and so he just took what was already kind of there. And then once he did the color spectrum and made that like all, and again, some of that was already pre-established, like Star Starfire, Black Hand, obviously Sinestro, stuff like that. I think he came up with like the blue and the.
Who was Black Hand again? Sorry,
Blackest Night.
Yeah, Blackest Night. And then of course he came up with like the White Lanterns, and so yeah, so he expanded everything and did that. And I think even the Red Lanterns were already established. I think, unless no, I think he might have created that too. But yeah, like he expanded on everything and made it like he took the lore that was already working and then made like this whole mythology out of it. And you have so many of like the Lantern Wars, Blackest Night, Brightest Day, all that stuff.
Sinestro Corps War, yeah.
So I mean,
essentially, he created the modern era.
Well, he expanded.
Yeah, he expanded a lot of it. He expanded on and yeah, that's what I would say.
And he gave real canonical reasons for why each of our main lanterns, our Earth-based lanterns, constructs are the way they are.
Right.
And on top of that, his biggest claim to fame too, on top of all of that, was that he basically he redeemed the character of Hal Jordan, because one of the biggest controversies in the 90s, because they wanted new blood, they made Hal Jordan go fucking, because he gets wiped out.
Yep.
But he invented like parallax, and then the yellow and why yellow affects them and everything, and how it corrupted Hal and made Hal like a redeemable character again.
It's so funny you bring it too, because like there's Green Lantern Rebirth that him and the artist who shall not be named made, and that book is heralded as like really good. And then there's Flash Rebirth, which everyone just fucking hates.
Hey, now I know.
The thing is, I've read Flash Rebirth, and I don't hate it, but I understand why people do, because the difference is that basically Hal Jordan needed to be redeemed and needed to come back in that way for that book and for those characters. Barry Allen had the best out for a character ever in DC lore with Crisis on Infinite Earths. He did not need to come back, and Wally West was already
for the fuck of it, right?
Well, because particularly Jeff loves the Silver Age and loved Barry Allen and loved Hal Jordan, and they were a pair, so he wanted to bring Barry back as well.
Which is funny because Jeff Johns has one of the best Wally runs of all time.
Yeah, I mean, he did a very good
second to Mark Wade. Second to Mark Wade.
Yeah, second to Mark Wade. That's why I said one of the best. That's why I said one of the best.
There you go.
But I've said to you guys many times, I still am under the belief that like there's two Jeff Johns, like a Prestige, where there's one who's writing the comic books and then one who's working on films. You know, like
but working.
There's also the guy who did. There's also Jeff Johns in television, which I think that's where he thrived more than he did in film.
Yeah, but again, he was still keeping to an aesthetic. And again, I love the first season of The Flash. I think there was a good balance of that aspect of the comic books where there was a lightness and brevity to it, but there was also a lot of dark undertones and fucked up aspects of the lore, because Reverse Flash is a messed up fucking character.
Well, he's the pettiest character I have ever seen in the whole Arrowverse. It is beyond funny. Like the petty.
It was me, Barry.
There is no more evil character in DC canon than Eobard Thawne. Straight up.
I was gonna say like it's not just in the Arrowverse and the Flash.
He is by and far the most narcissistic, twisted, fucked up villain ever, because he's just straight up like, no, fuck that. I want to fuck with Barry Allen. I want to make his life living fucking hell.
Right.
If you told me who do you think is more evil between the Joker and the Reverse Flash, I honestly couldn't tell you.
They are
that even.
I was about to say he's kind of comparable in the Joker in that sense of that, like he's just out to fuck with and give his main antagonist a hard time.
He just wants to watch the world.
The funny thing about
he just wants to watch the world burn.
The funny thing is like
Eobard just wants Barry to burn.
The funny thing is like the Reverse Flash also has like the easiest return in comics ever, whereas the Joker, you consistently have to try and find a reason to bring him back. The Reverse Flash has the nature of being a paradoxical character, meaning it doesn't fucking matter. He comes back no matter what. His inception is eternal. No matter what happens, there will always be a Reverse Flash.
If they ever did a Reverse Flash like monthly comic, I would so like.
I'd be terrified to read like what he'd be doing though.
Seriously, right?
Well, see, like the Joker is interesting, right? Because the Joker
Chris is getting comics. Let's see what he's gonna pick out.
So Chris will probably find something really cool. But yeah, the Joker is pretty much blatant and in your face. He will play a joke on you, and then he'll shoot you, and then like he's pretty much he'll let you know that he's behind things.
Yep.
Eobard is almost more terrifying because one, you never know when he's going to return or when he comes back, and more often than not, he will do something in the past and fuck with you, and then because of how Barry and Wally they'll try and figure out what happened, and then they'll find out that it was Eobard, and then Eobard laughs about it once they find out, and that's terrifying to know that someone can fuck with time and fuck with your life, and you only really find out until years and years later. Like that's to me almost more terrifying than the Joker.
I remember one of my favorite arcs in the show was like this was where like he really got like I'm like okay wow like people didn't think he was petty then he's petty now. Is he goes back in time at some point where like essentially he becomes the Flash and Barry becomes Reverse Flash. And Barry Eobard marries Iris and everything, and it's just kind of like oh my god. Like I love that like Eobard is just like I don't give two shits how petty I will come up or how like shallow I am. I will fuck with your mind till you give up.
Yeah. Eobard Thawne is hands down
till it breaks one of
but Eobard Thawne is without question like one of the most dastardly evilish characters in DC Comics.
Well, and I think one of the best storylines for
Sorry, go ahead.
One of the best storylines from the comics with Wade is the return of Barry Allen.
Yes,
like Eobard pulls off one of the like just outright destroys Wally in what he thinks is his return.
Yep, and it's even the basis for season 1 of The Flash, more or less.
Yep,
in a way. In
That's
a
why
way.
I do love season 1. Season 1 and 2 of The Flash are
great.
They're great.
Yeah.
They are great.
Season,
and I would even say season 1 of Arrow is also great.
I give season 2 a slight edge, only because I think Hunter Zolomon as Zoom is just so fucking terrifying in his own way. But the Reverse Flash is also just as wicked.
I just remembered I remember like at the Comic-Con where they hadn't started filming season 2 yet, and this is why don't do Comic-Con before you start filming your new season. Do it like flip it a little bit. But like they were showing us like a trailer for season 2 where like we see like a blue streak running through the city, and it's all like Zoom is coming, and they were kind of describing it as almost like a symbiote demonic figure, and I'm kind of like, how are you gonna do that on television? And then we see in season 2, and I'm like, holy fuck, because Zoom for me is always just he just wears the same costume as Eobard. So like I love the fact that the Flash show at least like differentiate him enough to the point where
they had to change his appearance. I remember I got a little confused when I was like, wait, what? Isn't he supposed to? And it's like
Dave, you get confused very easily.
I do. I very much.
Also, like that they went out of their way to like show that Hunter Zolomon was a very dark version of Barry Allen from another Earth too. That was pretty ingenious.
Like even like the the flashback episode
Emo
of
Barry.
Hunter's. Wait, what?
Emo Barry, right? Didn't they have Emo Barry?
No, that's
season
something
3.
That was season 3, right?
Yeah, that's season 3.
I fell off that.
But yeah, what they show was like Hunter's backstory where like I think his dad was like in the military, and that's how they explain like the J.K. costume on that world because he has a uniform, and like he kills his mom in front of him. Like that's the twist. Like his dad actually did kill his mom, and Hunter was never he never had the West family to take care of him. So it was
he was locked inside Iron Heights, their version of Iron Heights, and he was going to be put to death, and that's when he got his powers, and then he presumably killed everyone that was there. Hence,
and that's one of the concepts I liked because they were like on Earth too, like serial killers were apparently like very rare. Like it wasn't like as common as it is in our world. So like I'm
unless you're in Gotham.
Unless you're in Gotham, but yeah, that's why I'm excited for whenever we do visit the Flash mythology in James Gunn's DCU. Like I'm interested to see how they're gonna approach not just who's gonna be the main Flash or whatever, but like kind of like the entire mythology. Like let's see Jay Garrick on the big screen now finally after all these years.
It would be pretty cool. I mean, we kind of did in the Flash movie, but I know
we don't talk about
that. We know with Creature Commandos, Gunn said as far as like in that vision of
it was actually the showrunner.
It was Dean Lorey. It was Dean Lorey.
Yeah, but James Gunn did respond to somebody like and he said like development for Flash is kind of
I wonder whose fault that is.
It was in response to someone asking about how Clayface got greenlit as opposed to something like Wonder Woman or Flash, and James Gunn said, well, Mike Flanagan had a great script, so we greenlit it. And as far as the Flash goes, we're still waiting on a beat on development. And I think that when it comes to characters like Flash and Aquaman specifically, he's going to hold off on doing anything with them, if anything at all, because number one, actually the point kind of goes twofold. In 2023, both the Flash TV show and the Flash film, like Flash TV ended and then the movie happened. So what they do, they can't really do much of anything at all with the Flash because of that. I think that kind of puts you in a position to be like, okay, we've had enough Flash for like the last decade, and this movie came out after being in development hell for so long. Let's just kind of take a breather with it. Honestly, I think at best the best thing you probably could do is if Wally is the Flash of this world and James Gunn is a fan of legacy characters. I think if the Teen Titans film does happen and it does get greenlit before a lot of this other stuff, I feel like Wally could show up there as like a supporting previous Titan character. Yeah. That's kind of my guess. But yeah,
I kind of want Teen Titans to be like a period piece where like we kind of see like the story of the original Teen Titans, and then like we kind of see in present time where they're at. No, it was interesting because I interviewed
what's the Robin go F Batman?
You know what? That was that was a sexiest line in that whole trailer. And when I talked to Mark Waid last year, because I asked him, like, listen, as like a father of the Flash for all the work you've done and so on, what do you think they should do when it comes to like focusing on Flash and DCU? And he was kind of like, well, I know this might be controversial because of my own history, but I think you have to start with Barry before you can get to Wally, because if people want to have an investment in this whole legacy, like you can't just start like in the middle and being like, well, why are we supposed to care about Wally's path? I'm paraphrasing now, but like it's up on the DC podcast YouTube channel if you want to go check it out. But basically, like, you have to start with Barry and build to the point where like where eventually he does go away so that Wally can take him on. And I kind of agree, like, and the thing is, like, we could have them all at the same time. I don't understand why there's this need of like, let's only have one. Like, we could have
No Way Home. Come on.
I think. I mean, I guess you could, like I said, but I think as we're starting, because like for me, it feels like very much too a very big inspiration for Gunn in all of this is the animated series. I mean, if you look at the animated series Justice League, he's basically pulling together that animated series Justice. We're seeing John Stewart, we're seeing Hawkgirl, we're seeing
I better get my shit. I gotta get my romantic shit.
Which I'm all for and stuff, but I think at the same time, like he can very much bring in Barry Allen, because like we said, we're starting kind of in the middle of this universe. Superman's around, all these heroes are
Hal
around.
Jordan has been a seasoned Green Lantern for some time too.
Right.
Who's to say that if Barry Allen is around, he's probably maybe semi-retired.
Yeah.
Maybe him and Iris decided to settle down and he left all the Flash duties to Wally.
Would not be surprised if that's the way it
Or
goes.
maybe they're all off doing like their flashing in different time. Maybe not. They shut up. But maybe like they're just doing. They're doing. So someone is on the east part of the world. Someone is on the west part of the world. Something like that. Again, there's no reason why we can't have them all at the same time.
Yeah. As far as I know,
the fans are going to get really confused.
I want to see that immediately. We need to very slowly
let it breathe. Let things breathe.
As far as I know, once they brought in the comic books, they brought back Wally West in the DC Rebirth #1, and and because I think that was also like Jeff Johns trying to balance that out basically, but then Wally got treated still pretty terribly because Dan DiDio was also not a huge fan of legacy characters, so that was a thing for a while. And then once Dan DiDio
left,
Dan
DiDio a fan of? That's the question.
I don't know, but
so there are reasons why certain writers would not work at DC, and that reason largely included Dan DiDio. And now that he's no longer there, people like Jason Aaron and others are
the one big standing out factor of that was Mark Waid, which is why he's handling all of the DC books now, because he's been a hardcore DC fan for a long time. But anyway, point being is that it doesn't shock me, because pretty much once Dan DiDio left, Tom Taylor comes in and does one of the best runs of Nightwing that's ever been done, pretty much. And then Wally was pretty much allowed to finally kind of breathe a little bit, and he came back and they finally reestablished. I think it was around the same time that Dan DiDio was being let go, but he basically came back, was reestablished. His wife and children remembered who he was, and then he was. I think he's in the Titans book as well.
Yes.
There's a great joke in there where they've reestablished the Titans Tower, and they're like, "Hey, where's Wally?" And I think either Cyborg or Dick go basically like, "Well, he's married with 2 children, so he's not going to be here stationed at the Titans Tower." Maybe for a sleepover, but other than that, no, I think we're good. So
it kind of becomes like a Batman. Father. Yeah, it kind of becomes like a Batman for the Teen Titans. When we need him, we we call him.
Remember, Batman's just a part-timer. He's gone on record about that.
Right, yeah. Exactly.
But Barry Allen, as far as I know, I don't know, because again, I haven't been keeping up with the Flash stuff, but basically, to my knowledge, they were establishing through Grant Morrison stuff and a few other things that there is a multiversal Justice League, pretty much, and Barry becomes part of that league because he can traverse through dimensions, and they have him trying to figure stuff out, see if there's issues, keep up with the monitors and whatnot, and try to keep an equilibrium, because as you guys know, in the DC universe, the multiverse is always in flux all the fucking time.
Right. Well, now what Darkseid did.
That's pretty cool. I like that a lot.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. But hey, I think it's great that Marvel, on one hand, is doing The Maker, making the new Ultimate Universe, which has spawned a terrific amount of great books, and Darkseid has created the Absolute Universe, which has created some fantastic books. I've fallen off a little bit, but Phil has told me that the Absolute Batman has been fucking just killing it, and from everything I've talked to for people at the store and from what I've seen online, the Absolute Wonder Woman is fucking killing it. And even Absolute Superman is doing its own unique thing and whatnot. But they're all they're just one after the other. And the Absolute Martian Manhunter looks to be not only a great artistic book, but a great written book too. So it's a new era.
Absolute Flash looks pretty cool too. Jeff Lemire looks like he's got something special going on with that.
I saw the I don't think it was leaked or anything, but they put it out there. But yeah, the design of the costume, and it looks Flash, but yet something very new too. So
I'm just fascinated by the concept Flash without the Speed Force. I was like, that's interesting.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yep.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's what it is. There is no.
That was my biggest red flag. Well, that was my biggest when I read the description. I'm like, I'm sorry, what now?
My knowledge of the Flash stuff, from what I have read and what was been retconned, the actual concept of the Speed Force did not come into play, I think, until Mark Waid. Because again, one of the pillars of Flash lore is Mark. But I'm trying to think. I think Jay Garrick, Wally, and Barry all use the Speed Force, but Jesse Quick and a few others use different things to tap into speed that's not necessarily related to
Jesse Quick taps into she does a formula that she taps into.
It's a formula she has to say.
And she learned it from her dad and
Max Mercury.
Max Mercury. I'm not sure. I feel like he is in the Speed Force, but yet he's not. I forget what his actual
he gets his powers from a Native American magic, basically.
Okay. All right. So but not the
as one does.
Yeah, and again, they leave it open enough where you could still retcon that, where it's tapping into the Speed Force yet not necessarily using the Speed Force. If that makes any sense, it's because
I get what you mean. I think that was essentially what they were gonna do in season 10 of the Flash, because they were gonna because Max Mercury was gonna be a big part of the final 2 seasons that Eric Wallace had planned, and that's what he kind of because he wanted to cast one of Native American ancestry, so he was kind of so I think that was kind of they're going to tap into that where but what something that predates the Speed Force but still kind of relates to the Speed Force at the same time. So hopefully again, just saying it to James Gunn, there you have so many Flash you can tap into, you can do so much, just not one. So hey, Batman is pretty fucked, isn't he?
Then we got Batman, who also has a lot of things to tap into too, but at the same time, it's okay.
Which Band-Aid do you want to rip off first?
Well, all
at once. Bam!
Let's do rock paper scissors for which Batman we go with first.
I know, right? Jeez, it almost
Take your
seems
pick.
But at the same time, it's the first thing that came
I'm not kidding. I never cared about rock paper scissors.
The Andy Muschietti thing where he talked about, which I don't even think that was much of a thing. It was just okay, there's not an actual set date for.
What did he say?
We don't even know who's writing that goddamn movie.
We don't even know anything
about
it. Really.
Wasn't it supposed to be the Christina Hudson or something?
No.
Yeah. No. She was doing.
No. God, I hope not.
Austin, please don't do this to me. Please don't do this to me. I don't. No more trauma. I don't want no more trauma.
As far as I know, she did not want to write that. She took on the Fast 11 job in favor of that. Which, frankly, I'm bullet dodged.
Maybe there was a point where maybe I don't know. But at the same time, it was like, okay, so and I saw people talk about that, like, wow, what's happening?
The only reason I say is because I remember, like, and I'll be honest, this was kind of on gun too. Like, there was a lot of hype before the Flash premiere and stuff, and then it was at the Flash premiere that they did.
The writing crew.
She's part of the writers' crew. She's part of that writers' room with Jeremy Slater and
that's
Tom
probably
King and a couple other people.
What do you mean, Jeremy Carver?
No, Jeremy Slater. Jeremy Carver is writing Waller, but as part of the DC Brain Trust, it is Jeremy Slater who wrote Moon Knight.
Who's Jeremy Slater?
He wrote Moon Knight.
Yeah.
As well as he did a pass on Fan 4-Stick before Josh Trank fucked up to high hell.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
Okay.
Can we at least talk positive? Because everything I keep seeing from First Steps looks cool. Like,
oh man.
We're talking about.
I'm excited for that movie. Yeah.
We're not talking about that. What are we talking about?
You missed the point. Paul doesn't give a shit about the DCU.
No, what I am sad about is the fact. Now, granted, what I hope is actually happening is that Matt is just taking his time and trying to make the best movie that he can.
And that's the band that we were bringing off first, apparently.
Yeah, and there's not like too many disagreements between him and Gunn and whatever the fuck they're doing, because I am getting the vibes that, like, maybe Matt is trying to do certain things, but the DCU plans keep interfering with that because they don't want to step on each other's toes. Maybe, I don't know, but like
even if, like, he even said in Happy Sad Confused, him even not thinking about bringing in Pattinson, he has to think about that. Like, it's always going to be something in the back of my mind. Can it happen? He'd be stupid not to think about it. The question is, does he have to do it?
Well, I'm not talking even merging into the DCU. I'm kind of beyond that. I'm talking more of like Matt Reeves.
Yeah, we live in reality. That's not a thing that's going to happen. I don't understand why people keep trying to peddle that bullshit.
It's more like Matt Reeves saying like, "Hey, I want to use Clayface," and then James Gunn going, "Ooh, I just greenlit a Clayface project with Mike Flanagan. That may kind of like, two different versions at the same time." I think Matt Reeves will be like, "We're doing Batmans at the same time." I don't know.
I think it's a little bit like that, but I also think that look at the way that Matt Reeves has been initiated into the DCU. He's basically shepherding pretty much everything Batman to an extent. Executive produced The Penguin. He is an executive producer on Clayface. He is executive producing the Dynamic Duo stuff. Clayface is DCU. We don't know the status of Dynamic Duo. He's also writing the Batman Part 2. And to your point, I don't think it's necessarily as crass as that. I'm not saying you're saying it's crass, but I'm just like, I think that if when you're doing two things at once, when you're doing Elseworld in a mainline continuity, and especially when they're in such a fledgling state that they are, whereas Matt Reeves is so far along with what he's doing, and now that we have a Clayface movie that is happening only because James Gunn he's all about creative freedom. Look, love or fucking hate the guy, he is for creative freedom and creative integrity, which is something that Warner Brothers lacked when they were oversighting DC.
Yeah.
But I think there is a little bit of, hey, what are your plans for these characters so we don't have any kind of serious overlap in terms of not only storytelling, but maybe even usage, which you kind of run into a problem that silos off characters from being utilized in other places. But at the same time, it's like, I don't necessarily know how true that is because, again, Matt Reeves has had his fingerprints on all things Batman since he's been working on the Batman franchise. I mean, he's in Cape Crusader as an executive producer, again, as all the other projects I just mentioned. But I would have to wonder, maybe it's not so much a James Gunn thing. Maybe it's a Matt Reeves going, okay, well, if you're going to do Clayface, and there were rumors swirling that Clayface was going to be in Batman Part 2, maybe now he's probably like, you know what? Maybe I should retool some shit. Because also, Matt Reeves is notoriously a tinkerer with his writing. He came on to the Batman in, I believe it was 2017, 2018, somewhere in there.
After walking away once from that process?
After walking away once. He did not finish and finalize his script, and even then, until February of 2020, and then what happened? COVID. What happened during COVID and the shutdowns, he continued to tinker with that fucking script. So...
And not only that, he talked about in interviews how he is one of those writers that it's very hard for him to kind of let go.
Not only that, like he will continue to fucking work on that script until every single main beat of what they need for production is going to get hammered out. And even then, he will probably tinker with dialogue until they're fucking shooting, because that's just the way Matt Reeves is operated, from what I can tell.
He's a perfectionist, essentially.
He is. Yes, he is. Yes.
We get into this problem with fandom in the sense of, like, one, we have a studio that keeps on pushing dates out into the public, and so when we get news like this where it gets pushed and push, it's just like, oh, there's something wrong. And then now you get rumors, if Scooper Matt is to be believed, like, oh, maybe there's some personal issue going on.
I saw somebody say, oh, is this the DC version of Blade? I'm like, don't say that.
It's not. And that's even more Chicken Little than anything else at that point. You know, it's one of those things, like Batman 2, whatever we're calling it, Batman Part 2, Batman, you know, whatever. It's going to happen. All right. Yep. Let's settle on that fact that let's stop asking James Gunn, because I made a joke in our network chat saying, hey, can we make sure someone ask James Gunn once a week, when are we getting to the Batman Part 2? Just because that seems to be now the weekly thing that someone asks him, and somehow he finds the need to answer that. It's going to happen. If he needs to take more time for either personal reasons or he wants to retool it, that's fine. Let's stop getting all bent out of shape. Like, yes, we're disappointed that we're going to have to wait like more years.
3 years now, yeah.
For this project. It's Batman. Guess what? You know how many Batman projects we've had in our lifetime?
Mm-hmm.
So many.
Look at the 2020s.
So many.
We got
look at you know, if we need to give Superman the limelight right now and let everything else, guess what? People are going to show up to see Batman. I don't think we need to worry about, you know, necessarily what's going to happen. I understand. Well, what about Robert Pattinson? He'll be fine. He'll be fine.
I think the only thing that might be a little bit of a thing too is that Reeves, you know, Pattinson's a part of Reeves' universe, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Pattinson has some interest of going like, yeah, I'd like to interact with the other characters, and those
I wouldn't be surprised.
It goes back to what I was saying. If Gunn is seriously considering it, and he said it so much on so is Happy Sad Confused that he had considered it. Right now, it's not necessarily in his goal to do something like that. And that's when people start, oh, it's conspiracy theories. He's backing off because they're trying to make it. Matt Reeves doesn't have anything of it. Let's just wait and see what's going on. Like, I'm of the belief, I really don't think Andy Muschietti is going to be directing Brave and the Bold. I don't.
I think a lot of people are showing that.
I think it's not. I just think they're going to probably go find someone else at that point.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know. James Wan was attached to Aquaman for quite some time before he actually made the movie. I will say that.
True.
But I feel like the longer it goes on for the Brave and the Bold, I feel the longer it's. I mean, because Andy even what was that thing that he had said out in an interview today that he was like, oh, I might do another film before Brave and the Bold.
Yeah, he's gonna do another film before he does Brave and the Bold.
Well, he's a director. He can go do what he wants.
Yeah, James Mangold made A Complete Unknown before he moved on to Star Wars and Swamp Thing.
Yeah. So
yeah. I'm of the mind as far as the DCU goes, like at this point, and I'm talking more just from the past of DC slates of movies and stuff like this. I mean, obviously the Batman 2 will probably happen. Obviously Penguin has shown its feet and whatnot, and its legs and all that and everything. But yeah, I'm gonna wait till see. I want to see Superman come out and just see how that does before I start even getting invested in that particular universe. Because if that movie doesn't work or that movie underperforms, I have a feeling a lot of the other projects are going to change course, or something is going to happen, or they might get rebranded or whatever. So I'm not going to even get invested in Brave and the Bold until I know that something is more solidified along the way. I don't want to get invested in something until I know that there's an actual track like down and laid and everything. Sure. But I know they're going to work on Supergirl. I know the Lantern. Is the Lantern stuff filming yet?
Lantern and Supergirl allegedly filmed around the same time.
The beginning of
just a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
a couple of weeks.
January. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so hopefully we're gonna see some. I will probably see some kind of. I don't know if we're gonna see like Chandler and Pierre and Pierre like in mocap costumes, or they're gonna be in normal attire. I'm sure they're gonna have.
I think they're gonna have physical costumes. No, actually, because you know what? Because I remember writing about it at Screen Rant. James Gunn already said that there won't be CGI costume for Green Lanterns.
Okay.
Okay. Interesting. I feel honestly like I mean, from a technical standpoint, I think a good mix would be okay. Like having how do you
the
say it? Like,
constructs will obviously have to be CGI because constructs are not real.
oh yeah, like them using the actual ring, obviously CGI. But like I mean in the sense of like maybe you have like the black costume, you have green on there, but then it's accentuated through CGI or something like that to make it glow more. Or
I would say there's probably gonna be a mixture.
What does that mean?
I think they're both going to have different costumes. I think Hal Jordan's going to have a different costume than Aaron Pierce.
Yeah,
that's what makes the Lanterns unique. They have one that fits their personality.
No, but when it
I
comes
also
to...
think we're not going to see too much of the costumes.
No. Maybe I
think towards the end we will see wherever they are filming towards the end of the season. I think we'll see costumes.
See, in my opinion, I think like I hope they actually release like, hey, show a shot of them and in the full thing, because I think it might be a balance between both. Like they'll be like, yeah, it's got to be a little CGI, but we have to have a physical costume where they're not just wearing the fucking mocap PJs. You know, like they might actually have
2011 anymore, Dave. It's on 2011.
Yeah, we don't need to. Yeah. And I'm just saying there might be like, okay, so they're going to be wearing like a certain part of the costume, but then there's going to be like, the mocap sensors on it. So then they could actually tweak it a little bit where it's like they don't have to tweak the entire thing and they could just have like parts of it. That's what I think. I think it's going to be a blend.
Well, if given the fact we have Damon Lindelof and involved, who again, I mean,
that helps.
Love the Watchmen TV show. I hope that maybe he got to bring over some of the people from Watchmen who made the costumes there, because they were pretty sick. When it comes to the Batman thing, this is what I just wanted to say about it. Like, I understand that like that. Yeah, right now they're not going to merge the universes. Will I be mad? Will I be mad if they do? I won't be mad. I don't think it will happen, but I won't be mad if it actually does happen. Like I think because. Again, because there has to be some, there's obviously creative reasons for like why they're having to delay the sequel, and I'm totally agree with Chris. Sorry, I need to stop saying Christopher. I'm so sorry, Chris. I agree with him that I don't think Andy's going to direct it either. I think he's going to walk away at some point. And like, honestly, I wouldn't mind a different filmmaker. I love Andy Muschietti. I love what he did with the It movies. The Flash, it really disappointed me, and I think that if the Batman, if Brave and the Bold isn't even on his radar in any sense of purpose, then I'm like, then yeah, it doesn't hurt to have a different filmmaker, like I don't mind it at all. But yeah, if I agree with what Austin said. I wouldn't be surprised if it's one of those things where Pattinson wants to be, he's kind of like, well, I wouldn't mind being part of the shared universe, and maybe that Matt Reeves is saying something, and I just don't think it's as impossible as everyone is making it out to be. But yeah, like right now, obviously, it's not it's not on the table. But as Chris mentioned, James has contemplated it, and so who knows? And there's probably also a reason why Matt Reeves is also so involved in so many Batman projects right now, because maybe they are like, if they are looking to integrate it, maybe Matt Reeves is like, well, if I integrate my Batman into your franchise, I need to be like, we need to be co-bosses on this, because this is my vision. I want, sure, if you want to fit into your rest of the universe, go for it. But at least, like, let me do what I'm trying to intend with this franchise.
I understand what you're saying, Andy, but I'm also going to be lining up more with Phil, only because I personally think trying to line the Batman universe with the DCU is not a good idea, because the Batman is an established universe, and the tone that they're setting with their things and their world, I don't think is gelling necessarily with what James Gunn is aiming for. Granted, different character, like Superman, obviously Metropolis is different than Gotham, but I think that Matt Reeves wants to focus on that and focus on his universe and not have it be integrated into something else. And I think if they force it, I think that they even if Pattinson is interested, they risk the chance of Matt Reeves walking away from the franchise,
I think
which I don't think would be a good idea.
If the universes come together, it will only be if Matt Reeves has agreed to it. I don't think it's gonna be anything where they're gonna force this or that or so. I don't think it's gonna get that hostile. Maybe during the DC films time, I could have seen that being more of a thing where they would actually force it, being the Walter Matthau being like, you gotta do what I say. Not that I think that Walter Matthau can get violent because he looks like a bitch. So, but for me, I just think that when it comes to the Pattinson universe, what's wrong, Dave?
What you said, more that he looks like a bitch. That's just
he
funny.
does look a bitch. He does look a bitch. But when it comes to the patterns of thinking, like I think if all the parties are in agreement and they're like, if Matt signs off of it, I could see it happen. But I understand right now it's not the plan. But I'm just saying I'm not like I don't think it's as impossible as maybe some as James has made it out to be before.
I don't think it's going to happen personally.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen either.
That's perfectly.
But I get what Andy's saying. Like, if everybody signs off on it, then fine. I mean, I won't personally like it, but I won't be like going, oh, I'm gonna fucking boycott or something like that. I'm just gonna be like, all right, well, let's see what happens.
You're gonna go back to the make the Black Flag movie #trenders.
Yeah. No, I mean it's one of those things where it's like it's disappointing, but at the same time, I'm just like, again, it's just like everybody relax. Let's not start pointing fingers. Obviously, there's going to be people that are pointing fingers. I've seen people point fingers at Matt Reeves, people point fingers at James Gunn, and I'm just kind of going like, hey, let's not quite do any of that right now because we don't know exactly what the logistics are. But of course,
what was the part that I saw that there was? I don't know if this was another Jeff Snyder thing, or if this was like actually from a trade. But like, what was the whole thing about it that it was expected to be a VFX heavy movie? Was that something that the Rat conjured up, or was that something that was mentioned somewhere
for Batman?
Yeah, the Batman Part 2. That
I saw that too. I think it was Snyder.
Yeah,
Snyder.
Yeah. But I mean, even me saying like I could see Andy dropping out. It has nothing to do with like what happened with the Flash or anything like that. It's just like I think at the point if he wants to start, it's not because he probably doesn't want to do the project, but if he says, it
was Deadline. It was Deadline who mentioned it. Sorry, but yeah, it was Deadline.
If he wants to do other things that he just feels like that passion. I mean, he's a great filmmaker. I would love to see him do Brave and the Bold. But if like he just says, I kind of want to do other things, time has gone long enough where I just don't have the same passion to do it. I'm going to do something else. And if we see the way the universe has the beginnings of this new DC universe has been done, this whole thing where James Gunn comes out and puts out a slate. We've seen what happens when Marvel does that. It's almost in the sense of, well, maybe we shouldn't have been, did James really want to put out that whole thing? Does that not kind of be like, maybe Big Zaz wanted to say, we need to put out something at that point. We need to do this. And it kind of strangleholds them in the idea, like we all said, there has been no date for Brave and the Bold. The way this universe is starting to shape out, I'm okay with it being super family focused a little bit, and having some offshoots of different other ones. Again,
and even that because we're starting with Creature Commandos. Like,
well, I mean, like in the sense of our two big movies that are going to be going in production. We've got Superman, and then we've got Supergirl getting ready to go into production next year. True. But nothing says that we have to have Batman right now. Like I think the fandom, in the sense that we've gotten used to the ideas of we get Batman, we get Superman, we get Wonder Woman.
I think
now we're doing something different, and it kind of like saying, well, wait a minute, where's Batman? Where's Wonder Woman?
I think to your point, and even to like quote a good friend of ours, Ray the Flightcast, like Batman fans are straight up fucking spoiled. Yeah. They always get something, whether it's an animated movie, whether it's a live action movie, whether it's a TV show you may fucking hate,
video
like
game,
Gotham or Gotham Knights, be it the TV show or the video game, take your pick. Like my point is
video game every day.
I'll pick the TV show. I think Batman fans are spoiled as fuck, and I say that as a Batman fan. Straight up. Batman fans, whenever there is a DC universe of any kind or whenever there's a Batman project, they want to see two things. They want to see Batman, and they want to see Batman interacting with fucking Superman and everyone else. It's usually what it boils down to more often.
Phil's right on the money right there, and it's kind of funny.
I want to see Superman go evil and then see Batman take him down.
That's the thing. It's like right now, I mean, there's so much. I mean, we're wrapping up 2024, and there's so much Superman hype with the ending of Superman and Lois, and everybody hyped up about that. And then we get the Superman trailer. It's like, holy shit. I mean, you don't really see this often where...
Also, the launch of a new Superman comic that is doing really well.
And we have, I mean, I could probably argue that people are kind of going like, "Oh, look at Superman, Ultimate Batman." But, anyways, as far as
you can love them all, Dave. You can love them all. Stop pitting them against each other.
I know, no, but at the same time, I'm just like, we have this kind of hype around Superman right now. A lot of Superman hype that's been happening in the past few months, to be honest. And then going into 2025, it's like, it is kind of, as a Batman fan, like more of a Batman fan than anything, it is kind of refreshing to be like, yeah, you know what? The dark guy, the guy who lives in the shadows, he could, he could take a little sidestep and just kind of relax a little bit.
I love that. That's a good art.
Oh, I didn't say.
I mean, it's exactly what I think Andy was kind of getting at. Like, I wish people had this mindset more.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's from what's his name, Alessandro, right? I think that's art. From
Alessandro. But Dave just loves the drama. He just loves pitting people against each other. So No, and that's why we're here. That's why we're here to check you. Then also, I want to say something to Chris. What he said before when it came to announcing the slate. This is probably also one of the reasons why they haven't announced all of chapter 1 yet, because that was one of the main points from that press event like last year, was that this is not the entire of chapter 1 that we've gotten. So,
well, I think like James Gunn was, when he got hired on everything, was like, okay, we have to get people starting to get excited about this. So then they were like, hey, we have this idea and this idea and this idea. But I love the fact, and I think he did that just because it was like, okay, we have to put it out there and let everybody know we have a plan. And they do have a plan, essentially. But I don't think the plan that James Gunn initially has is like, okay, we're not going to do the same thing where I came from Marvel Studios. And we're not going to just like go, okay, just because we say like, hey, we want to do this, we're not going to fully greenlight it until we're all looking at the script and going, holy shit, this is something good right here. We're not going to do like some half-ass shit. And when it comes to Batman Brave and the Bold, they haven't gotten that quite yet. And you get somebody like Mike Flanagan that comes in and goes, I've been thinking about this Clayface thing for a bit. Here you go. And they go, wow, you nailed it. This could be a good way to introduce our Batman as well, because there's no way that you don't have a Batman in there.
I don't.
Venom.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it could be that.
I think the only way you see Batman is you see like
a silhouette or a shadow.
There won't be a single actor. There will be. I never seen that before, especially in a finale.
Well, they didn't even clarify which Clayface it was in the recent episode of Creature Commandos. They did not clarify whether or not it was Basil Karlo or Matt Hagen. They just said it was Clayface.
And honestly, it really doesn't matter.
I mean, Well, doesn't it matter a little bit, because doesn't Basil is the one that we saw in
Not particularly, only because with the movie coming out, you can make it a little more definitive, whichever one they decide to go with.
Yeah.
You know what? I have an idea. Let's just put all of them in there.
Sure. Why not?
And might. And with the idea that I think people are also having trouble because of the Marvel effect is like James Gunn keeps on emphasizing this, like they're existing in this universe together. Doesn't mean everything automatically connects with each other. It's their own kind of story.
Yeah, there are no Infinity Stones.
And if it needs to connect, then it connects. If it doesn't, then it just exists. It just happens to be in the same universe.
And that's what I love too. It's like I love those little, and that's what I'm loving about Superman. It's like, okay, yeah, he exists in a world where heroes exist. They interact with him. And that's what Superman has to deal with. And cool. So then when we approach this world, it's like, yeah, it doesn't need to have, you have to watch this to set up this. No, it's just the fact that it's like, hey, we just know that they exist in this world. So yeah, we're going to see Nathan Fillion show up in Lanterns. And maybe in that time, he'd be like, yeah, I got a fucking haircut. And now he's got because I know Guy Gardner didn't always have the ball haircut. He's had
a fade.
He's had like a normal looking haircut. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens in the Lantern series. But Phil, I know you got to take off. You got plans.
I've got plans. Yeah, it's been fun, guys. Have a happy 2024. I will see you guys in 2025.
Yeah, Phil.
Yes.
Much love, gentlemen. It's always a blast.
Love you.
Chat with you guys.
Take care,
Much love. Take care.
XO.
Don't shit on that rat too hard without me, but take care.
All right, dude.
Happy New Year, man.
Much love, guys. Take care.
See ya. But yeah, I mean, I think that's what I like is what's unique about what James Gunn is doing is the fact that, and when people kept on saying, "Oh, we need like what's going on with Superman? We need something unique and different." I'm like, so you have that, and I always say like, well, that aspect that there's already other heroes that he's interacting with, that's part of it, for me. And then there was an edit that was going around that I posted where somebody edited the costume, which I know the costume. It took us. The edit was where they kind of
can you throw up on the screen, please?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now. This was the edit.
See how I said please. I was like courtesy and everything. I'm just like, can you please throw up on the screen, being like instead of throw it up.
The edit right here. So they took out all the lines, they took out the collar, and then they added the muscle definition to all of it. And I'm like, yeah, that looks cool, but at the same time, I'm like, it's not. I get what James Gunn was going for, I guess you could say. I mean, I don't know.
Where did they get that shot of his head?
Well, no, there's a promo shot of Corn Sweat that he's just standing there like that you have the normal shot. I didn't have the comparison, but
wait, are we sure it's not AI? Yeah,
it's not AI. There was like a promo shot that was released that it was like a GIF thing where he was Clark Kent and then it like spins around and then he's Superman and then he's just standing there. So that's what they took that out.
You bring up that shot. It reminds me of a discussion I had with a friend of mine a couple of days ago, talking about the trailer, and they're very excited, saying, "Oh, this Superman's not going to kill anyone. Like we're going back to the Christopher Reeve era." I says, "Wait a minute,
Christopher Reeve.
Wait a minute. You seem to forget Superman 2. I mean, he straight up murdered two people, and Lois killed the other one. You know, like
how convenient people forgot about that.
Forget that Christopher Reeve Superman also straight up kill people. So let's not say that's Superman doesn't kill.
No,
he's also petty. He's also very petty too, and I love it.
Even in Smallville, there were times when Clark was when he was under the influence of stuff where he almost killed people. He almost he almost killed Tess Mercer a few times.
That's the whole worry. That's the whole worry about Superman is like that he could easily do that. But when it comes to that shot right there, and I went nah, because I get it. Like in a perfect world, like you just have the suit that is the skin tight suit, whatever. But James Gunn was like, I want to do something different. Yeah. I don't want the suit to be
I don't want the skin tight suit anyway.
Yeah, he doesn't want he said it. He doesn't want it to be like it's a wet T-shirt and have the fake muscle padding and the outline.
No, if they want to have Clark in a wet T-shirt, I'm not going to complain.
Yeah, of course, and I'm sure but at the same time, it's just like, you don't have to have like, hey, do we have to have the added definition? He basically just wanted to be like, hey, I want to have a costume that just wraps around him, and that's what he wears. And I'm like, okay, cool. Yeah, I get it. Like when I still look at it, I'm like, it's growing on me because I'm liking what he's establishing when it comes to his world. That's the reason why I'm at it. But initially, you guys know, like, when I first saw it, I was with everybody else going, really? That's it? But at the same time, I'm like,
but that was a Snyder cult because you're talking.
What's that?
That was a Snyder cultist and you're talking. You're being deprogrammed now, Fi. You're being released.
No. It was just
it's a reaction. It's a first reaction.
Oh my god, take a joke, people. Take a fucking joke.
I know.
You take a joke. You take a joke.
I know. They still had that.
I love jokes.
They still had their hot poker from their fucking little fire and that they worship, and they were like poking me stuff. Don't do it yet. Don't say it yet. No. But I'm just saying, like, like I get where Gunn's going for, and I'm like, all right. So I've accepted that. Where I go, okay, I kind of like this costume in this world. It works for me. I've watched the trailer so many times. And I'm just kind of going like, yeah, it's ugly, but I kind of like it that it's ugly now. I'm just kind of like, I don't know. And I'm like, it's not like it's it's not painted on kind of thing.
But it's very much like you look at Alex Ross-Strong's at that point with how he draws Superman. It's not like he's not like chiseled in the sense he's built like a farm boy. He's built like someone who's worked on the farm. Yeah. I don't think anyone doubts. We've seen the workout videos that Corn Sweat did in preparation for the movie.
I don't know. Okay, to the people, to the dudes. It's always dudes. The same thing happened with.
It's always the dudes.
It's always dudes. Always the dudes. Come on.
No, Dave. You gotta do this.
Always the dudes. Why are the dudes doing this? No, but I'm just saying, like, it's always.
You do that so well. You do that.
But, like, the fact that it's like, I still have I had somebody today go like, yeah, he like, you know, they said that David Cornsweet took steroids for nothing. Obviously, you're talking about getting built for. Everybody's like talking about like, oh, it's like, he still has to fill out the suit and look big and intimidating. It's not like he has to be like full on chiseled in like 2.6% body fat.
Not everyone can be Henry Cavill, all right?
Yes.
Or
I mean,
Schwarzenegger,
not even Henry Cavill was like chiseled. Like,
let's all go back. Dave, go find that photo of when we first see him try on Reeves' suit. Like, that is not what we grew into.
That is not a flattering fucking image. Not at all.
That is Henry Cavill before he gets bulked up.
Did that image leak by any chance? Was that something that Henry?
No, the black and white.
Snyder.
Snyder put it out.
Not the black and white. I mean the one where he's in Christopher Reeve's costume.
Yeah, the black and white. There's a black and white.
Thank you, AJ, for the $10 super chat. I don't mind getting the DCU Batman before movie after 2028. Others need to shine, and the DCU needs to feel very lived in. Batman can take a break, honestly, flush out the universe. Just my opinion. That's a good opinion, AJ. You know, I think that's what.
Wait, did he mean flesh out the universe, or like what does flush out the universe?
Flesh out. You know, tomato. It's one of those things. I get what he's trying to say right there. You know, but at the same time, it's just like, yeah, he wants to, flesh out whatever. You know, but at the same time, I get what he's saying. He just like, hey, Batman could take a side seat this time because it's always reliant on Batman, you know, and everything, you know. So, thank you, AJ, again. But yeah, I see what he's saying. Yeah.
Dave, I know you were talking about it a little earlier before, but who does people here want to see direct Clayface?
I mean, you know what's kind of funny is like I saw somebody actually go Andy Muschietti should because he has the horror background. I was like, well, that'd be interesting if they actually did that.
I really won't. I mean, I know it's not gonna happen, but like I would kill to see Del Toro do it.
Well, yeah, I would actually want Del Toro to do a more Justice League Dark thing, which I know he tried to do in the past.
Clayface would be fun if you could.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of hope Mike Flanagan directs.
That's what I do too. That's why I can't. It's hard not to think. It's hard not for him to not to think that if he wrote it, direct it, because he writes and directs all his shit mostly.
Yeah, why wouldn't he direct this one? Because
that's why I'm kind of wondering.
The report was like, oh, they're searching for a director, but they didn't even mention like, did you offer it to him?
I have a feeling he's going to direct it. I
think maybe they're looking for maybe somebody because maybe he doesn't have time or something, and then it might come out that it's like, nah, I'll just do it. I don't know, but it feels weird that he wouldn't direct it. I can't imagine why if he wrote it. He's a great director, especially of his own work, you know, and stuff. So.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of interesting, but yeah, here's the black and white image that Snyder posted, which doesn't look bad, but I mean, goddamn, he looks so small right there. But it does look a little ridiculous. There was
like he looked pretty big to me, if you're asking me.
Yeah, but I love the fact because Zach is like, you know, really good at, you know, how his photography is. I love the fact that he has himself in the frame and the reflection in the mirror taking the picture, and that's what's so beautiful about this image is the fact that it's like you see Zach taking the photo. But I mean,
Zach gets to be a little Jimmy Olsen right there.
Pretty much. But there was that horrendous one. Let me see if I can find that one. He's just standing there and it just looks ridiculous. See, that one doesn't look that bad, but
no, now I'm afraid what you're going to show us.
Oh, Superman.
So I've seen some Nick Cage in the illuminated one.
Yeah, see, it's. I mean, let's face it. It was just like, what? Like, I mean, I remember when this got released, and it almost looked like it was like, that's not real. That's not real, right? That's really not real. And you know, because I think it was just like something from the production.
We need a trigger warning.
Look at that.
Ooh, yeah, that's another one. Yeah, I forgot about that one.
That was the one that it looks like he's going out. Like he should be
going out trick or treating.
Yes. He should be holding a bag or a fucking jack-o'-lantern bucket.
I mean, he could trick or treat.
Mom, I don't want to do this.
He could come to my door and trick or treat if he wants, and I would give him lots of treats.
But it was just kind of funny when they released that. It was like, oh, but what Snyder posted was a lot better because it was very artsy. Because Zach knows how to take a fucking picture for sure. But I mean, that's what they do. I mean, that's the thing. It's like you test out and all that kind of stuff, and you see what works, you see what doesn't. I mean, the whole thing when it comes to the trunks. I mean, there was revealed in the screen brief interview that they had with James Gunn. They talked about how James did talk to Zach about the Superman trunks.
Wait, whoa, hold on. I thought they hated each other and that they're more enemies.
They don't hate each other.
And that,
absolutely, they're lifelong enemies. Come on.
Yeah. Like Zach is gonna shave his head bald and be like, "I'm Lex Luthor now." And
and Zach on here a year ago was like, said James a buddy, and it was totally a lie. That he was a buddy, and we're not saying that
you paid Zach to say that he was buddies.
Oh yeah, I totally did that. Oh, I got accused to editing a clip like.
No, I was just kidding.
I know, but I got accused for editing the clip where it made it sound like that Zach was saying really nice things about James, and I was like, "Really, guys? Like, all I did was edit it quickly. He literally said that he's a buddy. I'm not saying that they have fucking conversations once a week or have dinner with each other once a week, but they respect. I mean, filmmakers respect filmmakers. That's why, like, when David Ayer finally came about and said, like, "Whoa." I kind of fucked up on some of the shit that I was doing when it came to campaigning for his version of Suicide Squad Air Cut.
Yeah, he
came out and then he started supporting James Gunn, and then all of a sudden, what happened? The fans dogpiled him and said,
"God forbid someone apologize for something and do a mea culpa, like genuinely
driving him off Twitter. It's like, dude." Guys,
I've seen controversial YouTubers do shitty apologies and get forgiven for that. Like, as opposed to, so when I saw that David posted it, I'm like, I was very harsh on him, but he got some of my respect back when I saw on up to it. I'm really sad that he had to deal with the toxicity and stuff like that. This is why I'm like, this is why I don't really feel interest anymore to support any of these like release cuts anymore, restore trends anymore and so on, because it's now just become fully toxic.
Yeah, it's gotten ridiculous.
So David left Twitter entirely.
He didn't leave Twitter entirely.
He didn't deactivate. No, he didn't deactivate. He
took like a break. He'll retweet things every now and again, but he took a break from campaigning for his movie, and he was like,
I don't think he's ever going to campaign for it ever again after seeing how nasty these people are.
Yeah, he just realized, like, oh shit, we did the campaign on the premiere of Creature Commandos.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, I didn't realize it, blah blah blah, and he was saying like that kind of stuff. And he goes, and there's supposed to be another campaign, like the same people were going to do a campaign for release the Air Cut when the Superman trailer was going to debut. And then he told them, let's not do that. But of course, they already had another campaign, which was Henry Cavill, deserves his ending and everything.
How well did it go for them? Did they get their thing?
I mean, he traded for a little bit, but at the same time, it's like, what are we doing here? Because I don't think Cavill's even waiting for all this stuff. He's got a lot of things that are already.
Cavill doesn't care anymore. He's kind of like he probably Henry Cavill would be disgusted seeing how somebody.
Well, he got embarrassed. I mean, him and Warner Brothers fucking clashed for a few years. I mean, from what I gathered, the information I got was there was like a lot of back and forth. They were clashing with each other because they didn't want to, like, he wanted to like take a certain approach. They didn't want to take that approach. Then he was asking for certain money. They didn't want to pay him the money. It was like there was a lot of things that went back and forth when it came to Cavill and that original regime that was, Hamada and Emmerich and all those guys. They did not want, any remnants. They were trying to get away from Snyder so much that they were just like pushing back against any kind of things that he was wanting to do or something like that. And then it was kind of funny because the demand was there. And then, Dwayne Johnson goes, Jesus Christ, I've been trying to get my movie going, and people want me to fight Superman. So who's the Superman going to be? And then they finally got him back, and it didn't work. It's like it didn't work for Black Adam, and it was like, it's like, yeah, it was great because we were happy. We're like, oh, Cavill's going to continue, sweet. And then it just went to shit. It just went to shit, and it was like, well, I mean, everything.
That's probably why it's good that the DC finally died, and we.
Well, that's why I can understand why James Gunn was like, hey, if I'm gonna do my thing, I'm just gonna do a different thing. And I'm like, yeah, I don't. And I've even asked.
I mean, I get it.
And I've even asked, like when I've seen like the back and forth, and I've seen people in my mentions, like especially Snyder fans, I'm like, would you actually want James Gunn to direct Henry Cavill in a Superman movie? They're like, fuck no, he shouldn't. I'm like, what are we doing here then?
But here's the other thing, Dave. They're still even upset of him directing at all.
Yeah.
Period.
They don't want James Gunn to exist. That's the problem.
You wouldn't want James Gunn to direct Henry Cavill in a Superman movie. So it's like you have so what are we doing? It's like, this is the thing. You didn't want James Gunn to direct Henry Cavill. So then James Gunn was like, yeah, I'm doing my own thing. Sorry, Cavill. That's not my bad. I didn't bring it back. I'm just not going to use you.
That's on Warner Bros. That's their fault.
That was I mean,
that's why I'm so happy we have these.
We got to remember, they brought back Cavill. And they said, like, hey,
under no contract. Under no contract.
Yeah, no contract. From what I heard, it was a promise of a contract. And then they totally were like, hey, Constantine 2 with Keanu Reeves also happening. Like, what the fuck? I mean, they were throwing things out there, like, hey, we are in shambles right now. We need winners. So they were like, Cavill, Keanu Reeves, there's your shit. And I don't blame DeLuca and Abdi for being like, hey, this is probably good ideas to bring Cavill back because people still want Cavill, and we've been waiting for a Superman movie with him, and people love Keanu Reeves, and they want a Constantine, and then they did that, and then all of a sudden they're like, well, we're going to do this other thing, and James Gunn was like, hey, I'm just going to start my own thing, and let's try to do something with that. I can't work with broken toys right now. I'm going to fucking just do it.
He did the right thing, just decided to do a new universe.
The things I brought, yeah.
He did the right thing.
The truth is the regime is a little bit different than it was, but realistically, the the dream I wanted, the thing I talked to you about, Dave, this was like at SnyderCon basically, was like I wanted, best of everything. I wanted there to be where you could have the Battison universe, you could have a Batfleck movie, you could have, Superman and Lois on TV, you could have Henry Cavill doing his thing. And at the time, I don't think we really knew that James Gunn was officially doing Superman at the time. But like, I don't know. But like, if that was the case, like whatever, like just go and do that. But the truth is, the studio as it is right now is bankrupt, is $50 billion in debt. Zaslav, in my opinion, is not the best thing for the company. I think, I'm talking separate from DC, just in general, talking about Warner Brothers. I think what's best for them is if they can get Zaslav out of there, because the way that Zaslav is running the show is that he is basically breaking this company down for parts and selling Batmobiles for $3 million a pop. Like, I mean, this type of practice is. Yeah, but this type of practice is just it's nuts. It's not helping anybody. I don't like James Gunn, but I think James Gunn is just trying to get his stuff off the ground and just trying to get his Superman movie. And frankly, like, I think it's going to get a mixed reception when it comes out, personally. And depending on how that goes, it's just going to lead one thing to the next. But personally, I would like to, and I'm talking in a perfect world, I would like to see the Snyderverse exist and be its own thing and be able to be wrapped up. And I'm talking in terms of fandom and closure and all that stuff. I can't speak for David Ayer. I can't speak for those fans and stuff like that. They want their closure. But like I've talked to you guys many times, I'm a fan of the David Ayer and the Snyder stuff, but at the same time, I'm not gung-ho crazy about, in the sense of like, harassing people online or whatever the case is. I just, I'll be supportive of it, but in the sense of like, I draw a line basically at the same time. However, as it stands right now, the company does not have the money or the resources to want to do that. And like I understand them wanting to say like let's go and give it to Netflix or give it to somebody else. I kind of wish they would, just because I think Warner Brothers would actually benefit from doing that, because they clearly can't do it themselves, even if they wanted to, because the money's no longer there. It's just not. Like, they're going to focus on the things that are hopefully going to sell. You know, I don't know I don't know about Creature Commandos. I haven't watching the show, so I can't comment on that personally. Gunn does seem to kind of be stroking his own projects because he has his hand in, but again, he's running DC Studios, so he is, you know, has his hands on a lot of different things. But as of right now, I'm invested in a lot of the animated stuff, not Creature Commandos per se, but like, you know, the
Superman.
Yeah, Adventure Superman, the Harley Quinn show, and stuff like that, and then obviously like the Batman universe and things like that. So I'll support that, and I'll go and see that at some point. And you know, I'm assuming I'll still be on the stream here in you know, in like half a year or whatnot. Like,
unless we're all dead.
No, your days are limited.
I don't know, man. Thanks, Dave. Yeah, thanks. No, like, I mean, I will probably see the new Superman movie, but most likely I will be, you know, more or less dragged to it. But I will probably end up seeing it, and then we'll no, I'm being realistic. My friends dragged me to Blue Beetle, and I had a good time with it. You know what I mean?
Fuck off! What do you mean you dragged to Blue Beetle? That was
no, they wanted to see Blue Beetle. I said all right, you know, and.
But it doesn't sound like much dragging there, Paul.
Yeah.
No, I went to go see Blue Beetle. I had a nice time, and if that's the case, it'll probably be the same with Superman Legacy or whatever it's called now. But like, you know, and then we'll discuss. And like I said, I probably at best will think it's a competent movie, but it's not going to be the movie that I really wanted from Superman, because it's a different version of the character, or James is grabbing from different things of the lore that I'm not as big a fan of, you know, like I like a more grounded Superman. That's just me personally, right?
Guess, Paul, you sound very rational. Stop that.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's the way I look at it. But at the same time, I get why fans do the hashtags and do these things. But realistically, I'm looking at it as even the fact of like what I want. I don't think the company Zaslav has no, as far as I can tell, he has no desire to do the Snyderverse stuff. There is no money for it. They are focusing on the projects that they want to do and they want to make. And as far as I can tell, James clearly has seen the Snyder stuff, but I don't think he has any real interest in it whatsoever. So chances of that happening are very, very limited. My only thing with James that I think was kind of shitty personally with me is that before he got leadership of DC Studios, he did show support of David Ayer wanting to get his cut of the movie out. And then he got put in charge of DC Studios, and it's been like, you know, silent. I mean, I don't know what conversations him and David Ayer have had.
That's studio politics. I'm sure that even that could be one of the cases where like David Zaslav kind of being like, hey, maybe don't, you know, or maybe even like the publicity team for DC Studios kind of like, hey, maybe don't lean into that whole stuff.
But James Gunn even said it. James Gunn even said it that I appreciate when the first big campaign came out, like when he got put in charge with the Ayer cut of that big weekend at that point, he acknowledged it. He said that I see how popular. I've met with David. Not right now.
Yeah.
You know,
they need a couple of W's first, and the thing is like,
and that's why we gotta go and we have to show up for these other things. You know, I mean, I'm gonna show up for this because I'm actually excited for it. But like, I'm just saying that if people even want to have an iota of a chance of seeing the Snyderverse finished, or even David Ayer's cut release, you have to show support for these other DC things so that there is profits for them to make, so there is resources to be used for these things to come out.
And that's the reason why it's like when David Ayer like finally went, whoa, shit, what am I doing? I need to make sure. I mean, because if Superman does well, Supergirl does well, and stuff, things go well, they can be like, hey, we made some profits. Hey, 2026, that's a 10-year anniversary for Suicide Squad. Hey, we have a different version. Let's go ahead and cut off about $6 million to finish that, because it doesn't need a lot, and they could shave off some of that and be like, hey, we have it here, send it over here, and we could release this new version of the Suicide Squad. Because Suicide Squad, to me, and even like Creature Commandos or something like that, and I think that's just what I kind of like, and what I've been noticing about, you know, like James Gunn, it's like, you know, when you see those types of characters, it's like, do they need to be like full on 100%, hey, this has to be canon. Everything has to be canon. It's like, no, it's a Suicide Squad. It's a crazy group of characters that we know. They're mainly villains and shit like that. And they're so it's like, it doesn't need to, like, we don't need to use this to boost like the new story. It's like, yeah, why not just like go like, yeah,
no, they need to boost their max subscribers.
I mean, that's the thing.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Yeah.
I do want to say personally, and I'm not saying just Warner Brothers, I'm not targeting just them. I'm saying as a whole, I think that the streaming stuff needs to kind of die to a degree. Like, it's clearly not working in the sense of, there was a time where they were trying to get everything on the digital platforms and stuff like that. And then they realized, and the companies were pulling different, behind the scenes type of stuff, or they'll just take things off the platform or whatever the case is. And, to differing effect. Now, granted, for every bad thing you have going on, you will have a success, like, say, The Mandalorian, the first couple seasons, or Andor, or The Penguin, or whatever, but those are far and few between. In my opinion, I think overall with the streaming platforms, a lot of the times it's just like month to month or year to year trying to balance out how many subscribers are going to each thing or whatever the case is. I want to see Zaslav, especially just looking at Warner Brothers specifically right now. But this is a guy that, as far as I know, had said he wanted to prop up the theater model. And I think we need to bring that back. And I think we need to focus on trying to get people to go back to the theater and basing things around these. I mean, because again, the model in general, and I'm talking movies in general right now, is based around all of these giant IPs. Now, on occasion, you're going to have the Penguin be a big success, and in some ways even bigger success, I feel, than like the Batman, because the Penguin, to me, I mean, everyone loved Colin Farrell in that movie, but I don't think people even expected the Penguin to be as good as it was, and it ended up benefiting that universe, and it gets me more excited for the Batman too. And that's hypothetically what they want to do, but for the most part, I want them to focus mostly on movies in the theaters, and I want them to build around the event. The Dune stuff has been incredible. You know what I mean? Like, I haven't seen Prophecy at all, but those movies were Denis Villeneuve doing the artistic thing. And again, you were saying earlier, I'm like, whether you love or hate James Gunn, what Phil was saying earlier, he does seem to be having the creative freedom. The fact that we're going to get the guy that made Challengers possibly working on a Sergeant Rock movie, yeah, I think is pretty mind-boggling. And James Mangold, for me, is kind of hit or miss, but when he hits, he fucking hits. The fact that we're going to get the Logan guy doing a Swamp Thing movie, wherever that lands, whether it be DCU or Elseworlds, whatever the case is, I'm intrigued to see that movie. I really want to fucking see that, but you need to build that. You need to build the movie, and you need to have the movie ready to go.
You're absolutely correct. I mean, and then the fact that you got this Clayface movie, which, what was reported as a rumored budget was $40 million. And I'm like, yeah. And that's what I kept on saying too. Like, when people are going, why Sergeant, why are we doing this? I'm like, because if you put out movies that are good scripts, and you could do it for a cheap budget, and you could put it out there where people are intrigued by the story that is being told, they're not even going to know it's a part of a superhero franchise until they go, oh, wait, that's DC. Isn't that a fucking comic book? What are we doing here? Like, they're not going to know that until they actually go to the movie, because they just saw the trailer and went, that looks kind of cool. And then they have no idea. I mean, obviously in the trailer, they'll show the logo as well, so maybe they'll catch it right there. But at the same time, I'm like, what I think, like, if you could do these off-the-cuff characters, have great scripts, great directors and writers attached to them who want to, like, go, and approach, like, these characters, and you could do something for a cheap budget. I mean, you make a Clayface movie for $40 million, it just needs to reach $120 million, and it's a success. And that has potential to do way more than that, and that'll be an ultimate win. And that could be a way to, like I said, you could introduce a Batman in there because it's his character, but you can just make something. I mean, and Peter Safran, in a recent quote, said that Clayface is going to be like, oh no, it's not going to be like family friendly. It's going to be like our version of The Fly, like the
and that, I'll tell you. That sounds awesome. You know,
that sounds great. I'm like,
yeah,
cool, fucking 100%. You make it for $40 million. You don't need that much. And the horror genre is booming so much right now. It's like
exactly.
You can make that. You could start profiting in the first fucking weekend. You know?
If Madam Web and it's the end of its run made over 100 million worldwide, then yeah, I think the Clayface Mike Flanagan movie has potential to make way more than that. So like,
that first trailer for Clayface is gonna like fascinate people no matter what, because if they depending on what VFX company they run with, if the monster looks fucking phenomenal, people are gonna be like,
they're gonna be intrigued.
let's go into the theater and see what this is all about.
The difference too, which I like, because again, Sony I think is just going off the rails, but I will give Batman credit because the Batman villains, in my opinion, can work without Batman being there. The Penguin show fucking proved that. But like Spider-Man villains, they need Spider-Man there to bounce off of him personally. Like that's a lot.
Did you see how the CEO talked about how?
Yes, Phil contacted me, let me know, and I was like, well, that's interesting. You know,
one of the most tone-deaf interviews I have seen in a while.
My God. Oh my! The fact that he said that, I didn't think Madam Web was a bad film. It was the press that were like all against it. Like, no, that first trailer, everybody was going, no. Like
I was supporting it. I was probably its only defender.
Yeah. Man. I feel bad because technically, like I'm talking like thinking 10 years ago, not now, not knowing what Sony is. But I still will say this, like on paper, these aren't terrible ideas. I was telling you guys when we were talking about Madam Web, the fact that you have a multiversal idea, you have a centerpiece character that can see all of the webs connecting everything. That's an interesting concept. Kraven R-rated with just Kraven hunting people in the jungle. That's a cool idea. Like, if you guys have played Marvel's Spider-Man 2, the video game, like just the Kraven cutscenes alone were fucking badass. If that had been the Kraven that it was in a movie for like, an hour and a half, that would have been something worth checking out. Instead,
he's right.
Yeah. Well, people got latched on this whole idea that they need to forget, like, oh my God, Kraven should be hunting animals, not people. So, no, Kraven hunted people in the comics. It's the most dangerous game in the world.
Well,
That's what he does.
Yes,
Chris,
he hunts people.
Kraven is based on a comic.
Like, you have these studios execs that would like go like, oh, that's a cool like concept for a character, but they always wanted to go through this cookie cutter fucking origin story of like this. We got to show the origin, we got to show why they're this, and then we have to have some like humor attached to it. They always have to like have this like fucking formula. And it's like, no, guys, you don't have to do that. Madam Web could have worked by her already being Madam Web and doing like her thing, and then realizing like,
the Terminator concept that they had was great.
But they could have incorporated both of that. Like they could have
had Flashpoint.
Where she's like, she goes, oh shit, I need there could have been something like that. But of course they had to do the fucking cookie cutter thing of like,
and you know what we could have done? This could have been a great chance to finally cast Meryl Streep as a superhero. She could have been mad,
or even Helen Mirren.
Listen to me.
Helen Mirren could have been good. She wasn't.
She had her shot. She had her shot. I want Meryl Streep. I want to see her in those funky glasses and being like, I see all spiders.
But even going back to like a couple weeks ago when they said like the Variety article was saying like there's nothing that in part of the deal with Marvel Studios that says that they couldn't use Spider-Man. I'm calling even more bull on that because they have a Spider-Man series at Amazon that they're not even calling Spider-Man Noir. They're just calling it Noir.
No. Now it's called Spider Noir.
Is it?
Is it really?
And now is that the Nick Cage thing that they're doing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So still, they're not even calling it proper. They're still messing around with it. If they truly could do it, and they didn't, the studio's even more screwed up than anything. There's something else going on. I don't buy for a second they had that deal.
They were smoking Hamada crack.
But Paul brings up a point. Like, you're right. None of these concepts could have worked.
Yeah.
In a different way, but they just again I've said it before. They hire terrible writers. And they didn't patrol it, and they just wanted to push the product out. And then they act like these weren't bad movies. Yeah, they were. You didn't control the product.
And that's why I think something like Clayface will work. Where like I feel I think.
Dude, imagine that teaser trailer. It's gonna be fucking amazing. For Clayface, it's gonna be amazing.
You see a little mud just kind of like just move at the end of October.
The popcorn buckets alone.
Oh, the popcorn bucket.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
It's all there. I'm wondering what the Superman one's gonna be. You're gonna eat popcorn out of his fucking trunks. Am I right, guys? All right.
No, it's gonna be Crypto holding around a bucket.
Oh yeah.
That's exactly what it's gonna be. You're right, Andy.
Believe Crypto.
No, I'm kidding. No, I'm just kidding. I don't.
No. You were actually onto something, Andy. Because again, going, talking about the Superman trailer hype, which is very much there. When I go down that rabbit hole and watch the reactions, I mean, my God, again, I mean, regardless of how you feel about it, I mean, like the way I showed my mom that on Christmas Day. She hadn't seen it, and again, she reacted. She reacted just like how like I was seeing people react was like, oh, what? Why did he crack? Why is he bloody? What happened to him?
Right.
You're already hooking people.
Really never seen
You're
Superman
already hooking people. What?
Have people really never seen Superman bleed before? Like we've seen it so many times.
No. I'm just but to start off a trailer,
where
especially when people think like, oh, this is going to be like a happy-go-lucky, like here I am, folks, I'm going to save a cat out of the tree. To have
don't say that, Brad will get mad.
I mean, just for even like when it came to like Man of Steel, even though I even said Man of Steel, if they were to release that teaser now, it would probably still get the similar amount of hype because it's just like it's a new Superman and it's like, oh shit, there's something different. But the fact that they started off like that, and then of course when he whistles and then you see. And then Crypto shows up. That is like people just freak out about that. People freak out about that.
I went back to watch our reaction that all of us did when we were going through the trailer and hearing like 8, 9 grown men just going, oh, when he showed up on screen. That was probably the most wholesome moment on the Vodka stream of 2024.
He's a good boy.
He's a good boy.
He's the best. I cannot wait for when the merchandise starts happening for Crypto because obviously it will be Funko. There will always be like plush toys.
Yes.
Listen. I mean, again, I don't know if they're gonna do this with the popcorn bucket, but like, if it is actually Crypto holding a bucket around, like I don't know anything. Wonder if this was an act you're actually doing. Please don't sue me. I was just guessing. I cannot wait for the merch to start happening for Crypto. In fact, you know what? Give me a fucking Crypto movie. I'd rather take a Crypto movie over a Batman movie right now.
I love
they did that. It was an animated Super Pets movie.
But I want a live action one.
Rock.
Yeah, but I love how Pretty Fly for a Filipino guy said Guy Gardner popcorn bucket with his bull haircut.
God.
Maybe we're eating popcorn out of Sonic's head, so why not?
Yeah. You could do a big giant Green Lantern ring, and then when you open the ring, there's popcorn like around the circle.
No, they're gonna save that for a Green Lantern project. Well, hold on, the Lanterns is a TV show, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
you goofy goober.
Yeah.
Hey man, I'm double checking. I can't keep track of all this stuff that they're trying to get off the ground at the same time.
I bet if it was Zack Snyder, you would keep up with that too.
Well, the Zack Snyder stuff is wrapped up, so I kind of have a general idea of where everything is.
Cut up.
Yeah. Get up. But at the same time, it's like, it's that's what's gonna, when I showed her that, she was like, oh my God. So it's just, it is when people are saying like, oh, the hype's not really there, and oh my God. And I loved the fact too that there's been people that have just been saying like, oh yeah, they're paying for the trailers to play in front of videos. I'm like, yeah, that's how advertising works. And the fact that they're doing it so early on just shows you that they're going like, yeah, there's a lot of pressure riding on Superman, guys. You can,
because there's pressure. It could also be that there's investment in Superman.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, okay, so this is the thing. It's like there is a lot riding on this Superman movie. I mean, even James Gunn has said it himself. That's the thing. There's no, and I think a lot of us can realize that, yeah. We're introducing a new Superman, a different kind of Superman, a Superman we've never seen before. So naturally, it's like get as many eyes on it as possible. when I'm watching the on Christmas Day, the football games that they played on Netflix, I saw Superman TV spots. Superman TV spots I've seen on TikTok scrolling through. They've done things when it comes to Superman already. I've seen it in front of watching YouTube videos. And I'm like, yeah, get ahead of it. Keep people talking about it, because that's what you got to do nowadays. No. They're getting an early, just to tackle it.
This is marketing being done right.
Yes, it's marketing. How many times have we talked about WB fucking up the marketing when it comes to these movies? And now that they're actually you have a certain group of fans going, "This is desperate." I'm like, oh my god.
You mean the Snyder cultists? Let's just call them for what they are.
It's mainly those guys, and I'm like, this is what we've always wanted. That they wanted to take this shit seriously. Now they're taking it seriously, guys. I mean, this is what we do. I mean, and the hype is actually there. There's nothing wrong with that. And I hate the fact that there are people like going, "There's no hype." I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, just go down the rabbit hole.
The YouTube video for the Superman trailer is now at 49 million views.
Yeah, that the initial one on the
failure,
DC
automatic failure.
And I'm like, and again, I get it. There's a discourse, and then it was funny too, because I've seen people go like, "Yeah, but you can't see the dislikes." I'm like, no, you could actually use a program to show the dislikes, and the dislikes were 6 to 7% of the initial likes. It's like, okay,
yeah, you know what, Dave? Like, I can't even see the dislikes on the stream right now. I can't even see a dislike.
No, yeah. Right now. So that means it's a YouTube thing. They got rid of it.
No. That means that you are rigged, Dave. You are rigged. You're corrupting the system. You've been paid or something. I don't know. It's
but I mean, like the fact of the matter is, there's hype for Superman, and I love that there's hype for Superman.
Me too.
And when I watched the trailer initially, I was like, what the fuck's going on here? This and that and this. And I was like, I had my criticism, stuff like that, but I've grown to like it more, obviously. And I'm excited for it. I'm just like I'm liking the excitement right now for Superman. And I'm like, yeah, but when are we going to get back to Batman excitement? I know. I'm just kidding. But I'm just saying, but I love the fact that the Superman excitement. So
yeah. Sorry, Andy, go ahead.
Are you good?
No, I was just saying I'm still very mixed to kind of negative on the trailer personally, but I think there is hype there. I think people are excited for it, but I still don't know where the general audience kind of falls on it. I mean, it's definitely getting out there. People are talking about it. People are definitely seeing it for sure. But I have a lot of friends now, grown-ups, not kids or whatever, but like, a lot of them felt kind of how I did, like, to them, they didn't get crypto when crypto showed up. I had to explain what crypto was, basically. Not the currency, but the dog. And and let me be clear.
What if crypto had his own cryptocurrency?
No, I mean, I think
that's what's gonna happen before Superman comes out. They're gonna make a crypto coin.
Oh no, please don't do that. Warner Brothers is already doing the NFTs. Don't give them any more ideas. I don't want to see that.
Even Zach did an NFT for Army of the Dead.
But nobody shamed them because we're not allowed to criticize Zach.
I didn't even know that was a thing, but okay.
Oh yeah, Zach did an NFT for Army of the Dead when that came out. That was when NFTs were trying to be a thing, and it just ended up not being.
No, and that I think NFTs like lived and died within like a year, I think.
Yeah, crypto still is around.
Kind of like Hawk Tour Girl's career.
Oh
yeah, her.
Well, she created a meme coin that just they fucked her over.
Meanwhile, Bitcoin I think is like 100,000 now per Bitcoin. But anyway, point being is like, there is hype. People are excited, but I do think it is certain comic book fans and certain people that want to see those things. I have a friend, Gary, who's a little bit more open minded about all things Superman. We go back and forth talking about the Snyder stuff. Henry Christopher Reeve, or even Super Friends versus Justice League animated series and stuff like that. But he loves all the weird stuff, like he loves all like the weird years of DC, like the weird Silver Age, or Superman would be like, like if you've ever seen like Dick Superman, basically like where he's an asshole all the time, like all the weird Silver Age stuff they would do.
Was that when he was bald and it was spelled like Super Dash Man?
Maybe. I don't know about that. But there was like ones where he'd be eating all the hot dogs for no reason. Just like weird covers to get kids to buy the books as opposed to writing like actual stories that people would care about. But that was a weird time. But like he loves that. Like so for him, he sees the aspect of like what James could be doing and just embracing more of this like more goofier aspect, I guess, to a degree. Now, granted, the trailer's like decently serious, but like where you just have like a weird, 100-foot dragon in the middle of Metropolis blowing fire for some reason. You don't know why it's there, but it's there now. So it's like, okay.
It's Tuesday in Metropolis. That's why it's there.
Right, exactly. But
it's
like
Tuesday.
It's Tuesday. Did you pull that Tuesday line from fucking Street Fighter there, Chris?
I just literally just picked a day.
Yeah. I think maybe that was like
they said it
even. Because remember that when
even in the Flash TV show, even the Flash TV show, they would make
to me that
even the Flash TV show they made fun of that because that's when it would air. It would air on Tuesdays.
But anyway, what I was trying to say is I'm still skeptical on the general audience. I think the general audience is very aware of the movie and they know the movie is out there. And I agree with you, Dave. I think Warner Brothers is trying to make it a priority and they are trying better to advertise and try to focus on the properties that matter and so on and so forth. But again, I'm so skeptical of how the box office is going to turn out because I don't know how the general audience is going to respond to it. I think some kids will like it. I think some adults, or I should say adults like James Gunn who wanted this more weird stuff, like they'll respond to it in that way. But again, general audience, I have no clue how they're going to take it in, basically. But we'll see. We'll see how things turn out. Now, as of right now, nothing has moved, right? It is July 11th still that it's coming out.
Yeah.
Is that right? And that's in between Fantastic Four and the Jurassic World movie.
No, they come out after.
They come out after. Okay.
Wait. Does Jurassic World come out the 4th of July weekend? I can't remember.
Maybe. I do know. I mean, it would be great if Fantastic Four was coming out July 4th weekend, but I think it's coming out after Superman, right?
Oh, that would have been kind of iconic, actually.
Yeah, that would have been. I would have liked that. That would have been cool.
That would have been actually really, really cool.
Oh yeah. Okay, so Jurassic World comes out on July 2nd. Did you guys see what happened last weekend?
What happened last week?
The AI movie. The AI
somebody
trailer.
Posted an AI bootleg trailer that shows Scarlett Johansson's character turning into a raptor.
Kind of want to see that movie now.
Isn't that just her life story?
Yeah,
no, I'm kidding. Turning into a raptor. I'm kidding.
In what part of that does she eat Colin Jost? Please tell me.
I know, right?
I'm curious.
She was on Saturday Night Live actually this past weekend too.
Oh, I saw the roast beef joke. It was I saw it coming.
Only thing I remember right now of Colin Jost is from when he was when he was doing the news reporting of Luigi Mangione, and he kind of like everyone in the audience erupts into cheers. He's like, "Cheers for justice, right?"
Yeah,
dude, it's so funny because like they whoever like posted that, you cannot find that video. You can't find images really.
I'm sure it's on TikTok.
What?
Yeah, like if you look on Twitter, like the media, like when people were posting that, it's gotten removed by the original copyright owner. Like they fucking totally just like
they found out the real plot. How'd they do it?
So much, but it's so funny. You can still find little images like right here.
Oh god, how bad is this gonna be?
Oh, it's
look at that! Look at that!
Oh my god, it was so good.
Oh no!
And then she
oh no!
Listen, I'm not gonna lie. The last couple of movies have been really terrible. If this is the direction they actually went with, I wouldn't even be shocked. I'd be
this was actually going to be a story point in the third Jurassic Park movie. The third Jurassic Park movie, they were considering doing hybrid dinosaur and human. Like a story point. This has always been a story point that's been talked about.
They want to militarize
when it comes to Fallen Kingdom, they kind of touched a little bit with it with the whole cloning of like that little girl.
Yeah.
And so I think they were like going, okay, this is we're gonna test it out like that. But I think there's always been like, what if we did this? But it's too fucking B-roll. That's the thing. It's too B-roll. Like you can't really do it because like no matter what, everybody's gonna look at it and be like, what is this? A Sci-Fi Channel fucking movie?
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Oh, the sci-fi budgets. Those are
Yeah.
the only good thing. The only good effect thing I saw come out of sci-fi was just the Krypton TV show, where I'm just kind of like, how the
they did a
fuck?
good job with that.
Battlestar Galactica.
Well, Chris, as you know, I'm not as experienced as some of the other panelists on this. Some of the other panelists. Like, I've only existed for a certain amount of years.
Well, it wasn't that long ago, but hey, I get what you're saying. It's like the fact that it's like, yeah. But I mean, when I saw that, I remember I went to my dad's house for his like Christmas brunch thing that he had, and his
brunch idea for Christmas. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, and his wife's daughter is a big Jurassic Park fan, so anytime I see her, like, I'll be like, "Hey, have you heard about the latest with Jurassic?" And I had to show her. I was like, "Did you see what was happening today?" She's like, "No." I'm like, "Well," I was like, she started
let the film junkie explain.
She was dying laughing. She was like, "Well, apparently there's an AI video that was like pretending to be the trailer, and it shows Scarlett Johansson turning into a raptor, and I showed her.
Actually ends up being the plot. It's gonna be like, I mean, I don't give two shits about these Jurassic movies. I've never seen even the first one. But like, yeah, if that even happens, I'm like, that's gonna be the most memeable thing of all time. I see someone in the comments are going, the Man of Steel trailer, the third Man of Steel trailer has more views, and I'm like, yeah, it's beating it.
The third Man of Steel trailer, which is like.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That literally came out a month before the damn movie. Like, how can you compare that to a teaser?
Exactly. And the fact is that the Superman trailer now is probably going to beat that within the next couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's not a competition. But hey.
I'm tired of just comparing and contrasting because how the internet's evolved and everything. But at this point, like, you guys know,
Paul,
you guys know where I stand and what I want to say.
Don't be rational. Don't sound rational, Paul. You know it's going to be dangerous.
I'm just trying to just be solid with everything.
I mean, the whole thing is like, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, come on, guys. There is, when it comes to like certain fans that get really too much. It's like, guys, there is. I mean, that's the thing. It's like there is going to be excitement for new shit. I mean, that's the thing. Like, there's supposed to be excitement for new shit. I mean,
especially a solo Superman. Brand
that we haven't gotten in a while.
Years. Yeah, of course there's going to be a bit. It's going to be kind of like we said, the same hype that was behind that Man of Steel teaser that came out all those years ago.
Yeah,
that teaser also kind of hit all the right notes, right? Kid
well, that's what
cape and all these types of things.
I said that. I also said that too. I was like, if you were to release that Man of Steel teaser now, it would have a amount of hype.
When you say teaser, do you mean the one where it's like there's one that where Jor-El is talking and one where Donovan is talking?
Yes, the narration teaser.
Which
Those were huge. Those I remember being a kid and going to the Dark Knight Rises premiere, and that was the big trailer.
Which one did you get? Which one did you get, Austin?
I got Jor-El. I got Russell Crowe, which I was like,
Jor-El was the one that was being pushed out more.
Right.
But I mean, like Zach even talked about it on this very stream when he came on. He goes like, "Yeah, I shot it, and I shot those little like random shots that looked very artsy, where you see like the wind chimes, you see like water dripping from the, he made it very artsy. And I'm like, yeah, something like that would have also worked nowadays too. So, and people would have been like, Jesus Christ, this is something different, but it's a different world. Because
Dave, which one did you get?
What?
Did you get Jonathan or Jor-El?
I don't remember because I watched both online. I don't remember which ones I got in like the movie theaters when I saw them. Probably the Jor-El one was more of the one that
I think mine had Jonathan.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, no matter what, I thought there was a good idea for both to have both fathers.
It was fun, but then it was fun seeing the conversation online because everyone's kind of like, "Well, I got this one. Which one did you get?" Well, I got that wasn't Russell Crowe talking to my dude. That was Kevin Costner.
I know you got two fucking A-listers.
Paul, Chris, do you remember which ones you got in your theaters?
I remember seeing it before The Dark Knight Rises and being very excited. I'm pretty sure it was the Jor-El one, and I was just excited because you're at the hype pretty much of like the Dark Knight trilogy and that realism. I think people were still skeptical if Man of Steel was connected to the Nolan stuff because everyone knew that Nolan had picked Zach to do Man of Steel and stuff like that. So, but at the time, just the fact that we were going to get a new iteration of Superman that was not connected to the Chris Reeve stuff, that was just for me like a whole new beginning. And even if I was to talk to my friends today about, ones that don't know movies or comic books that well in terms of like say our group here talking, I'd be like, yeah, if you're looking at Man of Steel, you're looking at a director that wanted to take a more like heightened reality / realistic take on Superman and how he affects the real world. I put that in quotation marks. But if you're looking at the James Gunn stuff, you're looking at a guy that is kind of sort of taking a little bit of a Dick Tracy approach to it, in that everything is extremely colorful. Everything kind of pops off the page. It is a heightened reality, but it is one where you can have the dog coming down in a red cape, or a guy looking like Uncle Fester and be given ring powers. Like, that's just the difference,
Uncle Fester. Chris, do you
come on? I know you saw that meme, Andy. I mean, there was the Dumb and Dumber
Uncle Fester in
Adam's
Family
Values
yeah.
when he gets the wig from Debbie. Yeah.
So you made a good point too, Paul. In that I think a big part of that hype for that trailer and Man of Steel and all that too was it was the end of something and the beginning of something new with that,
right.
That felt similar in the sense of the approach, right?
But I do preface this, and this I can't reiterate enough. Nolan was smart enough to be like, let me wrap up my stuff and then you can start something new, because he knew, like, because closure is a big deal. One of the reasons like why I love Spider-Man No Way Home a lot, I mean, it's not a perfect movie by any stretch, but like even Ryan Reynolds was talking about it recently. Like, Andrew Garfield's the fucking best thing in that movie, but he brought it, and it was I mean, again, he'll probably come back in some capacity, probably in Secret Wars, but like there was a closure with his character to a degree. I don't really care that much for the Amazing Spider-Man movies, but I like him as an actor, and he deserved to have his time in the sun to give that closure. And like, I think William was talking about it the other day too, about trying to wrap up, and give that closure. I mean, it really is it is a thing. Like whether we're reading a comic book or watching movies, it's always there.
Totally get it. No,
but Chris, I want to hear Chris's response. Which trailer did you get? Did you get?
I saw probably The Dark Knight so many different times. I'm maybe having a Mandela effect, but I know I definitely heard Jor-El, but I think at one of the times I did hear Jonathan.
Okay,
nice.
Cool. And Chris, do you have to take off? You're gonna take off?
Yeah, I'm feeling the tiredness at this point. Yeah. So just but again, Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Chris.
Happy New Year, Chris. We'll see you next year.
See you next year. Yeah, big stuff. Year. Big things, right?
Big things.
It's gonna be the best year, the biggest year for all of us. It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be great.
It's true. It's gonna be big.
I didn't hit that, did I? No, yeah, he didn't. No, he's gone. Something happened. I think he exited out pretty quickly.
Exactly. Yeah, he was a little sweepy. Yeah, but no, I'm on. Yeah, and then we get the next trailer for Superman. It's gonna be, I'm hoping we hear more of oh my God, what's the composer's name again?
John Murphy.
John Murphy. Thank you. I want to hear more of his original score, because I'm sure he's still working on it.
Oh yeah, totally is. He's back. Did you bump something?
Yeah, I bumped something and it ended cutting out, so I don't want to be that rude.
Yeah, I know. I was like, I thought, because sometimes I hit my my leg on like the keyboard. And I was like, did I remove him? But you were completely gone. So
completely. It was a Trump. It was a Trump impression that kicked him out.
Yeah. All right. So yeah. Go ahead, say your goodbyes.
Yep. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dave, as always. And yeah, you can follow me on all socials at Chris Balga, and follow me on Geek Ultimate Alliance at Marvel Alliance on every Thursday night at 9:10 Eastern Standard Time. But everyone enjoy the stream, enjoy the rest of it. Paul, right, as always, you look quite comfy. You're ready.
I'm trying.
So it was nice to get to know you this year, Chris, by the way.
Oh yes, it's always a pleasure in getting to know all you lovely folks. And as Dave, thank you so much as always for including me on this.
Always great, man. Always great talking to you. All right.
And now I will bow out Great.
Now you will bow out. All right, dude. Take it
Bye,
easy.
Chris.
Later.
Have a great year, man.
You too.
Happy holidays.
See you next year.
See you next year, as we always say. Man, I can't believe
Next year's gonna be big.
I just can't believe like it's already like, god damn, man. I mean, like when it comes to reflecting on this year, I mean, we've had I still have to catch up on some movies before I do my top 10
The Substance,
movies.
man, you gotta watch The Substance.
Oh, I know. That's one of the ones I gotta watch because I have a feeling I'm probably gonna, that might be in my top 10. Of course, I'm seeing Nosferatu first thing tomorrow, the first showing. That's gonna be here. So I'll be watching that, and then I want to see Nora. I want to see a couple other movies before I determine my list. I can't say that Dune Part 2 is going to probably be number 1, maybe number 2. I don't know. We'll see. When I finish off my list. But I mean,
I did
when
see
it comes to looking back now,
Nora, and I initially was like upset because like it won all these awards. It shot here in Vegas. I wanted to and I even got like the little casting notice that they were casting and didn't do anything for it. And then I saw it and I wasn't that crazy about it. So
didn't really you didn't like it that much.
That happens, man.
Yeah. It was good, but not.
That's what I'm kind of curious because like when I anytime that I see a movie, I'm like, all right, I go in every time and just like, I'm not going to fucking listen to anything. I'm going to be like, how do I feel about this? I zero in, I turn off, I put my phone on airplane mode when I go into the movie theater and I'm like, I'm totally disconnected. I'm just like, all right, let me watch this movie. And, so I'm kind of, when I see movies where people rave about, I'm like, all right, am I going to feel the same way? We'll see. So that's cool though. I love the fact because I've heard nothing but good things about that movie.
I have thoughts about that movie. I have some thoughts.
Yeah, so I'm kind of curious of what I feel about it, what I feel about that, what I feel about Nosferatu, The Substance. Like I'm not big on body horror movies.
Same, but this is like good. Like there's here's
well,
what
there is the two leads are very naked, so I like that. Anyway,
yeah, no, but it is body horror, but it's more like a very good Tales of the Crypt episode. That's the best
what
way
it
I can
seems
describe
like. It looks like it is, yeah.
That's the best way to go into it.
It's right up my alley. I'm not huge on body horror, but it doesn't seem like it's body horror where I'm going to be like, I'm sure there's going to be times where I go, oh man. But at the same time, I'm like the plot and everything just sounds really cool. I've always been a fan of Demi Moore, been a fan of her since fucking the Red Dawn. She was in Red Dawn, right? Yeah, she was in Red Dawn. Red Dawn, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a fan of Demi Moore. Come on, it's Demi Moore.
Elmo's Fire.
Yeah, all the movies, all Ghost, Striptease. Yeah, of course. She's always been. I've always liked her as an actress, and the fact that she's doing this. And I'm sorry, I like who's the new actress? Andie MacDowell's kid, Margaret. Yeah. Like her
Margaret
too.
Qualley. Well, I think she still kept that name. I know she just married a musician or producer just recently.
Justin, and it's not the guy. He does a lot of Taylor Swift music.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was really worried for a second you were gonna say Justin Baldoni. I'm like, oh no, let's not go that rabbit hole.
No.
I was gonna say so. I have
by the way.
So I have Letterboxd and I just keep a list of like watch list movies and everything. But yeah, pretty much I'm really behind. Like I need to still see The Brutalist, Heretic, The Wild Robot, Megalopolis, Nora, Saturday Night, Long Legs, Kinds of Kindness, Richard Linklater's Hitman, and Inside Out 2.
Kinds of Kindness is on Hulu.
Nice. Well, so I've got the Plex, so I've got a lot of it already on digital.
Oh yeah, you got
Plex. Yeah.
There's some of those on there too that I haven't seen as well. I'm not really, I didn't see Inside Out 2. I do want to see Wild Robot because I've heard that good things too. So that's on the list.
I just bought Saturday Night last night.
Dude, that's definitely on my top 10 list. I love that movie.
Watching that,
I love that movie.
I bought that and I bought Strange Darling last night.
Oh yeah, Strange Darling.
Oh, that's another one. That's another one on my list.
That now actually.
Yeah.
Strange
Darling. Yes.
Oh, and another one that I got was that's supposed to be very good. Is The Order with Jude Law and Nicholas Hoult.
That's right. Yes, I've heard that one too. Yeah. Yeah, so this weekend I don't really have any plan. I haven't. So I'm just gonna like go dive down and try to find all these movies that I have a list, and I'm like, all right, let me just like binge, and so then I can do my top 24 video. But but at the same time I'm like I don't know, I think Dune's probably gonna be up there.
Not Rebel Moon.
What? Rebel Moon. I don't know. We'll see where Rebel Moon might fit, because
it's not gonna get up there.
If I have to watch those, I want to sit down and look at the director's cuts. I haven't even seen
I've seen the director's cuts, and they might be in there. Andy, come on, That's not.
I'm just messing with you. Good lord.
I know you are.
I don't think it's gonna be high up though.
But at the same time, I know it's not. But at the same time, it's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, it is kind of funny when it comes to all that. But then of course you have Long Legs. That might be up there, because I really enjoyed that. Yeah, but there's a lot of there's some on the list that you just said that I was like, oh yeah.
Civil War made my top 10.
That's totally going to be in my top 10 as well. Probably.
I was mixed, but it was enjoyable. I like Alex Garland as a director.
Yeah.
When someone told me that earlier this year, I'm going to see Civil War, and I'm like, you're gonna wait? Civil War is back in theater? They're like, no, no. I was really cool. I'm like, it's Civil War is playing in theaters again. They're like, no, you do. It's that new Civil War, an actual Civil War.
Yeah. No, it's a really good, really well done movie. Like where you just go, Jesus Christ. Yeah.
So on Sunday, I'm going to be seeing the Nosferatu, and the theater I'm going to, they're going to be playing it in the 35 millimeter. So that
lucky.
Yeah.
See, I gotta go. I have seen it, but I gotta go see it in the theater because I've only seen it on a screener.
Oh, you saw a screener?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, I really want to. Even I can tell you this. Even on like non-theater, the sound design was just phenomenal.
Can't wait. I can't wait. I mean, I've been kind of like, just because I've been off work, so like my whole like vibe has been off. So I was gonna see it. I was like, oh, I'll see it on Thursday like I normally do. But then I was like, oh yeah, I'm recovering from all the fucking festivities, and I was like, I'll see it tomorrow. And then today I was like, I woke up and I was just lazy, and I was like, okay, I gotta get some work done. I'll see it at 1 o'clock.
The Nosferatu Baby Girl double feature.
Dude,
Baby Girl, that's the other one.
I want to see Baby Girl also, because I'm like, oh, Nicole Kidman in a little erotic little thriller. I'm like, okay, that's up my alley too. And I'm like, shit.
I bet it is.
Oh, totally. Fucking A, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a friend that saw Baby Girl, and I was like, yeah, I mean, it looks like it's it's got that A24 budget and stuff, but I'm just like, it just looks like another like sexy affair movie. He's like, no, dude, like it plays around with that stuff. I was like, all right, good. I like to hear that. So I'm intrigued to check it out and whatnot.
I might have to check that out on Sunday just to see. Yeah.
Yeah. But I can't wait for the 35 millimeter print of Nosferatu, because like I went to the best theaters I could to see Oppenheimer, and seeing it in IMAX and seeing it in that 70 millimeter, that was just, seeing it in real film was just awesome. Like it was a great experience. So
I need to get around to watch Night Bitch with Amy Adams.
I want to see that.
That's on Hulu too now, I think.
On Hulu now? Okay, cool. I'm gonna watch that. I mean, and then of course what I like to do too, like when the Academy Award nominations get announced, I always go, all right, let me try to watch all the best picture noms to see what they're like. And hopefully we'll have more than half of them already watched, because when I saw the Golden Globe stuff, I was like, Jesus Christ, I need to catch up on shit. I was like, I don't know some of these. I haven't watched these movies,
As someone that follows award shows, honestly, the last 10 years especially, I find Golden Globes end up kind of, doing a better job picking stuff out. The Oscars, now, because they've also expanded like how many films can get nominated, which that's fine. I have no problem with that. But like half the movies they end up getting nominated, like half of them are actually artistic, movies trying to do something special or different, and the other half are like the Oscar bait movies.
Right.
Well, blockbusters are fine. Like I don't mind those, but the Oscar bait movies, the ones that are made of being like, this black man can play in this room right now. How dare you? Like I've
Or like something like unknown. What the fucking Bob Dylan movie with Timothée Chalamet? I want to see that one too, but at the same time, you go, no, that's totally Oscar.
It's just another, it's another performance movie. Like I respected the Rocket Man movie so much because it was an Elton John biopic, but it was something a little bit different.
Very
it wasn't
different,
just it wasn't just Taron doing a good performance as Elton. It was
that like, the Better Man movie is also doing very well as far as like kind of.
That's the one with I forget the name of the Robbie something Williams.
Oh Williams. Yeah. Robbie Williams,
CGI
right?
Monkey.
Yeah.
Which I thought, you know, to be honest, I'm like, I knew who that guy was from the early 2000s. Had no idea what happened to him, and then all of a sudden I'm going, wait, he's got a biopic coming out, and he instead of just doing the normal thing, he's going to be a monkey. Yeah. All right. Maybe I should see this. So that's another one that's on my list too, where I'm like, all right, you know, but at the same time, I'm like, so weird.
So
yeah, I like it though. I like it. Well, I like that he did something different.
So like 2010, right? Now, and again, I say this while saying that it is a good and well-made movie. But like The King's Speech was the one that won like Best Picture that year.
Yeah.
And it's a well-made movie, but it's an Oscar baity movie. Meanwhile, The Social Network, which is to this day still relevant in our culture, like
that's a fucking good movie.
Better movie.
It's one of those where I think at that point Colin Firth deserved the actor award, but it was one of those where, and the Academy Awards do this a lot, where if the actor wins, the movie wins, you know, or if the director wins, the movie wins, you know, and so it kind of leaned towards that. I mean, the Oscars have had some interesting. We don't talk about Crash winning Best Picture. That was a
oh god, that was a running. Bill Hader and Fred Armisen did a series called Documentary Now, and each episode is making.
I remember that.
And there's one particular episode where they follow a Hollywood producer who is a hack, and he's just like following one production to another, trying to win Oscar gold. And finally, at the end of the documentary, he wins it by producing Crash, and he gets the Oscar gold. And it's just like, well, I'm glad he had a happy ending. But it's
a good movie, but I was like, really?
Well, the big one that year was that it lost to Brokeback Mountain. And Brokeback Mountain was the one that everybody was like, that should have won over Crash.
Yeah, there's so many that should have won, like over this or over that. Like if things were how they are now, Dark Knight would have been nominated for Best Picture. It wasn't. I mean, one of my favorite guys, Steven Spielberg, like he got fucked over so many times. Like his movies would get nominated for Best Picture, and he wouldn't get nominated for Best Director. Like it was wild.
You know, Paul, if he had just done the Black Hawk movie for DC, I would have got him.
Whatever happened with that? Yeah.
I mean, one announcement, and then that was it.
That was probably like one meeting, and they had like a potential. They leaked something to have.
And they
like
needed that.
They had a whole press release and everything on the DC website.
That was a big deal. You have a studio work,
but then nobody knew what
Steven Spielberg.
Yeah. But nobody knew about the story. Like, what?
Yeah.
The thing is like Spielberg
work now.
Yeah, well, Spielberg probably would have been more of a DC head as a kid anyway, because like his age and everything, and like he would have probably read something about the Blackhawks, and like I could see him trying to try out that.
He probably wanted to do Blackhawk as like a World War II movie or something.
Yeah, but it probably would have been some cross. It probably could have been some cross between Saving Private Ryan and say like Sky Captain World of Tomorrow. I don't know how well that would have merged or played, but like who knows? Like I think it would have been in
no, maybe he'll do Justice League or something.
What?
But
maybe he'll do Justice League or something.
That would be crazy if that happened. But I'm just saying, like you get that name and it's like, oh yeah, he's interested in doing this. So they were just like, put it out there.
Right.
So everybody's like, hey, guess what? Steven Spielberg might be directing a DC project, and you see that, and then I'm sure even Steven Spielberg was like, we just had a meeting.
No, because it was like an announced deal. Like I remember they had even a press release and everything on the DC Comics website.
Yeah, it was all crazy.
It was quotes and everything. And I'm just like, why are we doing this one?
Yeah, I don't know. I know he was actually in the running, I think, for the original 78 Superman movie back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Before doing other stuff, obviously.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, obviously it worked out. Richard Donner did a very good job and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, Spielberg's been around for a long time. But yeah, he definitely would be more of an old school like DC. I think I think honestly in my mind, if I were to have him adapt anything, I would just show him Justice League New Frontier, because I think he would.
Damn it, you beat me to it.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, because I think he would love the idea of there we go. Yeah, everything being subverted in the sense of like the paranoia of the 1950s and 60s, mixed with the high concept of the Justice League and everything. I think Spielberg would definitely think of that as like a challenge and try to
he could do
play all
Justice
that up
Society instead.
I mean, yeah, you could do Justice Society, but I'm talking in terms of directly adapting some form of story that everyone knows, like people who are fans of DC like know, but something that would be challenging for a director of that caliber. Personally,
right.
Justice Society. I mean, there's the Jeff Johns run stuff, and there's obviously the original classic comics and things, but I can't think of a particular
What about
story.
David Goyer? What about David Goyer's run?
Well, so I should apologize, because the omnibuses that I own actually start with the David Goyer run, and then it transitions to the Jeff Johns stuff. But it's these 3 giant omnibuses of the JSA, which pretty much the Jeff Johns runs essentially. There is one actually interesting aspect of the JSA which would be interesting to cover in terms of allegory and whatnot, which is that there was that time where they had to explain away why the JSA retired and they didn't follow in, or why they weren't around when the Justice League formed, and it was because of the McCarthy era, and just kind of like how Watchmen, they were basically tasked by the
That's kind of what Jeff actually did in his small episode, where when he introduced the JSA, where the Checkmate and Amanda Waller and the government, essentially they framed the JSA for crimes they hadn't committed, because they didn't want to, because they wouldn't step forward with their real identity, so they framed them for crimes, and they essentially had to like forcefully shut down. So it's definitely a con that I would love to see like fleshed out as a 2-hour movie.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something for sure. Right now, though, I mean, personally, I think Spielberg is usually ahead of the curve and pretty smart, savvy guy, like, or at least knows what's going on in the business. And the fact that he and Scorsese had to go to the studio to tell Zaslav, if you get rid of Turner Classic Movies, we will kill you personally. I feel that Spielberg is staying as far away from Warner Brothers as possible in terms of collaborating with them.
Yeah, that was really cool when they got everybody together. Like, dude, you better not sell off all that library. I mean, that's the reason why I keep HBO Max, is like you can find just random shit. Like, there's times on like a Saturday night, I'm done doing stuff, I'll plop on the couch, I'm like, hey, I want to watch a movie, old movie. I start looking in that fucking library and I find a gem, and I'm like, there you go, we're watching this right now. So, but speaking of directors and their movies,
directors,
Christopher Nolan,
the Odyssey,
how we feeling about this?
I can't all my money. I'm throwing it at the screen.
No matter what. I mean, I already did that before I knew what the fuck it was.
I cannot believe how uneducated Gen Z is about the Odyssey. Like, and what's that? I never heard about that.
They don't teach you in schools anymore.
I know it's kind of weird. People are going back and forth on Twitter.
There's a real weird discourse, yeah.
Yeah, of like, it's not important. I mean, I'll be honest, like, it's kind of weird. I'm 27, so yeah, I grew up like in school. We got taught, the Odyssey in literature class and all these things, and it is kind of weird to think that not only
you might have been the last generation,
right? Not only 10, 15 years later, this new generation has no idea. They have no idea about Shakespeare, which we were taught about Shakespeare. They have no idea about any of these, and so I get like some people are going too hard, but at the same time, that is a concern. That is a concern as for me, like, that we're not learning and teaching these stories that are important literature, I think, and stuff. And so, I think it's great that somebody like Christopher Nolan, who kind of reaches across generations in that sense, his movies go. Oppenheimer made almost $1 billion, so that kind of reached across. So I think this
is
the
the
perfect
movie
guide.
Tom Holland is going to be in, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Tom Holland,
Yeah,
Matt Damon,
Zendaya.
Anne Hathaway.
And they're saying that there's more to be, more big names that'll be coming out. You know.
Well,
so.
if you think about the how much of the story, I'm just kind of going like, how long is this fucking movie going to be? I mean, there's so much
it's
there,
and
then it kind of makes you wonder too. It kind of makes you wonder too. Are we going to get just like, well, not finally get, but I mean, are we going to get where Christopher Nolan's going to be doing like not just one movie about this certain thing, like it's going to be maybe another trilogy, like or a trilogy.
Cool. I would honestly
time. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I would honestly be fine if he makes like an actual long ass movie and they bring back intermissions for once. Because the last time I was actually at an intermission, other than the Zack Snyder's Justice League that we were at SnyderCon, was in Return of the King. I think I even told you, Dave, at the time.
Yeah, you did.
Like that was the last time I remember being in
the last time
intermission.
There was an intermission for, and I did go to that, was for the Hateful Eight. They did have an intermission and stuff. And I know the Brutalist has an intermission currently. You know that's kind of
because it's very long, right? It's like 215 minutes or something. Yeah,
it's 3.5. Yeah, 3.5 hours.
Right.
So I mean, yeah, I think that would be really cool. At the same time, I think he can do this in about 3 hours. The Odyssey has been told in a lot of different ways cinematically over the years, but it's never been done straight up as an adaptation. I mean, they've
done a mini series for
TV, I was gonna say
right.
Amarna Asante, the 1990s TV miniseries, I recommend you guys check out. And of course,
was Vanessa Williams in that?
Yes, she plays
Calypso.
Calypso. Yeah. I do recommend. It is obviously off kilter adaptation, but Oh Brother Where Art Thou was also a cool version of the Odyssey.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Absolutely. Troy, all these other ones that have been like, so
dude.
At this point, and even this year, there is a movie that I want to watch with Ray Fiennes called The Return. That's about Homer coming back and doing after.
He got jacked for that too. Did you see that?
He looks great.
I was like, Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah.
So I think what Chris needs to do with this is just tell that main story of the Odyssey. We've kind of seen a lot of different but we've never seen it on the big screen in that true adaptation. I mean, I hope and they're saying he's going to lean into all the fantastical elements and do all of that and stuff. And so, I hope that's kind of what it is.
What I really hope, because this is really his first real like tapping into fantasy.
Yes.
Like if he is able to do this, and what I hope is that he uses the old school practical effects and things that we haven't seen utilized really that well. Like have the Cyclops be sort of an animatronic puppet. Use how Lord of the Rings did, where they used forced perspective. Like I'm fine with that. Like go back to that. Like bring it back. Like please. And if that's the case, like I think it'll be a very good looking fantasy movie. And I want that.
The fact that this is Christopher Nolan doing something that is not what he's done before. I mean, when you see when you know the elements of what has to be part of, and then of course, I don't know, when I talked about this on Film Chunky Live on Monday, was like, it is kind of a full circle thing, because back in the early 2000s, it is kind of funny because he was on the short list to direct the Troy movie.
Really?
He was on the short list to direct that. And then it went to Wolfgang Peterson, who did a good job. I actually really adore the Troy movie. I thought it was very well made, and I really enjoyed that movie. But what's kind of funny about that is Wolfgang Peterson, before that, was developing a Batman versus Superman type of movie, and it fell through. Then he ended up going on to Troy, and then Christopher Nolan ended up going, all right, I guess I'll be the one to reinvigorate Batman. And he got Batman Begins. So it's kind of like a full circle, weird kind of moment where he almost got Troy. I think we could be thankful that he didn't, because I think Wolfgang Peterson did a fantastic job with Troy. I thought it was a great movie. And now we got, Christopher Nolan now, hey, I want to tackle the continuation from this story right here, let's do that. So I think that's pretty cool.
So 2 things. I have not seen Troy. I've been told by my friends
to
check
you gotta
out.
watch it.
Watch
it. Right. I heard about it for years, and I've seen memes and stuff because people love
especially director's cut.
Yes, I was gonna say the director's cut of Troy is what I've heard you need to watch if you watch the movie. Second, I love Wolfgang Peterson because if you guys don't know, he is also, I believe, the director of The Neverending Story.
Yes.
Which, like, when I think of, like, before Lord of the Rings and a lot of that other stuff, like, that was one of my go-to fantasy movies because it is a bit dorky, it is a little bit silly, but, like, the effects in that mixed with the storytelling is just
really good.
Like, yeah, I mean, the giant
rock
turtle
monster and the giant turtle and I
forgot
what the rock monster guy is called. I forgot what he's called, but and then the big flying dog. Yeah.
Yeah, they Falcor and and I think the rock guy is just called the rock biter. I could be wrong, but I believe that's the case.
You might be right.
And then you have Gamork, which is the black wolf that tries to attack Atreyu at some point. But even that whole scene where Atreyu goes into that room and he actually sees a mural of all the things that he's done in the story so far. That's just like that alone. Like if Chris can, I mean, if you're taking inspiration, if Chris can use that and like have that be in the Odyssey, and that's not like the mural, but just having that sense of, you know, old school practical effects and feeling real, I think that'll make the journey that much more crazy. But yeah, I'm down for there being like, I'm down with it being a 3.5-hour movie with like an intermission. If we got Brutalist doing that now, then fine. Like let's do it with Chris Nolan. Like that's the guy that can get it done. So, but yeah, the TV miniseries I thought was much longer. I guess it's actually a little bit shorter. I think it's like just a little bit over like 2.5 hours or so. But I thought it was like a 4-hour like miniseries and stuff.
Maybe I have seen that, because I remember like in school they showed us the version of the Odyssey that was like a kind of like TV type, you know, but very very faithful to the traditional Odyssey and stuff. And so that's the only thing that I can think of that's been done, you know, cinematically that was like to the T of the book and stuff.
It's just so funny.
So who was playing who, by the way? Do you think
Amar Nassani was playing
Oh no, we're talking about with Christopher Nolan's movie.
Oh, the Christopher Nolan version.
Yeah.
I mean, this could be up in the air right now. Some people think
Tom Holland, Matt Damon might be, or is it Tom Holland's going to be playing?
Tom Holland, I think people are saying is going to be playing Odysseus's son.
That
he will see.
He's a little too young, right? So it's going to be Matt Damon who's playing Odysseus, right?
Well, Ralph Fiennes, who's doing The Return. That, as far as I know, I could be wrong, and feel free to correct me, but that is just about the ending of the Odyssey, where he comes back. And if you guys don't know, that's that part of the story, essentially. Like when he left, his wife took hold of his property, but dealing with tradition, a guy has to take, eventually, like, be with her and then take over the property. And all these suitors come to her to like win her favor, but they end up just overstaying their welcome. They kind of ruin Odysseus's like village/kingdom with all of their crap. And then Odysseus comes back and he takes his vengeance upon all of them.
And he's basically in the story too unrecognizable. The people do, and that's why even like Ridley Scott, I remember seeing that one of the first times I saw a Ridley Scott movie, going like, oh, it's like the Odyssey. You know, when he starts his movies, his production company is him throwing the arrow through the that little competition that they have. Yeah,
that's a direct reference to the Odyssey and stuff. And and I forget. I think it could depend on the adaptation, but it's either that he's just been away at sea because he's been gone for like 20 years. So it could just be that he's just an older man and no one recognizes as Odysseus, or one of the gods that loves Odysseus puts him in a disguise so that he can blend in, and then eventually he will like sit up and like actually reveal himself at the proper time. I was amazed at the TV adaptation because if I remember correctly, like they actually show not like guts, but they show like legit blood, like when those guys get their fucking comeuppances from, because Odysseus's servants, they help Odysseus when he shows up, and they're like, okay, and everyone just goes to town. But I'm totally down for Chris adapting that. I think you just have to figure out if he's going to do a PG-13 or an R-rated cut of the Odyssey, because he could do either one.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah,
that will be interesting. But it's also going to be interesting of like how is, again, you're just seeing you're looking at the story and you're going like, can this just be in a 3-hour, 3.5 hour? I mean, if anybody can do it,
it's a whole trilogy.
Yeah, he might be able to pull it off. Who knows? It could be somebody's been working on it. I don't know. Or we might all of a sudden just say like, oh yeah, we're gonna get part 1, part 2, and then maybe a part 3. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe this is gonna be the new venture. But at the same time, it's like it is kind of funny how the initial rumors were, oh, this is going to be a vampire movie, and we're like, oh, Christopher Nolan's doing horror, and then we're like, no, he's actually going to be doing a futuristic. He's going to be doing a futuristic helicopter action film, and I was like, I'm down for that too. And then that didn't happen, and then all of a sudden it's like, and then somebody came out that knew. They're like, nobody's even been close to what he's actually going to do, and then sure enough, he's absolutely correct, and said like, yeah,
I need to go back to this whole vampire rumor. Did this come from the Rat?
No, I think this came out like, I think this was in the trades. It wasn't from
a vampire movie. That is so.
But it might have been. It might have initially.
Trades were reporting for a while that helicopter.
It might have initially came from that. Which, if that's the case, I'm glad, because then he was wrong, and I like it when he's wrong because he's
wrong very often.
Yeah, he's not. And it's funny because people just go like, they forget when it's like, hey, scoopers are wrong, guys. They're not batting 1,000. So, take it with a grain of salt. Every scooper. I mean, I used to bet, Daniel RPK has always been a scooper. I've been like, you know what? That guy's okay. But then at the same time, I'm like, God damn, I'm seeing him post a lot of things. And I'm like, I'm just tired of posting when I see the source of it being a scooper, especially when it comes to the Rat. I go, I can't even fucking talk, because there was a scoop that he posted today, and I was like, I'm not even going to talk about that because I see the source. I forgot what it was. I'm not even going to talk about it here.
Must have been a very not memorable scoop then in that case.
Yeah, because nobody's really talking about it that much. But he's got a chip on his shoulder because James Gunn's called him out, and James Gunn refused to, So it's just kind of funny too, because now all of a sudden we got people, within the Snyder community that are like, hey, Jeff Snyder, hey, we like the fact he's part of us now. I'm like, dude, the guy literally on a fucking live stream said the Snyder cut doesn't exist. He yelled that into his microphone and looked at you guys as chumps, looked at you as fucking stupid fans, and said the Snyder cut doesn't exist. And now you guys are cherishing him? You guys forgot about that. You guys forgot about how much of an asshole he was to you, because now he does not like James Gunn, right? What are we doing here? Come on. Sorry.
These fans are like an unfinished pancake. They keep flip flopping every fucking second.
No, I just hate it when now all of a sudden oh yeah, we're gonna be because we hate James Gunn and hate everything that's going on, we're gonna start pushing these guys that were against you 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, remember Grace Random was also against the Snyder cut.
Yes, all of a sudden she's like the queen today and everything like that.
That's why it disgusts me that Zach even did an interview with her, because it's like she was rooting against you. She doesn't believe in your vision, and so I'm just like,
he had a whole Q&A hosted by her and stuff.
I get it.
I don't agree with everything Zach does. Let's just put it at that.
Oh no, and you shouldn't agree with everything. We shouldn't agree with everything
because he's not God. He's not God. He is a moral man.
There's but at the same time, I'm just like, when I see people push him, and there's a couple other people out there too, where I'll go, what are you doing here? You guys are just pushing this because they hate James Gunn. I'm like, it's not the way to do it. Because all you're gonna do is push things, and you're gonna end up eating crow, because this ends up not being true. And that's the thing. It's when certain people scoopers and stuff out there, they have a chip on their shoulder now because James Gunn's actively trying to debunk stuff. now they're going to try to do as much as they can. I mean, there's a new thing that happened even today that I think Jeff Snyder even posted that the Superman screenings didn't go well, that they went really bad. And that was pushed out, and it was pushed out by other YouTubers and stuff like that who've been called out by James Gunn. And I'm going, there is a thing here that is happening. I'm like, now initially, like, yeah, it could be true. Maybe the screenings didn't go bad, but when I see the people who are pushing it out there that I know
when it's
have
coming from the
chip on their shoulder from James Gunn, I'm going, I can't believe these guys because they are actively campaigning to hurt this movie. So now I just can't go.
Well, obviously, and even if this movie suffers, it's not going to bring back the Snyderverse. Go on.
When it's coming to from the guy that literally made a tweet like days after the press screening of the trailer that's like, oh, they didn't invite me because I asked too good of questions and blah blah, and sounds like a petty little child.
Fuck you. Like, I hate that.
Yeah, like, oh dude, I was like, oh, okay.
I'm like, dude.
So...
that guy, I can't stand, man. When he went off and like he was, remember on Twitter, he decided to post like, hey, what if I post a shirtless pic and treat my Twitter like a dating website?
Let's can we?
I know, but at the same time, I'm like, that's the kind of guy we're talking about here. I mean, he literally did that, and I was like, going, wait a minute.
Yeah, but give me a trigger warning.
I know, but that guy's the same age as me, and I was like, he's doing that. I mean, he looks like he's 50.
And but that's the thing. He reveals himself by doing that type of stuff, by doing the whole thing about complaining. And he didn't just complain about the trailer for Superman. He's been complaining that he hasn't been getting invites to things and this and that.
You poor little diva.
Obviously, yeah, exactly.
Diva. Sorry, buddy. You didn't get invited. Maybe because, hey, literally your hair is running away from your face. I mean, Jesus Christ. Sorry.
Exactly.
I know he can't help that. That was a low shot.
He's showing.
It depends on what he does with his body. If he's not taking care of it, then that's on him.
Dude, but I'm just like, I'm like, okay, I'm not saying that he gets everything wrong. I'm not going to be one of those people. No, but his batting average is not going to be 1,000. And that's the thing. But then I just hate it when I see now Snyder fans that just love to post whatever he posts because he hates Gunn. They hate Gunn. So then they're just going to post whatever he posts. And I'm like, you guys can't do that.
You know what the saddest part is? Because, no, go on.
I was just going to say, look what happened to My Time. They went on a whole
time to shine. Oh, whoever's running that is a 100% Snyder. Everything. I anytime when I see a tweet from them, I'm like, there's got to be. It's probably one of the Snyder fans been in my mentions that's running that, right?
Because there's conspiracy that can we get some toes in My Time are the same person actually.
Oh yeah, Grace and
Oh yeah.
There's been that.
No, what I was gonna say was, it's so sad. Like of how many times I'm sure all of us have had to do of having to defend this fandom of being like, we're not a cult, we're not this, we're not that, and so on. And then it's like, at this point, it's like, fuck, maybe it's true. Maybe it's becoming truer than it was 5 years ago. Because at this point, it's kind of like, the fact that they're all now levitating towards these horrible people who were all against Zach, and they just because they're like, because they're fighting against James Gunn, let's go support these scoopers or whatever. And it's just, I don't know, it's just really disappointing what we become.
I just hate the fact that they forgot, like, hey, you remember when these scoopers were actually against you and said stuff about this? I don't know. They don't think about that. It's like literally like you could pull up a video on YouTube of Jeff Snyder saying into a microphone that the fucking Snyder cut does not exist, and him being with his people saying the same fucking thing. It's like now all of a sudden, but now that he's against James Gunn, you guys are like, oh yeah, anything he puts out there, it's fine. I'm like, dude, the guy fucking mocked you. He mocked you to no other, because that's the way he is. He's a fucking asshole who does that kind of stuff. And he said that, and he was absolutely incorrect. But now that he's against James Gunn and pushing it back against him, because James Gunn knows that he's also a rat, and then, like, he doesn't want anything involved with him. That's why he doesn't invite him to press stuff like that. So now all of a sudden, but you're gonna take his side? It's like, what the fuck? What are we doing here, guys? Come on.
It's This is the point. It's sad what we've gotten, and it's just again like that makes me even more. That makes me less interested to even like support the cause anymore, because it's like anytime we like if I even tweet out something with Restore the Snyder, but it's kind of like, well, now I'm kind of enabling those people. So yeah, that's kind of like why I'm staying away more from that side of the fandom, and even kind of not even like focusing on Snyderverse stuff, this or Snyder stuff, that, and so on. Like, listen, if it gets to continue or get a completion, great. At this point, if it ever happens, it's probably gonna be as a comic. So I'm like, I feel like Jim Lee is now like the last saving grace we have of ever getting something like that. But yeah, it's just it's hard to even defend these people these days.
And it's sad too, because it's like, again, like as a rational fan, it's like, I feel that I'm not gonna go out and retweet Restore the Snyderverse because A, I don't think it's gonna happen, and B, I'm not trying to step on the toes of James Gunn. James Gunn has nothing to do with all of that stuff that happened. That was all previous regimen, all this other stuff. He should be given his chance, just like Snyder should have been given his. It's not fair to go and ruin one because the other didn't get it. At the same time, there are things I think that I wish the fans would get behind. Dave talks about like a comic book or an animated film or something that is plausible, that they can actually there's a good chance that could happen, if we
there's a reason why Creature Commandos got renewed for season 2, and I mentioned this. I'm like, when people are like, "Oh, Gunn's just renewing all he's doing," I'm like,
that's Max doing it.
But Max also, he doesn't run Max, and the fact of the matter is like, yeah, it didn't do Penguin numbers. Sure, it didn't do nearly as good as Penguin, but it's
because it wasn't airing on HBO.
So the cost was down, so it did just enough to warrant that. And that's the thing, is like, animation is like a fucking, it's a third, fucking probably a fourth. It's like it's a fraction of the cost, and I'm like, that's probably the main reason. It's like, yeah, Gunn has the ability to renew shit that he wants, but at the same time, he still has to put it on a platform to distribute it.
Yeah,
and he knows, like, that's why he's got Safran to tell him, like, hey, this isn't doing numbers, you can't do. And he even talked about, like, because somebody
did well enough.
Right.
Somebody look at Harley Quinn. The Harley Quinn series is going on season 5, and it's animated because it's cheap. And it doesn't cost as much.
And it's being marketed as part of DC's studios even now too.
Yeah. A big part of that too is that they're both good, and this week to week helps them a lot. James Gunn has said week to week has helped Creature Commandos a lot. He says it's growing, and
I like the week to week. I like the week to week.
That's the biggest thing that you want for a new show, is that it's growing each week. More and more people are talking about it. He's doing a great job doing the podcast after each episode and kind of going through the Easter eggs and this and that with the creator and showrunner and stuff. So yeah, I don't see why not. It's getting a season 2. It's making good numbers. It's getting good popularity, good talk, good word of mouth. So
that's what happens. But
it's a good show.
Paul, do you need to take off right now?
Yeah, I was trying to interject, but you guys were kind of going. I didn't want to ruin your flow or anything.
Oh, good. All right,
man. Yeah, the only thing I'll say about the James Gunn Snyder, look, I've seen enough, and you can talk to Phil. I'm kind of in the Phil camp essentially, because basically it's like, you just want things to just be left alone as they are and just let people create what they want to create, for better or worse. Whether you're like, I'm not into the Gunn stuff, but if he wants to make Superman, like, there's nothing stopping, it's going to happen. But I've seen Gunn fans that are like nutso and like, sucking his dick and just being like, oh, Snyder stuff sucks. And it's like, I hate that.
Right. And no one's denying that.
But I also see like the crazy Snyder fans, and it's rough. But like every fandom's like that to a degree. Yeah. I mean, the hashtag stuff, I you guys know where I stand with that. Like, they can tweet whatever they want, and I'm fine with that. I draw the line of just like harassing actual, like, directors or actors or whatever.
Don't do that.
That's where I'm at. But yeah, I mean, I haven't, like I said, I haven't seen Creature Commandos, so I can't comment. I do think it's weird though, because I know that James Gunn was involved with that, and so it is weird that his stuff is kind of getting more greenlit. But it is what it is. Like, if it's good, it's good. And again, I've said to you guys before, I'm at this point, like, there's some good live action stuff, but right now I feel like DC is actually doing better with the animation stuff to a wider degree, just because
I think you actually might dig, Creature Commandos. Well, maybe give it a shot.
Yeah, give it a shot.
we were even talking though, and I mean in general about animation, because X-Men '97, and even beforehand, just talking about the older animated shows. Like, to me, superheroes, in a way, are better positioned for the animation field in general because the serialized content and how they are. But like, I mean, I love Spider-Man too and the Tom Holland stuff, but the Spider-Verse movies to me are the best, adaptation of that character, like on all different formats. It's just they're just so good. And I joked like with a friend of mine and with you guys when the Flash movie came out. I was like making that like Elijah Price joke from like Unbreakable. If Across the Spider-Verse is on one end of the spectrum, the Flash movie is on the other, like this. But regardless, yeah, I think animation right now, especially with DC, is where they're really at. Even Cape Crusader. I didn't love Cape Crusader, but I liked it enough, and I think they were still doing it good. And I know that's not necessarily like it's.
I'm with you on that.
Amazon.
I didn't love it, but I enjoyed it. Yeah.
Yeah, it felt more like if it had not been Batman the Animated Series, that would have been their Fleischer interpretation of like classic
100%.
Batman.
I also think they need to do weekly releases, not like release the entire season all at once. That was a big mistake of them.
We're at the point now within about another more years where streaming is just going to be cable at this point. So that's just what's
and not only that, I completely agree with you, Andy, on that. But it seems that Amazon kind of has this like strategy that they do, and pretty much every new show that they release fully. Yeah. Fallout.
They want to see how it goes over.
Same with Netflix. Netflix like that too.
Did you know? Because I think I got into the show late. But did the boys have like? Did they get all
the very first season was released?
Okay. First season was all
okay,
and the same.
Okay. I didn't know that.
No. It's kind of a strategy that they've developed where let's release the whole thing, see how people take it and stuff, and then if it's they go on and make a second season and stuff. And so I don't hate it. I think it's actually kind of an interesting strategy, of like give me the whole first meal straight up front and stuff, and then if I love it, then let's go course.
Yeah, I mean, I just think for future seasons, like I feel like if they can just focus on weekly format again, that would be like
most likely season 2 will be weekly format.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a way to go because I love talking about like, hey, let's talk about the last episode that just happened. I don't know, I like when it comes to just like binging everything, it was cool at one point, but at the same time, I'm like, man, I like just
great during COVID.
Yeah,
great during
now we finally reached back to the plateau where I mean, COVID definitely still affected the industry, but we're still at that period now where we're back to work, and at the same time, there's too much content. Like we just went over like 5 to 6 movies for each of us that we have to catch up on at the end of the year, just to give out our own list and everything. Anyway, guys, it is almost 2 o'clock in the morning here. I'm gonna hit. I gotta hit the head. Dave, I appreciate. Happy New Year, Andy. Happy New Year, Dave, and sorry, Austin. Happy New Year to you as well.
Happy New Year, man. Good talking to you as always.
Yeah, same, dude, same. And thanks again for having me on. I always appreciate it. I don't have much else to promote. I'm just currently working on writing projects. I found an old writing project that I'm going over right now.
Love it.
Malcolm the Middle fanfic.
No, just a
25, the year of getting creative again. That's what I'm.
Yeah, well, in Cape Cod, there's not much else to do except eat, drink, and hibernate in the house during the winter. So it'll give me plenty of time, but not like leading towards any kind of like shining aspects where I'm on a typewriter and someone's gone crazy and all that. So fingers crossed on that.
I would actually pay money for you to sit in front of a typewriter and just like aggressively type away.
And type in all work and no play makes Paul a dull boy. Yeah,
in a Kermit costume also.
Yeah, that sounds like a great time. But anyway,
anyways,
if you guys want to, thanks. And sorry, if you want to follow me again at pmickey1988 on Instagram and at Paul Panhook on Vero. And guys, thanks again. Have a great year. Have a great New Year, and I'll see you soon.
See you next year.
See you then. All right.
Bye,
guys.
Take it easy.
Have a great night.
Always fun talking to Paul. Love talking to Paul. But yeah, man.
Love talking to Paul.
Love talking to Paul. Paul's good. Good guy. No,
but actors that I'm always like dying to see.
He's one of the good ones. Let me tell you.
One of the good ones. Yeah,
it's true. It's true. It's true.
Yeah. No, but 2025 is gonna be. I mean, there's so many. I mean, obviously, Superman. We're looking forward to.
Fantastic Four,
Jurassic World. I'm also, but I mean, I'm looking forward to like something like Mickey 17. I was looking forward to that this year, but it got postponed. But I mean,
what the fuck was going on with Mickey 17? Like all these like,
I don't know, man. And then it got bumped up. It was funny because it got delayed to next year. And then it would like they put it in January, but they're like January is where movies can go to die. Right. Movies can go to die in January. So there could be some, you could have some success in January because, it could happen, but they pushed it to April and then they bumped it back up to March. So they're trying to put it now. Mickey 17 is coming out like basically essentially the beginning of the summer blockbuster season because March is now the beginning of blockbuster season. And then you got, I see RJ talking about the movie Novocaine, which looks pretty good with what's his name? Novocaine. What's his name? Jack Quaid, who can't feel anything. And so he's got to go through this crazy adventure and he doesn't feel pain. And I'm like, that's a good concept. I even think I had, Yeah,
I kind of want to see that now. I didn't know. I love Jack Quaid.
Oh yeah, he's like a nerdy dude who just like get wrapped up in something, but then he could literally just like do surgery. He could do surgery on himself, like pull out a bullet and not even feel it.
He could be a fucking superhero. He could be Batman at this point,
right? And then of course we have. He also said Nobody too, which I loved. The first Nobody, that was one of my favorite movies that came out. A couple of years ago. Loved Nobody with what's his name? Better Call Saul dude. What's his name? God damn, I can't remember his name. I'm totally blanking on name. Bob Odenkirk, because I've been sipping whiskey and champagne all night. I've gone through the whole bottle of champagne.
I finally got myself.
Oh, dude, what are you talking about? This is we're almost going on 4 hours, of course.
But don't drink the whole bottle. Save some for New Year's.
No, we'll have a different bottle for New Year's.
I finally got that.
I drank. It was a small bottle. It wasn't a big bottle, so.
That Mark Wahlberg tequila is fire. If anybody.
What the what?
Flecha Azul, the Mark Wahlberg tequila.
Oh, yeah, he has a tequila too. But I was gonna say, I thought you were talking about his movie that's gonna be coming out.
I'm not gonna lie, I want to see it.
That looks good. What's it called again? I forgot.
But so Flight, that's another one they shot here in Vegas and stuff, and Mel Gibson direct. So that's another big reason why I want to see. Look,
it was directed by Mel Gibson.
Say what you will about that man.
Wait. It's directed by Mel Gibson.
It was directed by Mel Gibson. It's funny because the trailers don't say Mel Gibson.
They don't.
The director of Braveheart and Hacksaw Ridge.
Okay, yes. Okay, yeah, you're right. I was telling my dad that because when we saw the trailer, that's right. It was for that movie. Fuck it. It's called Flight Risk, right? Flight Risk or something like that?
Yes.
Wolfman is coming out next year too.
Which Lee Whannell. But it's so funny. But going back to what you were just saying, Austin, was the fact that it was like, I looked at my dad. I was like, you realize that's directed by Mel Gibson,
right?
Because they don't want to say it because he's got the stigma on his name. But
you say the director of Braveheart, and people.
Yeah, the director of Braveheart and Hacksaw Ridge and shit like that. I'm like, that's Mel Gibson, and I was like, oh yeah, that's right, that was that movie. I totally just forgot. But yeah, Wolfman also comes out. Lee Whannell. I love Lee Whannell. Anything that guy writes, I'm fucking all about it.
I'm gonna watch it, but I'll be honest. My biggest thing with that movie is that I know Ryan Gosling was supposed to be the star and not only that, it was apparently written with him in mind for him to play that role and stuff. I actually know somebody that has seen it and stuff, and they said it was good, but you can definitely feel that was a Ryan Gosling role.
Now, how do we think Captain America 4 is going to do?
I think it's going to do well still.
I think it'll do okay.
I don't know if it's going to be good, but
a big part, I'll be honest, I think a big part, and this has kind of been recently with Marvel movies, is it's going to depend on the word of mouth. After that first weekend, how well do people talk about it?
Well, the fact is doing another round of reshoots and stuff. I'm just kind of like the first 2 reshoots. I'm like, okay.
I have a feeling it's not going to feel very cinematic. It's going to feel.
It's going to feel like a fan film.
It's gonna feel like a. Don't tell me it's gonna feel like a Disney Plus show.
I think it might feel a little bit. I don't know. It's just. I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna be there opening night, everything like that for sure. But at the same time, I'm like, okay. But then somebody even in the chat brought up, hey, Karate Kid Legends, very much looking forward.
I'm boycotting.
You're boycotting? Why?
Because I'm a Johnny Lawrence stan.
Yeah, but
for all I care, Daniel Russo could go.
Let's be honest. He's probably gonna show up in the movie at some.
I hope so.
I'm
or
hoping
there's gonna be some reference. Like, I mean, I know the last part of Cobra Kai hasn't come out yet and stuff, but I mean, the way that
did you enjoy part 2?
I haven't caught up to it yet. I
haven't caught up either.
Well,
Dave, I've given up hope on you when it comes to Cobra Kai anyway.
I had to start from the beginning, so I've made it pretty far. I'm season 2 now. I'm almost done with that.
You're in for some good shit.
Yeah. But even the way like Ralph Macchio was talking about after the trailer and stuff, like this is gonna have like a very smooth connection with Cobra Kai. It's I think we're gonna probably see Lawrence show up at some.
He has to. Because once I hear, I will go see it. Otherwise, I'm like, nope, because I hate Daniel Russo with a passion. He is so annoying for me. Yeah, I'm a Johnny is the real Karate Kid. Like, listen, I don't like How I Met Your Mother, but that one episode where Barney is like, I want William Sapka for my birthday. I'm like,
Daniel Russo is my boy. Coldplay made a song about him.
Oh, I saw that trailer.
Listen, Coldplay was one of my bands growing up with.
All right,
I grew up with Coldplay.
Great video. It's a great video.
I love Coldplay. But for all the bad songs they've ever done, I have never been as insulted. Listen, Coldplay, I've never been as insulted when I heard they made a song about him.
Oh, it was good though.
It was so good, and then he gets some insane in front of I damn near cried. It was
William Sapka is the true king of the Karate Kid universe.
I mean, William Sapka really definitely made a comeback, and they,
by the way, who would agree? Okay, but on another, if this had been 10 years ago, he would have been a great boost to gold.
He would have. Yeah, and then of course
right. I see the wheels turning in Austin right now. Like,
no. I thought about this like 2 years ago, and like he's literally talking to.
Well, I didn't know you exist. I
always thought Alex Winter would also make a good boost.
Alex Winter, of course. Yeah. Bill from Bill and Ted. Come on.
Bill and Ted. Yeah, Bill and Ted.
No, but we got other things coming out too. We got Ballerina coming out from the John Wick universe.
How do you guys feel about that one?
Oh, dude, I can't wait.
You're not well, of course.
I was gonna say John Wick is like one of the film series I'm gonna get into next year because I'm trying to like break into not just too many superhero stuff. But I did hear there was a TV show as well. And
it was all right.
I didn't watch the Continental. I heard it wasn't.
Oh yeah, we have Daredevil next year.
That's Daredevil next year.
Wednesday season 2.
I'll be honest.
Wednesday season 2. Yeah.
I'm kind of excited for the next Mission Impossible. I wasn't crazy about that.
That's in my top. That's in my top 10. I've always been like ever since the first Mission Impossible that came out in 1996. I've always been a fan.
I was 3 years old, Dave. I was only 3 years old.
You were only 3 years old. Jesus Christ.
I was 1 year old. There you go.
What the fuck?
We're millennials.
My back hurt right now.
Yeah, you fucking boomer.
Jesus Christ. I was 12. I was 12.
Boomer. Is it the 8th or 9th Mission Impossible?
What?
This is the 8th.
The 8th. Okay. Yeah, the 8th Mission Impossible. And who knows what's going to be. They're calling it the Final Reckoning. And I'm like, is it really?
Did you like Dead Reckoning?
I did like Dead Reckoning. I did. I enjoyed it. It wasn't better. The Fallout was better.
Fallout for me is the height of the series.
Fallout was really good, and this one was like, all right. I mean, it was still good. I mean, every Mission Impossible movie I have love for. I don't care. Even Mission Impossible 2 by John Woo, and anybody who says it sucks, fuck you.
Listen, and so Anthony Hopkins as a villain, how dare you?
Dude, he wasn't a villain. He was he gave Ethan Hunt the mission. So he was in the beginning and he was in the end, and he was perfectly for that, you know. So yeah, no, but like I don't care what anybody says. Like Mission Impossible 2, directed by John Woo, I'm like, fuck off. If you think that's bad, that is. I love John Woo. That's all. I just love John Woo movies. Hard-boiled
guy.
I'll be honest. The weakest one for me was not that. I'll be honest. It's Rogue Nation. Rogue Nation.
Really? Okay.
Rogue Nation, the one that Henry was in.
No, that's Fallout. That was the weirdest thing because it was like. Rogue One was the weak point for me in the franchise. I was like, okay, and then it came back with Fallout. I was like, this might be one of the best action movies like of the 2020s. This is, or you know, like this is great. You know,
I don't know. It's just
we have Peacemaker season 2 next year as well.
Peacemaker season 2. We got Waller.
Somebody mentioned
the Waller is not next year.
Yeah, Stranger but it's going to start filming. Stranger Things going to be coming out next year.
Yeah, that's going to be huge. Stranger Things. Let's see.
That's gonna break Netflix. I think that's gonna like break Netflix, like tech wise. It's like people are like there's too many users using Netflix right now. Please stand by.
It's crazy.
I'll be honest. I think Lilo and Stitch is gonna be huge.
Yeah, that looked cute. That looked cute. I'm excited for it.
I think that's gonna be huge.
It's okay, Austin. Dave is still in his Grinch mode for this year, so it's fine.
Look, even if it's bad
Disney movies, I don't really.
You realize how much Stitch merchandise still?
Well, remember, Snow White's coming out next year too.
Ugh.
See?
But I'm not saying I'm not saying that every Disney live action remake has been perfect. I'm saying because there's only a few of them. I love Aladdin. That's my favorite one. Love Mulan.
Aladdin was good. Guy Ritchie, I love that.
Mulan was great.
I'll be honest. My favorite's Jungle Book. Jungle
Book was awesome. Yeah.
John Favreau did a great job.
But Lion King was like didn't feel like it was anything to me.
There was no emotions to those fucking animals.
But then
I'll be honest. The worst part was that it was like straight up copied and pasted.
Yeah, it was a carbon copy. There was no like.
Maybe that's why Snow White is trying so hard to be.
Oh God, I don't even know who's even directing Snow White. I don't even care.
Mark Webb.
What? Whoa, no! What? Are you serious?
Written by Greta Gerwig.
Stop.
No, it's not.
Stop. You're lying.
No. Look it up right now.
Is it really? Oh my God! So it's written by Greta Gerwig and directed by Mark Webb.
There is no way in hell.
What? Really? That is insane.
I'm not by Greta Gerwig.
Are you? No, it's not. Check it out, Austin.
Agreeing with us.
But it is by Mark Webb.
So it is directed by Mark Webb.
But it is directed by Mark Webb.
Oh. Mark Webb, we just gave you like some props for your fucking, Andrew Garfield Spider-Man.
Yeah, that one's gonna be
No, Greta Gerwig. No, Greta Gerwig did do the screenplay with Aaron.
Oh God!
What? Okay, yeah. Wait. I didn't see it. Okay, hold on. I'm looking on IMDb.
I don't know. I have not even. I don't care about this movie. It looks like ass.
It's not showing on IMDb. Maybe she was like a ghost writer or.
But I'm still shocked about Mark Webb. That was one because I remember.
So RJ in the chat said Greta Gerwig did a rewrite. Jesus Christ! On the movie recently. When it was having issues.
Okay, so Greta Gerwig pulled a script doctor, basically.
That's not good.
That's not good. What was that
movie is going to be, and I'm probably going to go see it just to watch.
Don't.
It sounds like the time that they pulled in Seth Rogen to help fix the script for Dr. Dolittle, and that didn't even.
Oh yeah.
Dave, please don't go see. Don't give it this. Don't give them your money.
Yeah, but I talk about movies. I'm probably going to have to do it just to,
at some point.
But again, like you're the fun police. Remember, you're supposed to have.
That's what makes it better.
No, but like I'll have a
thumbnail. I'll make a thumbnail where I take a picture of myself doing this as I'm holding onto Rachel Zegler like we're doing a prom photo where I'm like,
I thought you were like, this is the popcorn bucket. No,
maybe
but
I'll
you
do
know what was
something
funny?
like that. I don't know.
Yeah, you guys can get a CGI dwarf popcorn bucket.
Or that. Oh God,
Thank you, Peter Dinklage. No, but I remember like early in the year because me and Rebecca Johnson from Super Great, we were doing a stream on the Flash podcast about Zack Snyder's Flash plans actually, and somehow we got into the topic of Rachel Zegler's Snow White. And that's when I pulled up the Wikipedia page because we were both like so annoyed with the film. But I'm like, when does this shit even come out? So like I bring up the screen, and I lose it because at some point someone had gone into the Wikipedia page and taken out Rachel Zegler's name from the cast, and it was TBA as Snow White, and like. We lost it in laughter. We lost it. And we were like, who are the sources? Because they were like, in August 2023, Zegler was removed from the cast and whatever. And it was just, and that's when, and that's what I saw. Oh, Mark Webb is doing this, and I'm like,
I had no idea that Mark Webb was doing.
But when I mentioned Rebecca goes like, that makes so much sense, and I think, because I'm like, yeah, because
well, speaking of another like. Animation to live action, the other one I'm kind of interested in, the How to Train Your Dragon live action is next
that
year.
One I could be okay with.
I'm interested. The trailer got me interested.
I wasn't big on I know they made 2 animated movies. I don't even think I saw the second one. Saw the first one a long time ago. But it's like yeah. But then looking at the trailer, I'm like, all right, I don't think this was necessary, but it's kind of cool that they. I mean, when you watch that trailer, you go, "Oh my God, they really just." I mean,
versus don't even joke about that. Versus don't even joke about that. Versus that cannot happen. Look what he posted in the comments.
When Rachel Zegler.
Oh no!
Shut up!
No,
she will never be.
You know what would be
Wonder Woman is got a tall stature. Okay, so and Rachel Zegler is like 4'9". Okay.
she's as Andy said earlier, she's
like this big. She's like this big. She's like this big. Okay, Rachel Zegler is very tiny, so no, that's not happening.
She'll be lucky.
And also, I'd agree with RJ. She's too young for Wonder Woman. I don't want to see a child Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman. You know what I mean? Wonder Woman, because I wrote about. So someone had done a fan art of. So the way that this is what absolute Wonder Woman looks like right now. Someone had made a fan art of Melissa Barrera as Wonder Woman.
Yes.
See her. Yes. I can see her as that. She's pretty. Yeah, she could pull it off.
Good.
She could pull it off.
Hold on, I want you all to see this because this was. Oh, I fell in love with. this.
I got a list, by the way, Dave, of all the movies next year. So I got all the ones to ask about.
Which one? What?
There you go.
28 years. I got.
28 years later. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
That trailer looks so freaky good, but it's like.
Yeah, it does.
Like, it looks freaky, but I'm kind of like, damn, that's some good cinema right there.
Yeah, I know.
I also have to give an honorable mention to because it shoots here. It's been shooting here in Vegas for a while. Is that F1?
They've been shooting in Vegas for that?
Not for F1. They've been shooting.
Oh, for F1. Yeah, that's right. So that's what she looks like right there. That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
Oh, look at that tattoo on her arm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was so excited because I haven't started reading issue 1 yet, so I'm excited to read like what does the tattoos mean in this world and so on.
I like the black too, kind of like dark. Okay.
Yeah, Melissa would be great.
Not bad.
No, and she's she's like 33, 30. She's like my age, close to our age, Austin. So like not close to Dave's age because he's ancient. You fucking boomer.
No, go ahead. Yeah. I'll take all the shots.
The boomer junkie.
You youngins, you're young. You don't know. You don't know. You don't know what's going on.
But not a regular Zegler. Like if that happens, I may have to watch her on mute as Wonder Woman. Like, okay, I will say this. She's a great singer. I love her singing. I think she is phenomenal in that.
Zegler?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, she has a good voice.
But again, I want to reiterate a point that
I'll be honestly, the only thing that I've liked her in so far has been that Hunger Games movie. That's the only one that I was like, I thought she fit well. She didn't annoy me too much. You know, she was kind of, you know, like, yeah, she was okay, you know.
Not too much. Not too much.
That should be the pull quote on the DVD.
Tom's life was absolutely gorgeous.
She didn't annoy me too much. Not too
forgivable.
much.
Yeah, of course. No, of course, Dave looks young for his age. No, I remember when he told me like
it is
I'm turning.
weird to think because I do look at Dave and I think of him as like in his like mid-30s, like closer to
I
my
thought
age.
he was maybe at most 35. I thought maybe at most he was 35.
Right, yeah.
So when he was like,
you guys are feeding into that because today I treated myself. I got a massage today. And my masseuse that said, she's like, wait, are you 20? She actually said, are you 28, 29? I'm like, no, I'm 41. And she was like, whoa. And I was like, thank you. And she was like, you're welcome. She actually said that. She actually asked if I was like 28, 29.
You do look. Yeah, you look younger than you actually are.
That's my genetics, the Mexican genetics, man. Hey, you know, like I said, I talked about it in the beginning. My Nana passed away earlier this year. That woman looked, she passed away at 91 years old. She looked like she was not even 70, you know.
It's weird. Same with my grandma. She's
yeah,
almost
you have
90.
Some of those, yeah.
She's almost 90 and she, you know, she looks like she's in her 60s.
Yeah.
You know,
I have those genetics, man. And
my grandma who passed away last year, she I think she was like in her early 70s. She still looked like she's like not even like in her 60s.
50, right? Yeah, like in her late. Yeah, exactly.
Actually, because I have a picture. Because I'm at my parents' house, I can show you what she looks like. This is what my. Yeah. Don't break the candles in this house. My mother will not give me.
Yeah, you'll be. Aw, see, there you go. She looks great.
Wow,
she looks great. Yeah, and she's talented playing piano. Look at that.
Now I don't know if she actually could play the piano. I don't know if she could do that.
She was just sitting there for the picture.
Photo op.
Right. No, but
like this will look good. Take the picture, quick.
Listen, knowing my grandma and my mom, like I would like listen. God bless my mother, because she's in the house. I don't want to say this too loud. She loves to pose. She does love to pose. So God bless her. God bless her. But like, I have never heard my grandmother play piano. So like, I would, this would not shock me at all. Yeah, no, but I don't know if they got Melissa Burr as Wonder Woman. I'm here for it. And
a couple of honorable mentions too. Just
what's coming up next year?
A new Paul Thomas Anderson film with Leo DiCaprio.
That's right. That's coming out.
For me, what's it called?
I forgot what it's called.
Still untitled.
Yeah,
it is still untitled.
But it's coming out next year.
The rumor is it's supposed to be an adaptation of a book of some sort. And I forgot what the name of it is, but it's untitled. It's DiCaprio, it's Sean Penn and Regina Hall and all these others. So
I love Regina Hall and Sean Penn. That means that he's probably gonna get killed off.
Guillermo del Toro's The Bride.
Oh yeah,
with
Christian Bale. That's right.
Yes, yeah. The Michael Jackson biopic.
Great. Oh yeah, we get that too.
Oh, that's next year. Yeah.
God damn.
Tron Ares, which that's one of my most anticipated. Tron Ares.
Which one? Tron Ares. Yeah.
Tron Ares,
Has there been a trailer for that yet?
No, we haven't got a trailer. We got
I've seen the leaked trailer.
Leaked trailer that came out in D23. I saw it too. I didn't post it, obviously.
Oh, come on, Disney.
Right. Yeah, well, it was like very brief, like footage. It shows Jared Leto, like, you know.
I'm hyped for that and Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross doing the score. 9 Inch Nails.
Yep.
And then for me, one of my also like probably in my top 5. Predator Badlands.
Hell yeah. Yes, that's right.
And you're taking that to the big screen. Oh, I can't wait.
That's going to be good too. Yeah. Yeah, there's some good
Wolfman next year as well.
Wolfman, I'm looking forward to that. Like I said, Lee Winnell, he doesn't do anything wrong in my book. I think he
also, I'm an Avatar simp, so Avatar 3.
There's also Avatar coming out in like a year from now.
Have they finished filming 4 and 5? Or is that supposed
No. They film it. They finished filming 3, which is coming out next year, but I don't think they've finished 4 and 5 yet.
So I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure 4 goes into production this year and stuff because it's supposed to make a 2027 release date.
Yeah.
So it'll go into production this year. But the thing is that Cameron has said like they've shot a lot already and stuff because the story kind of starts jumping ahead and going back and forth and this type of thing. And so he's basically been shooting parts of 3 and 4 for years.
Yeah.
and stuff. And so
it's not a bad idea.
It's not. It's kind of like he knows how the production is going to go and stuff, and so he can do certain things. So I think that's why he'll be able to release it quicker than the other 2 Avatar movies and stuff. And so but that's supposed to, I think 4 and 5 shoot back to back this year.
There's Thunderbolts.
Thunderbolts.
I'm more excited for Thunderbolts than from Captain America, just because.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on that. I'm looking forward to that more than Captain America. I mean,
again, I was so excited for you to say what you think about Anthony Mackie, but like I like the character of Sam Wilson, and I love seeing him coming Captain America. So like I want him to have a good Cap movie, but the fact that
I like him, but they just haven't written him well.
Enough
and stuff. And
you're right.
It's not Anthony's fault. Like if he had better material. Man, he could. I think absolutely. But the fact
Falcon
is
and Winter Soldier was a show I was looking forward to so much, and then like, so we're just gonna follow John Walker as Cap, and then
they kind of focus on him a little too much. I think,
right.
Yes, I'm the fact that there's been so many reshoots. I just listen. I like 2 reshoots. That's fine. I'm like I can get used to that. But when you go into your 4th or 5th or 6th one, I'm like, y'all, this movie's not good.
Yeah, like what's going on here? Yeah, I don't even know who's directing it. Who's directing it? I don't even know.
Wasn't there a rumor that someone that now has taken over for directing?
Yeah, I think there was something about that too, but I don't know if that's actually.
It was, it was that John Wick, the John Wick director.
David Leitch or whatever the hell.
No,
not David Leitch.
Stileski.
Stileski. Yeah, Cameron. Yeah, I don't know, but I'm looking forward to Ballerina at least. I know that there was concerns about that. Obviously, we talked about it already, but yeah, I don't know. I that's what I plan on doing for the next couple of days is gathering up my 2024. Top 10 list. I don't do the bad list anymore. I used to do it. I'm like, why? I'm not gonna shit on movies for like a whole video. I don't like doing that anymore.
That's too hard.
Yeah.
The director of Captain America: Brave World, real quick, he's pretty much only done one big thing, and that was Cloverfield Paradox.
So a director for hire kind of thing.
So director of Cloverfield Paradox. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Megan
2, I like the first one. The first one was decent. So.
We're gonna have a new freaky dance with the doll and
Freakier Friday.
If he's calling it
Freakier Friday, yes, I'm excited for that.
But yeah, I'm sure.
Can we just say I am so happy Lindsay Lohan has made a comeback, that she's doing well.
I agree.
Me too. I'm actually okay with that. Like when I saw that she's like got back, after what she went through in like the 2010s, I was like, you know what? Good. She's cleaned up.
Holy shit! I just looked up the Bride with Christian. Oh my god, it looks so good.
The what?
And actually, I did make a mistake. So there are actually two Frankenstein movies coming out. There's
there's the one with Maggie Gyllenhaal.
Maggie Gyllenhaal is doing the Christian Bale, The Bride.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
And then
Guillermo is doing his own. Yeah,
is doing just the classic Frankenstein with Oscar Isaac.
Yeah, so you got Oscar Isaac with Del Toro, and then you got Christian Bale with Maggie Gyllenhaal's version. So it's like we're gonna probably get 2 fucking pretty good, like.
Are any of them coming out during Halloween?
Huh?
Is
probably,
any of them?
I don't know. Probably. I don't know when they're coming out.
Oh, yeah. Wicked Part 2 or Wicked for Good.
Take my money.
Still haven't watched my money. First one.
Oh, Dave, because Dave, you hate all good things.
I know.
Well, no, look, I understand. Like, there are just some people that don't like musicals, and musicals aren't for them and stuff.
I don't mind musicals, but I don't know. For some reason, that one just like, I'll catch it when I catch it.
I will say this: it is way deeper probably than you are expecting it.
Oh no, I'm sure it is. I keep on seeing that, and I'm gonna watch it eventually, but yeah.
The interesting thing for me is with Wicked is I was a musical theater kid, and I refused to see the musical back in high school because I was like, it's the most hyped thing ever. I'm like, whatever. It's kind of like Les Mis for me, where I was like, whatever. And then I saw it, and I was like, damn, it's that good. Yeah. It is that good.
I get it, and I totally good. I'm glad that it's getting the hype. Yeah.
You know what's not getting the hype, by the way, for next year? It's Minecraft.
Oh yeah, Minecraft looks like ass. It looks
as a Minecraft player, I don't want to talk about that movie.
I mean, you watch the trailers. I'm not even like an avid player. I've never really played the fucking game.
I played it for 2 hours last year. It didn't interest me.
But at the same time, I'm looking at the trailer, going, "What are you guys even trying to accomplish here?"
It looks insulting. It does look, and
it looks like
It's almost as.
It looks like a fake fucking YouTube trailer. Like, hey, let's just make something that's not even real. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense.
I feel bad for the cast because there's so many good actors in that movie.
Yeah, it's like you actually have a star-studded cast. It's like, oh god.
I mean, I'll be honest. I'm giving it just a little.
I'll probably go watch it. I don't know.
I'm giving it just a little bit of grace in that I know Jack Black is a massive Minecraft player and stuff, and I would hope that he wouldn't do something.
Nope. He just got a paycheck. He got a paycheck.
He probably just got a paycheck, but
he got a paycheck. Jason Momoa got a paycheck. Yeah, they all got a paycheck, and they're just like,
it's a shame too, because I think that could have been a really cool movie and stuff, and especially that one hurts. That one hurts.
Yeah, I don't know. There's plenty to look forward to when it comes to 2025, and we had a lot of fun in 2024, and I think we'll wrap up this stream right here and just kind of say, like,
oh, wait a minute, there's a new Conjuring movie. There's a new Conjuring movie next year.
Conjuring?
The last one.
Conjuring. Yeah, the last
My
one.
God, Dave, can you hear anything I'm saying?
I know. I was like, there's a video game called Contra that was like,
I said Conjuring.
I was like, Contra? They're finally doing a movie about Contra, because they've been trying to make a movie on Contra for a long time. Anyways, yeah, I think this is a good place to wrap it up. Like I said, it's been a fun year, and I'm glad that there's been people out there in the chat that's been with us for a bit. It's been fun talking to you guys, and Austin, you've been a newly added panelist on the Vodka stream. So, and obviously love what you're doing when it comes to your short films and being creative and stuff like that. I mean, that's what it's all about. It's what I love having when it comes to the Vodka stream panels. Everybody's creating their own thing, and I hope everybody continues to do their thing. Andy, you've been killing it with your interviews and everything, and keep doing what you're doing. Of course, writing for Screen Rant, and writing for, of course, Multiverse of Color, doing that whole thing.
Running Multiverse of Color. Thank you very much. I'm the boss.
You're the boss.
What's Meryl Streep's character in Devil Wears Prada?
Oh God.
Yeah.
That's who I would want to be if I want to be like a medium mogul.
You're like the Nick Fury of that. I don't know.
I don't want to be Nick Fury. I like.
Wait, you don't want an eye patch?
You're the James Gunn of your own.
Okay, no.
I'm
not that smart. No, I want to be Meryl Streep from Devil Wears Prada, so I can have silver hair, and I can have a
kind of mean. I thought in that movie, she's kind of mean in that movie.
By the way, we're getting a sequel to Devil Wears Prada.
Are we getting that too? In 2022, yep. That's right. They did announce a sequel. Is that coming out?
But did they film it?
That actually comes out. Yeah.
I don't know when it comes out, but I just know that they announced that that's.
I remember heaing about that, but who knows if it's going to come out next year? But anyways, the
Devil's Wearers more Prada.
What I'm trying to say, guys, is continue doing what you're doing. Keep creating. We're going to
continue doing what you're doing.
Everything you're doing, do that. Just don't eat the dogs. Don't eat the cats. Anyway.
Hey, no, you too, man. I know, like you said earlier, I very much you want to kind of get back more into interviews and those types of things in 2025. So I look forward to just kind of seeing everybody grow and stuff. I think you guys are great at what you do and stuff, and so hopefully you guys.
Yeah, man, and then I'm gonna make it out to Vegas next year too, and we'll hang out.
Oh yeah,
we'll do whatever the fuck. If you're working on something, hey, whatever, but I'm gonna
bring the film.
And I was even thinking too, man, with you in LA, I'll try to make it out to LA or something, and
yeah, man,
something over there.
Like I said, we're not that far away. We're about 4 or 5 hours away, so
yeah,
we'll definitely make something happen next year and stuff. And yeah, man, just and to everybody who's always a part of the panel, like Phil. I'm glad that he's doing his thing. We got Chris doing his thing. Everybody's doing their thing. And I hope everybody continues to do their thing and just, everybody continues to grow and we could turn this whole thing into, something where we're just, we continue to have fun and we just do it as much as we can. So we love you guys out there. You guys, everybody have a good, happy New Year. Stay
Don't play
safe,
with fireworks.
wherever you go. And everything. I know it's weird that the New Year's like right smack dab in the middle of the week. It's just kind of like it's been a weird end of the year because it was like Thanksgiving happened and then all of a sudden it feels like Thanksgiving.
Almost every holiday has been middle of the week.
But it's just kind of funny because it feels like Thanksgiving was literally last week and all of a sudden it was like, oh yeah, and then it was Christmas.
And then New Year's.
Yeah. I don't know. It's all crazy.
Time flies by when you have fun.
It does, exactly. So yeah. So we appreciate you guys, and thank you, Andy. Thank you, Austin, and of course, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Phil. Thank you. Who else was on here?
Paul.
There it is. Paul, and then of course, thank you to everybody else who's been a part of this, and we love you guys, and we'll see you guys. Well, next year.
Stay safe.
See you later.
And wasted.